Chaucer and His Times **** Home University Library of Modern Knowledge Chaucer and His Times by Grace E. Hadow London Williams and Norgate Henry Holt and Company, New York, Canada, W.M. Briggs, Toronto, India, R&T Washburn, Limited 1914 Home University Library of Modern Knowledge Editors, Herbert Fisher, M.A., F.B.A., LL.D. Professor Gilbert Murray, D. Lit., LL.D., F.B.A. Professor J. Arthur Thompson, M.A., LL.D. Professor William T. Brewster, M.A., Columbia University, USA. New York Henry Holt and Company Chaucer and His Times by Grace E. Hadow Lecturer in English, Lady Margaret Hall, Oxford, late reader in English, Bryn Mawr College, USA. London Williams and Norgate. The following volumes of kindred interest have already been published in this library. 43. English Literature, Medieval, by Professor W. P. Kerr. 13. Medieval Europe, by H. W. C. Davis, M.A. 45. The English Language, by L. Pearsall Smith, M.A. 35. Landmarks in French Literature, by G. L. Strachey. First printed April 1914. Contents chap. Page notes on Chaucer's use of E6 is Chaucer's Life and Times 70. Chaucer's works 32 through Chaucer's treatment of his sources 69. Ive Chaucer's character drawing 106. Chaucer's humor 143. Chaucer's descriptive power 173. Aism views of Chaucer's on men and things 1968. Chaucer's influence 229. Bibliography 254. Index 255. Notes on Chaucer's use of E1. Final E is usually sounded in Chaucerian verse, but it is slurred over before a word beginning with a vowel. For example, Einold set at L that noise a grota, before certain words beginning with H, such as he. Any part of the verb to have, the adverbs here, how, and a mute H as in honor, E.G. Though ready he me how Samson lost his hears, b. It is sometimes dropped in certain words in common use such as were, had wold, etc. E.G. wold go to bed he wold no lenger tari. 2. Middle E is sometimes dropped. For example have, nes. 3. Final E should always be sounded at the end of a line. These notes are based on the grammatical hints given in Professor Skeet's introduction to his single-volume edition of Chaucer's complete works, Clarendon Press, 1901, from which the illustrations in this book are also drawn. To his researches and to those of Professors Lounsbury and Ten Brink, and of the members of the Chaucer Society, all students of Chaucer must gratefully acknowledge their indebtedness. In quoting from Chaucer I have kept to Professor Skeet's spelling. All attempts to modernize Chaucerian verse inevitably result in destroying something of the charm and melody of the original. Readers whose eyes are not accustomed to the forms of Middle English will find practically all difficulty disappear if they read the passages aloud with modern pronunciation. With other Middle English and Scottish poets I have reluctantly taken greater liberties, since their language is often more remote from the speech of today. An example of the original Scottish forms will be found on p. 240. G.E.H. Chaucer and His Times Chapter I. Chaucer's Life and Times. The biography of Chaucer is built upon doubts and thrives upon perplexities, according to one of the most famous of Chaucer's scholars, and the more carefully we consider the evidence upon which this statement is based, the more fully do we find it endorsed. The name Chaucer itself has been variously derived from the Latin calcareus, a shoemaker, the French chaussier, a maker of long hose, and the French chauffier, chafe wax, i.e. a clerk of the court of chancery whose duty consisted in affixing seals to royal documents. The one point of agreement seems to be that the family was undoubtedly of French origin, though whether the founder of the English branch came over with the Conqueror or in Henry III's reign, cannot be decided. Most scholars are now agreed that Geoffrey Chaucer was born about 1340, and that his father was John Chaucer, a vintner of Thames Street, London, though at one time his birth was dated as early as 1328, and Mr. Snell, in his Age of Chaucer, endeavours further to darken counsel, already sufficiently obscure, by suggesting that there may have been two contemporary Geoffreys, and that the facts which are usually accepted as throwing light on the history of the poet may really apply to his unknown namesake. This theory, however, has at present no evidence to support it, and it is reasonable to assume that Chaucer was a native of London. Possibly it was his early association with the wine trade that gave him such insight into its mysteries, and called forth the pardoner's warning, "Now keep thou fro the white and fro the red, and namely fro the white wine of Lep, that is to sell in Fish Street or in Chepe. This wine of spine creepeth subtly in other winds, growing fast by, of which there receth switch fumicity that when a man hath drunken draughts 3 and winneth that he be at whom in Chepe, he is in spine, right at the town of Lep." Pardoner's Tale, L. 562, etc. And it is noteworthy that more than once Chaucer goes out of his way to inveigh against drunkenness. "A lecherous thing is wine, and drunkenness is full of striving and of wretchedness times, for drunkenness is the sepulture of man's wit and his discretion." Pardoner's Tale, L. 549-559. Of his early years we know nothing. Probably he lived the life of other boys of that time. Lygate's portrait of the medieval schoolboy may well stand for a type. "I had in custom to come to school late, not for to learn but for a countenance, with my fellows ready to debate, to jangle and jape was set all my pleasaunce. Whereof rebuked was my chevisance, 1. To forge a leasing and thereupon to muse when I trespassed myself to excuse. Times, loath to rise, loater to bed at eve, with unwashed hands ready I to dinner, my paternoster, my creed, or my belief cast at the cook, lo. This was my manner, waved with each wind, as doth a reed spear, snubbed, 2. Of my friends such tax, 3. For to amend made deaf realist nat to them attend." Testament. Leland, with that sublime disregard for anything so prosaic as evidence which characterizes 16th-century biographers, declares that Geoffrey Chaucer, a youth of noble birth and highest promise, studied at Oxford University with all the earnestness of those who have applied themselves most diligently to learning. He left the university an acute logician, a delightful orator, an elegant poet, a profound philosopher, and an able mathematician, and to this list of accomplishments he afterwards adds, and a devout theologian. 50 years later, Spett, to whom lovers of Chaucer are deeply indebted in other respects, equally authoritatively asserts that he was at Cambridge, but as he bases this assertion on a remark, Philogenitae caldum far and near of Cambridge clerk, made by one of the characters in the Court of Love, a poem which scholars are now universally of opinion is not Chaucer's work, it has little weight. As a matter of fact, Chaucer's name does not appear in the records of any college at either university, and, as Professor Lounsbury has conclusively shown, wide as are the poet's interests, and great as his knowledge undoubtedly is, the scholarship shown by his works is not so remarkable as necessarily to imply close and protracted study. Classical legends were frequently embodied in the romances of an age in which, if we may believe Jean Bodel, himself a poet, "Ni sunt que trois métiers et nul homme entendant, de France, et de Bretagne, et de Rome la Grande," and the habit of treating Alexander the Great as if he were brother-in-arms to Roland and Oliver naturally opened the door to all sorts of embellishments and modifications. A veil of romance covers and colors the history of Greece and Rome. To Chaucer, Cleopatra is akin to the Lady of the Hideous Pass, or Morgan le Fay. The account of her death given in the Legend of Good Women, L. 671, etc., is purely medieval. She made her subtle workmen make a shrine of all the rubies and the stones fine in all Egypt that she could espy, and put full the shrine of spicery, and lead the cause embaum winking sad smiley 5, and forth she fed this deedy cause, and in the shrine hit shette. 6, and next the shrine a pit then doth she grave, and all the serpents that she might have she put hem in that grave, times, and with that word. Naked, with full good hurt, among the serpents in the pit she stood. 7. Nor is this devout theologian always accurate in his references to Bible history. His allusions to Old Testament stories are full of mistakes, as, for instance, when he speaks, in Book of Duchess, L. 738, of Samson slaying himself with a pillar for love of Delilah. It was not an age of nice scholarship, or care for detail. Men used stories as they found them, and repeated them as they happened to remember them, and no one was hypercritical enough to refer to the original. More than half a century after Chaucer's death, Caxton translates the Aeneid, not from the Latin of Virgil, but from a little book in French, and Gawain Douglas, the most scholarly of all the Scottish poets of the early 16th century, regards it as a moral allegory of the soul's progress, cast in the form of an epic. But while Chaucer's occasional mistranslations of Latin words and misrenderings of classical legends cannot be said to disprove his residence at one of the universities, they certainly cannot be said to support Leland's statement, and the probability is that he early became attached to the court. the reign of Edward III witnessed a marked increase in the prosperity of the merchant class. The members of the great trade guilds were men of wealth and importance, and there is nothing surprising in finding a vintner's son one of the household of Elizabeth, wife of the king's son, Lionel, Duke of Clarence. In fact, the seals of John Chaucer and Agnes his wife show that both bore arms. In 1357 we find, from the royal accounts, that Geoffrey Chaucer was provided with a paltock, cloak, costing 4 shillings, and a pair of red and black breeches and a pair of shoes, valued at 3 shillings. And in December of the same year he received a grant of 2s. 6d for necessaries against the Feast of the Nativity. Chaucer Soc. Life Records of Chaucer, p. 14. The Canterbury Tales give abundant proof that their author had a keen eye for the niceties of dress, and at 17 he had doubtless a proper appreciation of new shoes and red and black breeches. 2 years later, 1359, he served in the French wars and was taken prisoner at Réters, a place which has been variously identified as Retiers, near Rennes, and Rethel, near Reims. He was liberated in March 1360, Edward III paying £16, over £200 of our money, towards his ransom, which looks as if he were considered a person of some importance. Apparently he returned to court life in England, and to the duties of Valetus Cameri Regis. A valet of the king's chamber had to make bedis, to bear or hold torches, to set bordis, to apparel all chamberers, and such other services as the chamberlain, officers of the chamber, commandi or assign, to attend the chamber, to watch the king by course, to go in messages, etc. Life Records, pt. 2. p. 11, and holders of the office must have had ample opportunity of acquiring the wisdom of placebo. I have now been a court man all my life, and God it woot, 8, though I unworthy be, I have stonden in full great degree about 10 lords of full high estate, yet had I never with noon of hem debar. I never hem contraried. 9. Truly, I woot well that my Lord can, 10, more than I. What that he saith, I hold it firm and stable, I say the same, or else things semblable. 11. A full great fool is any consilour, that serveth any lord of high honour, that dare presume, or else thinken it, that his consile should pass his lord's wit. Nay, lords being no fools. 12. By my fay. Merchant's Tale, L 1492, etc. In 1366 a pension was granted to Philippa Chaucer, one of the damsels of the Queen's chamber, and it is usually thought that this indicates Chaucer's marriage about this time, since in 1381 the money was paid to Geoffrey Chaucer, her husband. Philippa seems to have been the sister, the Chaucer Society suggests, the sister-in-law, of Catherine Swynford, who became John of Gaunt's third wife, and this connection possibly helps to explain the consistent kindness shown to Chaucer by the House of Lancaster. Various attempts have been made to show that the marriage was an unhappy one. Some of these will be noticed later in treating of Chaucer's women. Here it may suffice to say that although it is true that he paints a sufficiently gloomy picture of married life in the L'Envoi de Chaucer of Bucton, that neither the host nor the merchant are happy in their choice, and that the L'Envoi which concludes the clerk's tale warns husbands that if they expect to find their wives patient grizzled as they will certainly be disappointed. We have to remember that the shrewish wife was as stock a comic convention of those days as the shrewish mother-in-law of later times, and when it comes to taking away the character of Philippa Chaucer on the ground that her husband complains in the Who's of Fame that he is unaccustomed to be awakened gently, it is impossible not to feel that she is receiving unnecessarily harsh treatment. Equally slight is the evidence for his suffering from an unhappy love affair. In the Parliament of Fowls, LL 89, 90, he speaks of himself as full-filed of thought and busy heaviness, for both I had thing which that I nulled, 13. And eke I had that thing that I wold, and commentators have leaped to the conclusion that he is here referring to his wife and a lady of high rank for whom he sighed in vain. In the same way when, in the book of the Duchess, he speaks of having suffered for 8 years from a sickness which one physician alone can cure, this is taken as an unmistakable reference to the same unrequited passion. But we have nothing to show that in these passages Chaucer is revealing his actual feelings. To be crossed in love is proper to every poet, and if his wife might have been justly annoyed when in 1382, at least 16 years after his marriage, he wrote, I now not love indeed any what how that he quitteth folk her higher. 14. Parliament of Fowls, LL 8, 9. Rosemoundy, if she had any real existence, can hardly have felt complimented by the affection of a poet who told her, and the world at large, Nas never pyk wall wed in galantine as I in lovem wall wed and why woundy. 15. There is no proof one way or the other. We know nothing of his children, except that in 1391 he wrote a treatise on the astrolabe for his little son Louis, then 10 years of age. Gascoigne, a generation after Chaucer's death, speaks of Thomas Chaucer, a well-known man of wealth and position in the early 15th century, more than once Speaker of the House of Commons, as Geoffrey's son, but no mention is made of him by Chaucer himself or by any of his contemporaries or immediate successors. John of Gaunt paid a considerable sum of money to place a certain Elizabeth Chaucer in the nunnery of Barking in 1381, but she is usually considered to have been the poet's sister. In 1367 Chaucer himself was granted a pension of 20 marks a year for life, in recognition of his services, and in 1368, or, according to Mr. G. Seakerton, 1372, he was promoted to be an esquire of the royal household. The duties of an esquire seem better suited to a poet than those of a valet. These esquires of household of old be accustomed winter and summer in afternoons and in evenings to draw to lords' chambers within court, there to keep honest company after their cunninge, in talking of chronicles of kings and of others' policies, and in piping or harpinge, songinges or other acts martials, to help to occupy the court, and accompany strangers till the time require of departing. In 1369 a Geoffrey Chaucer was again with the army in France, but no particular adventures seem to have befallen him. At this time John of Gaunt's influence was paramount at the English court, which may partly account for Chaucer's steady and rapid promotion. In 1370 he was sent abroad on an important mission, the exact nature of which we do not know, and 2 years later he went to Genoa to arrange which English port should become the headquarters of the Genoese trade. From Genoa he went to Florence, and by November 1373 he was back in England again. When Chaucer went to Italy, Dante had already been dead for over 50 years, but Petrarch and Boccaccio, the other members of that great trilogy of the earlier Renaissance, were both alive. Chaucer makes his clerk declare that he learned the tale of Griselda, at Hadow of a worthy clerk, times Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, hight this clerk, whose rhetoric sweet enlumined a tale of poetry. 16. Clarke's Prologue, LL. 31-33. But it is impossible to say whether this is autobiographical or not. The two poets may well have met, but in this, as in so many other cases, we cannot be certain. It is improbable that he ever met Boccaccio, since, largely as he borrows from the Filostrato and the Tuside, he never once mentions Boccaccio's name, and when, in Troilus and Chrysid, he confesses that he is indebted to an earlier poet for his story, he gives him the apparently fictitious name of Lollius. Mr. Cotton suggests that Boccaccio's works may have been published anonymously and that Chaucer may have been ignorant of their real author, and this could hardly have been the case if the two had met. But whether Chaucer had, or had not, any personal intercourse with Petrarch and Boccaccio, both their work and Dante's exercised marked influence upon him. More of this will be said in the next chapter. Here it is sufficient to note that the Italian mission affected not only his material prosperity but also his literary development. Meanwhile he continued to grow in favor at court. On St. George's Day, 1374, he was granted a daily pitcher of wine from the royal cellars, later commuted for a payment in money. In the following May he rented the gatehouse of Aldgate from the Corporation of London. A month later he was appointed Controller of Customs for wool, etc., in the Port of London, receiving a few days afterwards an additional pension of £10 a year from John of Gaunt and his wife. Office work seems to have weighed heavily on the poet, and there may well be truth in the complaint of the Whos of Fame, BK2, L 644, etc., that it cut him off from all intercourse with the world. Thou hast no tidings of love's folk, if they be glad, any of naught else that God made, and not only fro fur country that there are no tiding cometh to thee, but of thy verany ebors, that dwell in almost at thy doors. Thou hearest neither that any this, for when thy labour done all is, and dost. Why mart thy reckoninges, instead of rest and new things? Thou goest whom to thy house anoon, and, also dom as any stoon. Thou sittest at another boke, till fully daswed is thy loke. 17, and livest thus as an hermit although thyn abstinence is light. In November 1375 Chaucer was granted the wardship of Edmund Staplegate of Kent. Few persons nowadays would welcome such a charge, but in the 14th century the position of guardian was highly coveted, and not infrequently bought for a good round sum, since the holder had a right to a certain percentage, sometimes amounting to as much as 10%, of the ward's property, to say nothing of the power of selling him, or her, in marriage. This particular wardship brought in £103. In 1376–7 Chaucer was again employed on various secret missions abroad. In April 1377 he was sent to France to treat for peace with Charles V, for which service he received £48 13s. In June of this year Edward III died, but for a time John of Gaunt still retained his power, and soon after the accession of the boy king, Richard II, we find Chaucer sent on an embassy to Barnabo Viscount, God of Delhi, and Scourge of Lombardy. Monk's Tale, LL. 408–409. Amongst those whom he appointed to act for him during his absence, was his friend and fellow poet, John Gower. In May 1380 occurred a curious incident, of which no full and satisfactory explanation has yet been found. By a deed dated the 1st of May, one Cecilia de Chaucer releases Geoffrey Chaucer from a charge which she had brought against him de raptumio. It has been suggested, came. Hist. Lit. Volume 2, that this may refer to one of those attempts to carry off an heir or heiress and marry them forcibly to some relation of the abductor, which were not infrequent at the time. Chaucer's own father had been the victim of such an attempt, being kidnapped in order that he might be married to Joan de Westdale. The case had come before the courts and the jury found that the defendants had by night forcibly abducted John le Chaucer from the plaintiff's custody, but did not marry him and assessed the damages at £250. John Chaucer was under 14 at the time, and there are instances of mere babies of 4 and 5 being carried off in the same way. One poor little lady was twice widowed and thrice married before she was 9. Whatever the facts may have been in connection with Cecilia de Chaucer, it is evident that Chaucer's influence at court was sufficient to protect him from any unpleasant consequences. A year later, May 1382, to his controllership of wool was added that of petty customs. This probably meant a substantial increase of income, but the poet, who found his original duties sufficiently irksome, does not seem to have looked with favor upon a corresponding increase in office hours. In February 1385 he was granted the privilege of appointing a permanent deputy to perform his official duties. Professor Skeat suggests that the expressions of gratitude towards the Queen which are inserted in the later version of the prologue to the Legend of Good Women, point to the probability that he owed this unusual concession to her intervention. About this time Chaucer seems to have given up his house over Aldgate and to have moved to Greenwich. The lease of the Aldgate house was made over to a certain Richard Foster in 1386, and in the L'Envoi à Scogan, written probably about 1393, Chaucer contrasts the lot of his friend, that knellest at the stream's head of grace, of honour and worthiness, with his own fate at the other end of the same stream, forget in solitary wilderness, and adds 2 footnotes to explain that he is referring in the first place to Windsor and in the second to Greenwich. If the description in the prologue to the Legend of Good Women is not mere poetic fiction, it would seem that the poet had a pleasant country house and garden in his solitary wilderness, and that he cultivated the excellent habit of sleeping out of doors in the summer. Meanwhile his activity found scope in various directions. He had been appointed a Justice of the Peace for Kent in 1381, and in 1386 he entered Parliament as one of the Knights of the Shire for the same county. In August of this year Chaucer's patron, John of Gaunt, went to Spain, and during his absence his brother and rival, Thomas, Duke of Gloucester, succeeded in establishing his ascendancy over the king. Chaucer felt the change at once. He was deprived of both his controllerships, and the money loss must have been considerable. In 1387 his wife died, so that her pension must also have lapsed. Evidently the poet was in straits, for in 1388 he was driven to raising money on his pensions and allowances, making them over to John Scalby of Lincolnshire. His abstinence, as we have seen, was light, and the necessity for retrenchment must have been extremely galling. The fall of Gloucester in 1389 swept away the clouds which had darkened the poet's sky. Once more we find him filling one office after another, and engaged in such useful and prosaic occupations as superintending the repairs done to the banks of the Thames or the erection of scaffolds in Smithfield for the King and Queen to view the tournament held there in May 1390. One of his appointments was that of Clerk of the Works to His Majesty, which gave him charge of the fabric of the Tower, Westminster Palace, Windsor Castle, and other royal residences. He was Commissioner of the roads between Greenwich and Woolwich, and the post of Sub-Forester of North Pemberton Park, in Somerset, must have given him ample opportunity for studying the Bylder oak, and eke the hardy ash, the pilar elm, the coffran to Carane winking sad smiley 18. The box tree piper winking sad smiley 19, home, 20, to whip's lash, the sailing fir winking sad smiley 21, the cypress, death to plin winking sad smiley 22, the shetter yew, 23, the asp for shafts plin, 24, if not, the olive of peas, and eke the drunken vine or, the victor palm. Parlement of Fowls, L 176, etc. The whole passage is taken from Boccacio's To Side. The commissionership of roads can have been no sinecure. In 1499, after nearly a century more of development and civilization, a glover from Leighton Buzzard travelled with his wares to Aylesbury for the market before Christmas Day. It happened that an Aylesbury miller, Richard Boose, finding that his mill needed repairs, sent a couple of servants to dig clay called ramming clay for him on the highway, and was in no way dismayed because the digging of this clay made a great pit in the middle of the road 10 feet wide, 8 feet broad, and 8 feet deep, which was quickly filled with water by the winter rains. But the unhappy glover, making his way from the town in the dusk, with his horse laden with panniers full of gloves, straightway fell into the pit, and man and horse were drowned. The miller was charged with his death, but was acquitted by the court on the ground that he had no malicious intent and had only dug the pit to repair his mill, and because he really did not know of any other place to get the kind of clay he wanted save the high road. Mrs. Green, Town Life in the 15th Century, Volume 2, pp. 31–2. The modern traveler in the United States is sometimes surprised at dusk by finding the highway temporarily blocked by a house which is being moved from one side to the other and has been dumped down at the end of the day's work, but this is nothing to finding that the road itself has been removed bodily. It is true that the Corporation of Nottingham issued an order in 1507 forbidding people to dig holes in the marketplace without leave, but this was long after Chaucer's day, and if such ordinances were necessary to protect the actual marketplace of a busy commercial city, it is not difficult to imagine the condition of country roads. The keeping of bridges in repair was looked upon, not as a matter of ordinary business, but as an act of piety, so that on the continent special bridge friars existed, part of whose religious duties consisted in such work. In 1311–16 Richard of Kellor, Bishop of Durham, offered 40 days' indulgence to all those who shall help by their charitable gifts, or by their bodily labor in repairing various roads and bridges. Chaucer, English Wayfaring Life in the Middle Ages, p. 4. And in 1353 a patent of Edward III had ordered the paving of the high road from Temple Bar to Westminster, since it is so full of holes and bogs, and the pavement is so damaged and broken that traffic has become dangerous to man and beast. No wonder that robbers abounded, and that pilgrims found safety in numbers. In 1390 highwaymen seem to have been particularly active, and the Commissioner of Roads himself was robbed more than once. Richard Brerelet was indicted for having with others unknown robbed Geoffrey Chaucer at Westminster of the sum of £10, on the Tuesday after the Nativity of the Virgin Mary, i.e. September the 6th, and in the same year near the Fowlow Quay at Hatcham, in Surrey, Chaucer was robbed of a horse worth £10, goods worth 100 shillings, and £20 6s. 8d in cash. Some, at least, of this seems to have been public money, for he was granted a royal pardon for the loss of £20 of the king's money taken from him by some notable robbers. In 1391 he lost his post as clerk of the works, but this does not seem to imply any serious loss of the royal favour, for 3 years later the king granted him a pension of £20, about £300 of our money, a year for life. During the interval he seems to have got into money difficulties, for no sooner was this grant made than his creditors promptly sued him for debt. In 1398 he received an additional grant of wine, a ton a year for life, and was also promoted to be sole, instead of sub-forester of North Pemberton. In 1399 the son of his earliest and most powerful patron came to the throne, and Chaucer, who was still struggling with his creditors, addressed an impassioned appeal to him. Already, in 1398, The poet had been threatened with legal proceedings, and although the king had entrusted him with various commissions in the country, he had not dared to leave his house for fear of arrest. 10 Brink, History of English Literature, Volume 2, p. 198. No wonder he sang, "To you, my purse, and to none other white complain I, for ye be my lady dear. I am so sorry, now that ye be light, for certes, but ye make me heavy chere." The complaint of Chaucer to his empty purse. Professor Ten Brink believes this poem to have been addressed to King Richard, but Professor Skeet has no doubt that it was addressed to Henry. It is consoling to learn that Henry IV added 40 marks a year to the pension granted by King Richard, thus bringing Chaucer's income up to £600 or £700 of our money. This new outburst of good fortune promised well for the future, and Chaucer evidently looked forward to a prosperous and comfortable old age, for, on the 24th of December, 1399, he took the lease of a house in the garden of St. Mary's, Westminster, for 54 years. He was not, however, to make long use of his new possession, for on the 25th of October, 1400, he died, and his grave was the first to mark the Poet's Corner of Westminster Abbey. One of his later ballads, Truth, may well serve as epitaph for the poet whom court life could never corrupt into a courtier, and whose clear sight and sharp wit never led him into bitterness or cynicism, that thee is sent, receive in bucumness. 25. The wrastling for this world axeth a foul. Hernis non whom. 26. Hernis but wilderness. 4th Pilgrim. 4th. 4th Beast out of thy stall. Know thy country, look up, thank God aval, hold the highway, and let the ghost thee lead sad smiley. 27. And troth shall deliver, it is no dread. 28. Chapter 2 Chaucer's works. When Chaucer began to write, English literature was at a low ebb. The Norman conquest had practically killed the old alliterative poetry, and the passion and mysticism of Old English epic and lament had given way to the prim didacticism of interminable homilies in verse, or the jog-trot respectability of rhymed chronicles. For a long time before and after 1100, says Professor Kerr, there is a great scarcity of English production, and the more ambitious attempts at verse which appeared in the 12th, 13th, and early 14th centuries, are entirely lacking in the charm and dignity of pre-conquest poetry. The verse of Lyman's Brut is unsteady, never to be trusted, changing its pace without warning in a most uncomfortable way. Nor as a rule is the matter greatly superior to the manner. Such interest as is possessed by the majority of the poems of this period, apart from the definitely historical or philological point of view, arises largely from the unconscious naivete and simplicity of their authors. What hard heart could refuse to be touched by the difficulties which that saintly hermit Richard Rolle of Hampole had evidently experienced in distinguishing the sex of a baby, or to share in the triumph with which he suggests a solution of the difficulty? For unnethes, 29, is a child born fully that it any begins to yowl and cry, and by that cry men may know then whether it be man or woman, for when it is born it cries swar winking sad smiley. 30. If it be man it says a, that the first letter is of the name, of our forefather Adam. And if the child a woman be, when it is born it says is the first letter and the hood, 31, of the name of Eve that began our dd. 32, but delightful as this is, it is not poetry. In the middle of the 14th century come the notable exceptions of Sir Gawain, the Pearl, and Piers Plowman, but by this time we are already drawing near the era of Chaucer himself. His poor parson dismisses the popular alliterative verse of the day contemptuously enough. I can not jest, ram, rough, by lettre. But perhaps his strictures must not be taken too seriously, as he goes on to say, any, God wot, rym hold I but little better, a sentiment with which we can hardly imagine Chaucer to have been in sympathy. As a matter of fact, the lyric verse which lightens up the 300 years from the Conquest to Chaucer, has a daintiness and grace which show that the poetic sense of England was by no means dead. Summer is ecumen in, Lenten is come with love to town, of one that is so fair and bright, and numberless other songs with which recent anthologies have made everyone familiar are sufficient evidence of this. But these are chance flowers blossoming haphazard beside the dusty highway. One well-beaten track, it is true, does lead us through green glades and meadows enamelled with eye-pleasing flowers to the mysterious depths of enchanted forests haunted by fell enchanters and baleful dragons. But the metrical romances are for the most part more or less direct translations from French originals, and show little that is distinctively English, beyond a tendency to cut the sentiment and come to the story. 33. To French influence also we owe the development of satire. Old Norse and Icelandic poetry abound in instances of dry humor, but the Anglo-Saxon idea of repartee seems, if we may judge by pre-conquest literature, to have consisted chiefly in such grim jests as baking the head of your enemy's son in a pie and inviting the father to dinner. Tenderness, passion, imagination, are to be found in such poems as Beowulf, The Husband's Lament, Judith, but it is not until French wit flashes across English seriousness that we travel to the land of cocaine, where there are rivers great and fine of oil, of milk, honey, and wine. Water serveth therefore nothing save to look at, and for washing, or listen to Hending's shrewd comments on human nature. Many a man saith, were he rich, there should none be me like. 34. To be good and free, but when he hath aught begotten. 35. All the freedom is forgotten and laid underneath. He is free of his horse, that never had one, quoth Hending. The prose of the period is still less inspiring than the poetry. Not even Chaucer discovered that prose writing is an art. Works of any importance were written in Latin, and such English prose as there was, consisted in sermons, lives of the saints, etc. Now and then some author happens upon a telling phrase or an apt illustration, but such instances are few and obviously accidental. French influence was too strong for native literature to put forth any very vigorous shoots of its own, and attempts to force homilies, scientific treatises, and historical records into French rhyme forms led to the production of such dreary works as the Cursa Mundi or Liamon's Brut. By the 14th century, however, Normans and Saxons had long since begun to amalgamate, and the 100 Years' War did much to foster the spirit of patriotism, and thus weld together the conflicting elements of which the nation was composed. Different dialects prevailed in different parts of the country, but they were at least varieties of English, and English was the language of the people as a whole. French, whether of Paris or of Stratford-at-Bow, was learned as a foreign tongue, although as late as the end of the 14th century we still find Gower writing indifferently in Latin, French, and English. It needed only that there should arise an author great enough to establish some one dialect, or combination of dialects, as standard English, and this creation of language from dialect, we owe, among other things, in large measure to Chaucer. London was already the centre of English trade and industry, and the circumstances of its position, which brought its inhabitants into contact with both northerners and southerners, made its dialect particularly suitable for the standard language of the country. Chaucer, as we have seen, was London-born and bred, and wrote naturally in the Cockney dialect, thus helping to establish it as the common speech. The modern reader who turns over the pages of the Ienbite of Inwit or the Ancren Ryle finds himself confronted by what is practically a foreign tongue. It is excusable if he finds even Piers Plowman baffling in places, and has difficulty in construing such passages as, "He was pale as a peely, in the pole's eye he seemed, and clothed in a cory mory, I could it nout discrew, in kirtle and cortelly, and aknyf by his sid, of a frere's froke quer for slews." 36. But Chaucer's English, full as it may be of old and decayed terms, presents few serious difficulties to any ordinary intelligence. We may have to look up a word here and there in the glossary, or find ourselves puzzled by some astronomical or chemical terms, but these are merely by the way, and Chaucer fairly lays claim to the title of father, not only of English poetry, but of modern English. In metre his work is no less remarkable. Professor Skeat, in his introduction to the Oxford edition of Chaucer's works, gives a list of no less than 13 metres which he introduced into English poetry, consisting for the most part of modifications and alterations of French and Italian models. The so-called Chaucerian stanza consists of 7 lines of iambic verse rhyming abubk, e.g., mngthsecchdrnwa with macron swdwssnltl kilgen. SVNYRFA with macron G, THTDA with macron Y by DA with macron YTSCLWA with macron SHSWN, NDKLS, WHRA with macron SHSA with macron GHTHMA with macron GFCRSTSMDR. HA with macron DDEHNSA with macron GSHMWSTA with macron GHT, TKNLE ADN and SYHSA with macron VMRE SHGTHBTHWY. It is a modification of a form used by Boccaccio, and was itself possibly used by Spenser as the basis of his peculiar stanza. Chaucer employs it very largely for narrative purposes, preventing it from becoming monotonous by varying the place of the caesura, and freely adding or suppressing weak syllables when he so desires. Mr. W. Pollard, in his article on Chaucer in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, declares that the English poet borrowed both his stanza and his decasyllabic line from Guillaume de Machaut. The point of the whole matter, however, lies, not in whether Chaucer was indebted to French or Italian sources for his metres, but in the fact that he revealed the latent possibilities of English as a poetic medium. It is usual to divide Chaucer's life into three periods, and to speak of him as successively under French, Italian, and English influence, and although, as Professor Kerr has pointed out, this method is open to some objections, it brings out certain critical points of interest and is worth adhering to for the sake of clearness. French, as we have seen, had long been the dominant influence in English literature. To French erotic poetry we owe the elaborate code of duties owed by husband to wife and lover to mistress, and the whole artificial convention which prescribed unhappy love affairs and revelled in the minute analysis of overstrained emotion. In Poetry and Life, says Ten Brink, fashion required an educated young man, especially one in the service of the court, to fall in love at the earliest opportunity, and, if possible, hopelessly. We have already seen Chaucer obeying this convention in the Book of the Duchess and the Parlement of Fowls, and to these may be added the complaint unto Pight, the complaint to his lady, Mercil's Bute, to Rosemoundy, against women unconstant, an amorous complaint, and Book I, stanza 3 of Troilus and Chrysid. The poet protests so much that it is difficult to believe that he is describing anything more than a lover bewailing his unhappy lot, in the French fashion. Evidently French love poetry appealed strongly to his imagination, for one of his earliest works is a translation of the famous Romance of the Rose. This long, allegorical poem, the original consists of over 22,000 lines, falls into two parts. The first, by Guillaume de Loris, describes the search of the ideal lover for the mystic rose. The hero is admitted by the portress Idleness into a fair garden of flowers, where he finds Sir Mirth, Lady Courtesy, Dame Gladness, and many another gallant and debonair knight and lady. In this garden is the enchanted well of love, in whose depths the lover beholds the image of the rose. He tries to seize it, and finds that a hard struggle lies before him ere he can hope to win the prize of love. Loris left the poem unfinished, and the second part was added by Jean Lemang, a cynic with no very high opinion of women or of love. He introduces a skeptical friend who has a long conversation with the lover in which he points out with extreme clearness the drawbacks of marriage and the frailties of women. The English version of the poem consists of 3 fragments, A, B, and C. It is only 7,696 lines in all, and scholars are divided in opinion as to how much of the translation is actually by Chaucer himself. Professor Saintsbury, in the Cambridge History of Literature, considers that Chaucer is probably the author of A, possibly the author of B, and probably not the author of C. He must, however, have been known as the translator of the later part, for in the prologue to the Legend of Good Women, written about 1385, the god of love scolds the poet severely on the ground, "Thou hast translated the romance of the rose that is an here's against my law." Another early work is the ABC, a hymn in honor of the Virgin, modeled upon a similar poem by Guillaume de Deguillevel. Deguillevel was well known as a devotional writer at the time, and according to Spett, Chaucer's paraphrase was written at the request of Blanche Duchess of Lancaster, as a prayer for her private vse, being a woman in her religion very devout. There is, however, no evidence of this, and Ten Brink believes that the ABC dates from a later period when the poet was passing through a phase of deep religious feeling. Whatever the facts about this particular poem may be, it is interesting to notice that even in these early days Chaucer combined some of the qualities of a satirist with those of an idealist. His first great original work was produced in 1369, when John of Gaunt's beautiful and charming young wife died. The Book of the Duchess makes no pretense to originality of treatment. The poet, after a conventional lament over the conventional hard-heartedness of his mistress, falls into a conventional slumber in the course of which he has a conventional dream that he is following a conventional hunt in a conventional forest. Here he meets a handsome young man of the age of 24 times, and he was clothed all in black. The young man is complaining to himself most piteously, "It was great wonder that nature might suffer any creature to have which saw well and be not deed." The poet is touched by his sorrow, and since they have evidently lost the hunt, he begs the mourner to tell him of his sore ways smert. This opens the way for a long, rambling lament, full of allusions to classical mythology. So involved is it, that the poet finds some difficulty in grasping the point, and cuts into a description of the lady's charms with a puzzled, "Sir, where is she now?" The brief answer, "I have lost more than thou winnest times, she is deed," strikes a note of tragedy which is beyond the scope of the youthful poet as yet. And the elegy ends abruptly with "Is that your loss?" By God it is Routh. 37. The scheme of the poem is simple, the idea is borrowed from French laments, and whole passages are translated from de Machault's L'Edit de la Fontaine à Marius and Remède de la Fortune, but through all the stiffness and conventionality, all the obvious immaturity, there flash unmistakable signs of vigorous and original genius. Every poet of the day finds himself wandering in a forest, but Chaucer alone meets a whelp that fawned me as I stood, that had I followed, and could no good, hit come and creep to me as low, right as hit had me why now. Hiled down his heed and joined his s and lid al smoth down his hears, or notices with tender amusement the many squills that set full high upon the trees, and in her manor made fests. The praises of many fair ladies were sung by troubadour and minstrel, but it would be hard to find another heroine possessed of the gaiety and vigor and charm of Blanche. I saw her dance so comelily, carol and singe so sweetly, laugh and play so womanly, and look so debonairly, so goodly speak and so friendly, that certes I trow that evermore nas sane so blissful at a sore times there with her list so well to live, that dullness was of her adrad. Already Chaucer shows that truth to life, that impatience of artificiality which are to become two of his most striking characteristics. A number of experiments in verse follow. Chaucer had a habit of roughcasting a poem, then leaving it for some time, and eventually using it in a more or less modified form in some later work. The story of Cis and Alcyone, which forms part of the introduction to the Book of the Duchess, originally appears to have been written as a separate poem, and between 1369 and 1379 we find no fewer than 7 works, in prose and poetry, which were afterwards embodied in the Canterbury Tales, the Lyf of Saint Cecil, afterwards used for the Second Nonce Tale, parts of the Monk's Tale, the greater part of the Clerk's Tale, Palamon and Arcite, which forms the basis of the Knight's Tale, the Tale of Melibœus, the Person's Tale, and the Man of Law's Tale. In addition to these come the Complaint to his Lady, an amorous complaint, Womanly Noblesse, Complaint unto Pite, Anelida and Arcite, containing 10 stanzas from Palamon, of the wretched engendering of mankind, a prose translation of Innocent III's De Miseria Humani Conditionis, of which the title alone remains, though fragments of it are used in the Man of Law's Tale, a translation of Boethius's Consolations of Philosophy, the Complaint of Mars, Troilus and Chrysid, words to Adam Scrivane. The former age, fortune. Apart from Troilus and Chrysid and the poems afterwards used in the Canterbury Tales, none of these works are of any great importance in themselves, but in them we see a steady development in technical skill. The verse of the Book of the Duchess is easy and flowing but not distinguished. The Complaint unto Pite shows a freedom and boldness in the use of the French 7-lined stanza which marks a new departure in English versification. Chaucer tries his hand at roundels and ballads, at narrative poetry and love laments, and the result is that he attains a suppleness and melody unknown to his predecessors and unfortunately ignored by his immediate successors. The music of his verse is not the least of his contributions to a literature, whose exponents could placidly remark and trouth of meter I set also acid. For of that art I had as though no guide me to reduce when I went a wrong, I took none had neither of short nor long. Lygate did not begin to write until after Chaucer's death, but the lines quoted above from the Troy book exactly express the point of view of the majority of 14th and 15th century poets. In 1372, as we have seen, Chaucer went to Italy, and the influence of Italian poetry upon him can hardly be exaggerated. Professor Ten Brink believes that the influence of Dante was largely responsible for a sudden quickening and deepening of religious feeling in Chaucer, and he attributes the ABC, the Lyf of Saint Cecil, and the translation of the De Miseria Humani Conditionis to this period. Whether he is right or wrong in this respect, and Professor Skeat dates both the ABC and the Lyf of Saint Cecil before the Italian journey, there can be no question as to Chaucer's profound admiration for the author of the Divina Commedia. The Injocatio ad Mariam which prefaces the Second Nonce Tale is drawn from the concluding canto of the Paradiso, the most striking of all the Monk's tales of him that stood in great prosperity and his wife fallen out of high degree into misery, and endeth wretchedly, is that of Count Hugo of Pisa, which is drawn direct from Canto XXXIII of the Inferno, and it is impossible not to feel that the intense reverence for things holy which underlay all Chaucer's shrewdness and humour, may have been due, at least in part, to the influence of one of the greatest of all religious poets. Of Petrarch he speaks with admiration in the preface to the tale which he borrows from him, but except for a translation of the 88th sonnet which is inserted in Book I of Troilus and Chrysid, under the heading Cantus Troili, there is little evidence of any direct influence. From Boccaccio he borrowed freely, with a royal bettering in the borrowing. Troilus and Chrysid is taken bodily from the Philostrato, though with numerous additions, omissions, alterations, and adaptations. The Knight's Tale is condensed from the 12 books of the Tesside. The idea of the Canterbury Tales is taken from that of the Decameron, though with the very significant difference that whereas Boccaccio's storytellers are all drawn from one class and are shut off from intercourse with the outer world, Chaucer's range from knight to miller, from aristocratic prioress to bourgeois wife of Bath, and the fact of their being on a pilgrimage affords opportunity for incident on the way and for the introduction of fresh characters, thus giving scope for far greater variety and keeping far more closely in touch with actual life. Between 1377 and 1382 he translated Boethius's De Consolation Philosophiae, a work which evidently produced a deep impression upon him. In 1382 Chaucer produced another topical poem. So far he had addressed himself to John of Gaunt, for whom not only the Book of the Duchess, but the scandalous Complaint of Mars is said to have been written. Now he addresses King Richard, and after the fashion of the day clothes in allegorical compliment the story of his wooing of Anne of Bohemia, who had twice before been engaged to other suitors. The wedding festivities lasted over the 14th of February, when Saint Valentine marries every year, the lyric lark, and the grave whispering dove, the sparrow that neglects his life for love, the household bird with the red stomacher, and the opportunity was too good a one to be lost. Chaucer saluted his king and queen in the Parlement of Fowls, which though partially based on the Fablio of Hackline and Eglantine and containing passages from Dante and Boccaccio, is in all essentials a thoroughly original work. The poet, as usual, falls asleep and has a dream. He is taken by Scipio Africanus. He had just been reading the Somnium Scipianis, to the gate of a park which he is told none but the servants of love may enter. Although he himself is but dull and has lost the taste of love, he is permitted to see what passes in order that he may describe it, and is led into a beautiful garden in which many fair ladies, such as Beauty and Gelite, are disporting themselves under the eye of Cupid. A number of women are dancing round a temple of brass, before whose door Dame Pease sat with a curtain in her hand. A long description of the temple and its occupants, Venus, Bacchus, Ceres, etc., follows, and the poet then passes once more into the open air where, in a lawn d. 38, Upon a hill of flowers he finds the noble goddess Nature, who has sent for every bird to come and choose its mate in honor of Saint Valentine. Upon her hand she holds a formal, 39, eagle, of Shap the gentilest, 40, that ever she among her workies fond. Nature calls upon the royal eagle to make first choice, and he, with head inclined and with full humble chere, at once chooses the bird upon her hand. Before the formal eagle has summoned up sufficient courage to give her answer, another tercel eagle spark anon, of lower kindy, and said, "That shall not be, I love her bet than ye do, by Saint John." And hardly has he finished when a third eagle puts forward his claim. The various birds are called upon for their advice, and after a great deal of chattering and confusion, Nature finally decrees that the choice is to lie with the formal eagle herself. She modestly begs for a year's respite in which to make up her mind, and the Parliament is adjourned. But first were chosen fowls for to singe, as year by year was always her usaunce to singe a roundel at her departing to do Nature honour and pleasaunce, and the whole ends with the charming roundel, "Now welcome summer with thy son soft." The poem has a freshness and tenderness which its conventional setting cannot conceal, and the humour of the conversation among the worm-fowl, waterfowl, and seed-fowl, must have been even more delightful than it is today if, as has been suggested, the fool cuckow, the waker goose, the popinjay, full of delicacy, and the rest were easily recognizable portraits of contemporary courtiers. The parliament of fowls was followed by the whoos of fame. Here again Chaucer makes use of the conventional stock in trade of medieval poets. We have the dream, the strings of proper names drawn from Ovid and Virgil and the Bible, the constant moralizations, the temple to which the dreamer is guided, the use of allegory and symbol, all of which are common property. The influence of Dante is evident, and shows itself in detail as well as in the conception of the whole. The method of beginning each book with an invocation, the exact marking of the date on which the poem was begun, the steep rock, the description of the house of rumour, and numerous other points are borrowed direct from the Divina Commedia, while there is no need to emphasize the obvious resemblance between the general plan of Dante's great poem and the whoos of fame. Professor Skeat even goes so far as to suggest that Lygate is referring to the whoos of fame when he speaks of a poem of Chaucer's as Dante in English. The poem is divided into 3 books. Book I opens with a discussion of dreams in general, what causes them and what weight should be attached to them, why that is a vision and this a revelation. This is followed by an invocation to the god of sleep, and then comes the vision itself. The poet falls asleep on the 10th day of December, and dreams that he is in a temple of glass. On a tablet on the wall is engraved the history of Dawn Ennius, and its recital occupies almost the whole of the book. When the poet has seen this sight, he passes out of the temple and finds himself in a desert place, without any town, or house, or tree or bush, or gra, or cred. 41, Lond. Times any I know main a creature that is why formed by nature any saw. Terrified by the strangeness and loneliness of the place, he casts his eyes towards heaven, praying to be saved, fro phantom and illusion, and as he looks upwards he becomes aware of a wonderful eagle with feathers of gold, flying towards him. Book 2 opens with further remarks on dreams, and a declaration that no one, not even Isaiah or Scipio or Nebuchadnezzar, ever had such a dream as this. The story then continues. The eagle swoops down upon the poet and catches him up in his grim paws strong, me carrying in his claws stark as lightly as I were a lark. Dazed and astonished, Chaucer almost loses consciousness, till he is recalled to life by the eagle, with man's voice bidding him, "Awake and be not so aghast for shame," and adding in a well-meant attempt to cheer him up, "Saint Marie, thou art noyous for to carry. 42. He is then told that as a reward for his long and faithful service of Cupid, without good never yet, Jove has decreed that he is to be taken to the house of fame, to do the disport and game, in recompensation of labor and devotion. In Fame's palace he will hear more wonders in 2 hours than there are grains of corn in a granary. For every sound made upon earth, thick it were piped of a mouse, rises up there, multiplied and increased." Having concluded a learned disquisition on the properties of air, water, and sound, which he explains, he has kindly simplified in order to bring it within the grasp of a lewd, 43, man. The eagle bears the poet through the stars and past all manner of airish bests until they reach the house of fame. Here Chaucer is set upon his feet, much to his relief, and is told to enter. He is further warned that every sound which rises from earth may be not only heard but seen, since it takes the form of whatever made it. Book 3 opens with an invocation to Apollo. The poet then climbs the steep rock of ice on which the palace stands, noticing as he passes the names of famous men cut in the ice and rapidly thawing away in the sun. At the summit is a wonderful castle of beryl stone, and all round it crowd, all manner of minstrels and gestures, 44. That tellen tales both of weaping and of game, of all that longeth unto fame. Amongst these are all the famous harpers and singers of old days, and close by stand, hem that maken bloody sound in trump, bim, 45, and clarion. A curiously carved gate gives admission to the castle, and entering, Chaucer finds a large number of knights at arms pouring out of a great hall. The hall itself is plated half a foot thick of gold, and set with precious stones. Here the Lady Fame sits on a throne, her feet resting on earth and her head touching the heavens. The 9 muses sing her praises eternally, and on either side of her are pillars on which stand the historian Josephus and the poets Statius, Homer, Virgil, Ovid, Lucan, and Claudian. The Halley was alful wis, of hem that write an oldie gestes, as ben on trees rokes nests. Suddenly a great noise is heard, and there bursts into the hall a multitude of people of every race and every condition come to prefer their requests to fame. Some beg that thou grant us now good fame, and let our work ease hand that name, in full recompensation of good work, give us good renown. Others said mercy, lady dear. To tell certain, as it is, we hand on neither that any this but yidel our lyfyb. But, Nathiels, yet pray we, that we mo han so good a fame and great renown and known name, as they that han done nobel gestes, others, but certain they were wonder few cried certes, Lady bright, we han done well with all our might, but we any kepen have no fame. Hyd our work ease and our name, for God's love. For certes we han certain doen hit for bounty and for no manner other thing. Their requests are granted or refused with absolute capriciousness. Fame is attended by Aeolus, who according to her direction blows a black trumpet called slander, or a golden clarion called clear lauder, clear praise, and these trumpets are used as the whim takes her. Evil men have good fame, and good men are slandered, or on the other hand, both receive their deserts without any reason except fame's good pleasure. As Chaucer stands watching the endless procession, a man approaches him and asks if he too has come to receive fame. The poet hastily protests against any such desire, and explains that he has come for tidings, other this or that of love, or switch things glade. The stranger bids him follow him to another place, and leads him to an house, that domestidally, that laborintus clept is. It is made of sticks and twigs and continually spins round, and there outcome so great a noise that, had it stonden upon oise, men might hit han heard easily to roam, I trow sickly. Times, and on the roof men may yet seen 1,000 holes, and well mo, to litten well the sound outgo. This is the house of rumour, to which come tidings of wear, of peace, of marriages, of rest, of labour, of voyages, 46, of abode, 47, of death, of life, of love, of hate, accord, of strife, etc. Here Chaucer meets the eagle again, who tells him that he is once more prepared to become his guide, and without more ado seizes him between his tune and puts him in through the window. The house is full of people all busy whispering in each other's ears. One noon had heard a thing, why wis, he come forth to another wight, and gan him tellen, a noon right, the same that to him was told, or hit a furlong way was old, but gan so much for to esh to this tiding in this spesh more than hit ever was. And not so soon departed nas that he fro him, that he any meet with the thrid, and or he let any stoundy, 48, he told him else, were the tidings sooth or false, yet wold he tell hit natheless. Out of the windows fly lies and truths, jostling each other, and fame decides which shall prevail. Shipmen and pilgrims, pardoners and messengers, crowd into the house with boxes crammed with marvelous stories. In one corner of the great hall men are telling love stories. The poet goes to listen to these. Here, just when the climax appears to be in sight, the poem breaks off in the middle of a sentence. Remarkable as it is, full of humour and shrewd observation, and with signs of Chaucer's genius for narrative, it is not in his most characteristic vein. Troilus and Chrysid had already given promise of genius of a very different order, and it is possible that Chaucer himself grew weary of the smooth monotony of his own verse, and felt within him a growing impulse to produce something more human and more vivid. The Who's of Fame is an almost perfect example of a type of poem whose popularity was to continue undiminished for another century and more. It was imitated again and again, and a comparison between it and such works as Lygate's Temple of Glass is sufficient to show the difference between genius and talent, even when genius in working with not wholly congenial material. If Chaucer's reputation rested upon the Book of the Duchess, the Parlement of Fowls, the Who's of Fame, and the Legend of Good Women, a few scholars would know and appreciate his work, and anthologies would probably make the majority of readers acquainted with a few carefully chosen extracts, but he would have done little or nothing to break down the literary conventions of his day. It would need a keen eye to discern in these the dawn of a new era, without the light thrown upon them by Troilus and Chrysid and the Canterbury Tales. The Legend of Good Women is said by Lygate to have been written at the Queen's request. The general plan is taken from Boccacio's De Claris Mulieribus, and Chaucer also translates freely from the Heroids and the Metamorphoses of Ovid. The interest of the poem lies in the prologue, which consists of nearly 600 lines, and of which there are two distinct versions. The poet describes how in the spring he goes out into the fields to worship the daisy, and he gives a long and poetical description of this imperis and flower of floresal. That night he sleeps in a little arbor in his garden, and in a dream he sees the god of love leading by the hand a queen clothed in green and gold and of surpassing beauty. Here follows a ballad in her praise. A rout of ladies now appears, and they all kneel down and sing the praise of their queen. The poet kneels among them, but presently the god of love catches sight of him and declares that he is a traitor and heretic, for he has translated the Romance of the Rose, that is an heresy against my law, and has also written of the fickleness of Cressida. Why noldest thou as well hand sid goodness of women, as thou hast sid wickedness? The queen, who is none other than Alcestis, intercedes for him, reminding the irate god that the poet is also the author of the Book of the Duchess, the Parlement of Fowls, the story of Palamon and Arcite, to say nothing of many an yumpen for your holidays. 49, and the Lyf of Saint Cecil. She therefore begs that he may be forgiven, and in token of true contrition he shall spend the most part of his time in making of a glorious legendy of good women, maidens and wives, that weren true in love in all her lives. The legends which follow are the result of this command, and the definition of virtue given above accounts for the inclusion of such good women as Cleopatra and Mede. The plan of the poem necessarily involved sameness of treatment. Chaucer grew tired of his heroines, and of the 20 legends which he seems to have planned, only 9 were written. The stories of Cleopatra, Thisbe, Dido, Hypsipyle and Mede, Lucretia, Ariadne, Philomela, Phyllis, and Hypermnestra, are strung together somewhat perfunctorily. As the names show, they are all drawn from Latin authors, but with the usual freedom of a medieval translator, Chaucer does not hesitate to alter the originals to suit his purpose. He wishes to show the torments and constancy of love's martyrs, and without scruple he blackens the characters of Jason and Inez and Theseus, in order to bring out the virtues of Mede, Dido, and Ariadne, the legends show little of the humour and freshness of Chaucer's other poems. Occasionally a description of the lover's passion recalls some similar passage in Troilus and Chrysid, and the mere fact that the interest centers in emotion rather than action is in itself of importance. But Hercules, in the legend of Hypsipyle, is a poor substitute for Pandarus, and the perpetual recurrence of the love motif tends to weaken its effect. The two versions of the prologue show many interesting points of difference. Mention has already been made of the supposed intervention of the Queen, through which Chaucer obtained permission to appoint a deputy to assist him in his office work. It is supposed that this incident must have occurred after the writing of the first prologue and before the writing of the second, for while the whole poem is written in Queen Anne's honor, the second prologue contains numerous passages expressing the poet's gratitude and affection, which are not found in the first. She is, of all flowers flower, fulfilled of all virtue and honor. Times she is the clearness and the very light that in this dark world me wint and ledeth. Times for as the sun wall the fyr disdain. 50. So passeth all my lady sovereign, that is so good, so fair, so debonair, I pray to God that ever fallay her fair. Another striking change in the second version is the omission of certain too explicit lines in which the poet had dared to set forth the duties of kings towards their subjects. Part of this wise advice still remains, but evidently Chaucer found it dangerous to call Richard's attention to the necessity for hearing his people's petitions and complaints, and the later version contents itself with a more general statement that kings should not be like tyrants of Lombardy that han no reward but at tyranny. It is also noteworthy that several words which appear in their older form in the first version are modernized in the second, e.g. in the first line scythes becomes tims, so that it is possible to see the language in actual process of development. Chaucer's last and greatest work, the Canterbury Tales, was begun in 1386, though as has been shown, certain isolated tales, or rough sketches for tales, were already in existence, and the composition continued till 1389, when it, like so many of his other poems, was left unfinished. A number of fugitive pieces and lyrics also date from about this time, as does the prose treatise on the astrolabe written for his little son, Lewis. The popularity of Chaucer's poetry is shown not only by repeated references to him as master and teacher, made by his immediate successors, but by the entire Chaucer Apocrypha which soon sprang into being. Some genuine works of his, such as the Book of the Lion, this very probably was no more than a translation of Machault's Le Dit du Lion, have been lost, but to make up for this a number of poems have been attributed to him, some of which were not written until years after his death. Subjoined is a list of the more important of these, with the names of the real authors in cases where scholars have succeeded in tracing them. The Testament of Love. Thomas Uske, D. 1386. La Belle Dame sans Messie. Sir R. Ross, 15th century. The Cuckoo and the Nightingale, sometimes called the Book of Cupid, God of Love. Sir Thomas Clanvo. The Flower and the Leaf, the Assembly of Ladies. Considered by some scholars to be the work of the same hand. Both purport to be written by a woman. The Court of Love. The Second Merchant's Tale, or the Tale of Boin, containing a preliminary account of the Pardoner's adventures in Canterbury. The Complaint of the Black Knight. Ligate. The Tale of Gamelin. This poem is included among the MSS. of the Canterbury Tales. Professor Ten Brink suggests that Chaucer may have intended to work it up into the Yeoman's Tale. The Letter of Cupid. Occleve. Chapter 3. Chaucer's treatment of his sources. The sin of plagiary is a development of modern civilization. To medieval authors, as to Elizabethan, the interest of a story lay in the telling, and while plot was of first-rate importance, the same plot could quite well be used indifferently by any number of writers. Indeed, they did not hesitate to go even further and to form a patchwork of scraps taken from different authors, so that the plot may be drawn from one poet, fragments of the dialogue from another, and descriptive or reflective passages from a third, and yet the whole may be justly reckoned the work of the compiler. In the Parlement of Fowls, for instance, Chaucer takes the idea of the whole from a current fablio, the first 84 lines from Cicero's Somnium Scipionis, 3 distinct passages from Dante, the description of the garden from Boccaccio, and lines 95 to 105 from Claudian, and yet the originality of the whole is incontestable. It is a noteworthy fact that he tries his hand at almost every form of poetry popular in his day. He writes romances, lives of the saints, homilies, allegorical poems, topical satire, love songs, and fablios, and in every case he borrows wherever he sees anything likely to suit his purpose. He alters and adds and omits as he sees fit, yet it is only necessary to compare a story, that of Constance, for instance, as told by him, with the same as told by any other poet of the day, to see why it is impossible for a genius to be a plagiarist. Chaucer's treatment of romance is particularly characteristic. As has been said, the medieval romance is the most intrinsically interesting literary development of the period from the Conquest to Chaucer. Very roughly speaking, romances may be said, apart from allegorical works such as the Romance of the Rose, to fall into 2 classes, those, such as Guy of Warwick, or Sir Forum Bras, in which adventure and action form the chief interest, and those, such as Aucassin and Nicolette, or Floris and Blancheflot, in which the stress is laid on emotion. In both cases the action is usually set in motion by the hero's desire to ingratiate himself with his lady, but in the one he rides off in quest of renown that may make him worthy to aspire to her hand, and probably does not see her again for years. In the other, though he may perform doughty deeds for her sake, he may even go so far as to refuse battle unless he may have his sweet love, and much space is devoted to the description of his sighs and tears. In both, the emotion is perfectly simple and straightforward. The knight wishes for the lady's hand and fights or sulks, as the case may be, until he gets it, but in the former type there is scope for indefinite digressions and interminable adventures, while the latter, at all events in England, is apt to be shorter. Occasionally some opening is given for a more complex treatment of character, but as a rule the opportunity is ignored. Guy, when he returns to Phyllis after many years of adventure, lives with her only 40 days. Then he becomes pensive and downcast, for it occurs to him how he had done many a man woe, and slain many a man with his hand, burnt and destroyed many a land, and all was for woman's love, and not for God's sake above, and he leaves her forever, that he may give himself to penance and fight for the glory of God. Here is a fine opportunity for tragic emotion, but although we are told that Phyllis thinks of killing herself, the whole episode is so perfunctorily related and the purpose of it is so evidently to provide occasion for fresh adventures that it is impossible to feel the slightest sympathy with either husband or wife. In Sir Gawain and the Green Knight the remorse of Gawain after he has failed to keep his word is finely suggested, but the whole poem is far in advance of most romances of the period, and even here the magic setting rather detracts from the human interest. It is impossible to feel that it is a fair fight when one of the combatants can be beheaded without inconvenience to himself. The magic castles and enchanted swords, the dragons and sorcerers of medieval romance have a fascination of their own, but it is the fascination of sheer storytelling, not of character study. The love romances might naturally be expected to show evidence of a more analytical mind, but the feelings they describe are too obviously conventional to be very convincing. And though there is an undeniable charm in works of this sort, there is an equally undeniable sameness. Their strength lies, not in dramatic force of emotion, but in daintiness of description. Nicolette escaping from her turret chamber, with her skirts kilted behind and before for fear of the dew, Floris borne to Blancheflot's chamber in a basket of flowers, are pictures which can never lose their freshness, but we grow weary of the perpetual swoons and tears of every lover, and the small variety of characters introduced, the fact that practically all belong to the same class and are distinguishable only as villains or heroes, base enchantresses or noble ladies, intensifies the monotony. To this must be added the dreary jingle of the verse, which almost invariably consists of short, rhyming couplets, the lines constantly having to be eked out by expletives and meaningless monosyllables. Chaucer showed himself fully alive at once to the possibilities and the absurdities of the romance. In The Knight's Tale we have an excellent example of the romance of adventure. It is based upon Borchiccio's Tesside, but while the Tesside is an epic in 12 books, The Knight's Tale consists of only 2,250 lines. The poet who set out to write a romance seems as a rule to have had no sense either of time or of unity. The hero sets out on his travels and in the first forest glade he comes to, meets a stranger knight. The two at once joust. After unheard of prowess the hero unhorses the stranger and unlaces his visor. The strange knight no sooner recovers his senses than he sets to work to relate his totally irrelevant adventures, and the reader is lucky if in the course of those adventures the still more irrelevant life story of some other knight is not introduced. Not till some hundreds of lines have been thus occupied do we come back to the original hero who has all this while been left in the glade. The Teesside, as has been said, is an epic rather than a romance, and its 12 books afford scope for such episodes as the war of Theseus with the Amazons, his marriage with Hippolyta, the obsequies of those who fall in the combat between Palamon and Arcite, etc., etc. Chaucer in turning epic into romance has shown an extraordinary power of condensation. The conventional romance writer seems to have had no idea of proportion, no conception that one incident could be of more importance than another, or that it could be necessary to slur over one episode and concentrate on another. In The Knight's Tale, Chaucer shows the instinct of the true storyteller. The account of the war with the Amazons and Theseus' marriage, which occupies 2 books of the Teesside, is reduced to 12 lines, which briefly tell us the bare facts. Theseus and Hippolyta are kept in the background throughout, that the figures of Palamon, Arcite, and Emily may stand out the more clearly. The story moves steadily and rapidly, without a single digression. Occasionally, indeed, a little more explanation would be welcome. Who, for instance, was the friend by whose aid Palamon broke prison after 7 weary years? Was it the gaoler's daughter, as the 2 noble kinsmen would have us believe, or did his servant bribe a physician to help him, as the Teesside relates? Chaucer merely whets our curiosity by stating that he drugged the gaoler, and hurries on to describe his meeting with Arcite. It is this very speed, this close knitting of the story, which marks it out from other poems of the kind. The characterization is slight. Palamon and Arcite might well be, not cousins but twins, so closely do they resemble each other. Emily, sweet and gracious as she is, scarcely seems more than a fair vision of girlhood. Only now and then, as in the thumbnail sketch of the crowd watching the knights assemble for the tourney, or in some sudden aside, such as his comment on Arcite's death, his spirit changed whose, and went there, as I can never, I can not tellen where, do we catch a glimpse of Chaucer's shrewd observation and dry humor. He is learning how to tell a tale, and for the moment his interest lies in the telling. In Troilus and Chrysid, his method is very different. Here he is dealing with a love romance, and he does not hesitate to dwell at length upon the sufferings and emotions of his hero and heroine. About a third of the whole work is actual paraphrase or translation of Borchiccio's Philostrato. Book 4 contains a lengthy extract from Boethius, and certain passages are drawn from Guido del Colon, but the Philostrato forms the basis of the whole. This being so, the first thing we notice is that whereas in The Knight's Tale Chaucer has very considerably cut down his original, here he has enlarged it, for the 5,704 lines of Borchiccio's poem have become 8,329 in the English version. Further, he has taken considerable liberties with the characters themselves. Troilus is in many respects a conventional enough hero. He falls in love with Cressida at first sight and at once despairs of winning her. Handsome, brave, and resolute, he is well fitted to gain the love of any woman, but such is his modesty that he is incapable of helping himself and can do nothing more to the purpose than sit on his bed and groan. The unnecessary mystery made by the lovers, the endless difficulties which they put in their own way, are quite in keeping with the spirit of the age, though even here Chaucer shows a skill in characterization which almost makes us forget to be impatient with his hero's helplessness. Cressida, while she too has much in common with the conventional heroine of romance, has much that is peculiarly her own. She is beautiful and tender and clinging, as a heroine should be, but her shallow little character has an individuality of its own. It will be treated more fully in a later chapter. Here it is sufficient to say that Chaucer transforms the mature woman of Borchiccio's poem into a timid girl, whose youth and inexperience appeal to our pity and make it impossible to judge her harshly. But the most important and characteristic change which Chaucer makes in the story is in the character of Pandarus. Instead of the gay young cousin of Troilus, he gives us the vulgar, gossiping, good-natured old uncle of Cressida, an utterly unimaginative and prosaic person who plays with the fires of passion as ignorantly and light-heartedly as the nurse in Romeo and Juliet. Not only is the character of Pandarus of interest in itself, but its creation and its introduction into a poem of this type marks a new development in literature, the study of the commonplace. Hitherto, though some rare flash of humor might for an instant lighten the pages of the love romance and give us such an episode as that of the herd boy in Aucassin and Nicolette, it was but a flash. The interest was concentrated in the hero and heroine, and though some faithful servant or lady-in-waiting might assist their lovers, it would have been regarded as undignified in the extreme to give prominence to such a character. Chaucer flings dignity to the winds. What he cares for is truth to life, and already he has made the great discovery that certain persons are not told off by nature to be unhappy and certain others to be amusing, but that a perfectly commonplace and ordinary individual may play a part in tragedy without even realizing what tragedy is. He studies a man, not because he is unusual, but just because he is the kind of person to be met with any day, and by using Pandarus as a foil he prevents the high-flown emotion of the lovers from becoming absurd or monotonous. Chaucer evidently realized to the full the attractiveness and the dramatic possibilities of this form of literature, but at the same time his eyes were open to its shortcomings. In the Skier's Tale we have a typical romance in which love, magic, and adventure are all blended together. It has the true medieval air of having all eternity in which to tell its story. It begins with an account of King Cambinscan, his two sons Algasif and Camballo, and his daughter Canis, and the coming of the magic gifts, the steed of brass which will carry its rider whithersoever he desires, the mirror which shows if any adversity is about to befall its owner, the ring which enables its wearer to understand the speech of the birds and also gives knowledge of the healing properties of all herbs, and the sword whose edge will cut through any armor and the flat of whose blade will cure the wound so made. Any one of these would in itself be sufficient to furnish forth a tale, and when we find them heaped together with so lavish a hand at the very beginning, we know what to expect. 304 of the Squire's 361 lines are occupied with the apparently irrelevant story of the lovelorn falcon and the faithless tercelet. Even this is not ended. Canis uses her knowledge of simples for the poor hawk's benefit, and cures its wounds and swears to redress its wrongs. But having got thus far, the narrator draws breath and then plunges into a list of further episodes with which he intends to deal. Thus let I Canis her hawk keeping, I will no more as now speak of her ring, till it cometh to purpose for to sayn how that this falcon gat her love again repentant, as the story telleth us. Times, but henceforth I will my proceeds hold to speak of adventures and of battles, that never yet was heard so great marvels. First will I tell you of Cambinsken, that in his time many a sight he won, and after will I speak of Algasif, how that he won Theodora to his wife. For whom full oft in great peril he was, any had he been holpen by the steed of brass, and after will I speak of Cambelow that fought in lists with the brethren to for Canacee, that he might her win, and there I left I will again begin. It is here that the Franklin breaks in, and in the most courteous and charming manner succeeds in checking the story, of which the pilgrims have evidently had as much as they want, and in skilfully leading up to his own tale. Nothing could give a more vivid impression of youth and exuberance than the Squire's naive enjoyment of the marvelous adventures which he describes. The story is exactly suited to the teller, and his sublime unconsciousness of the fact that anyone else can possibly find it long or quail before the prospect of a tale which bids fair to last all the way to Canterbury and back, is just what we should expect of this lusty bachelor with Lockheed's Krull, 51, as they were lid in press. Of 20 year of age he was, I jest times embrouded, 52, was he, as it were a mead ale full of fresh flowers, white and reed. Singing he was, or floiting, 53, all the day, he was as fresh as is the month of May. No wonder he tells of enchanted steeds and magic rings, of joust and tourney. And in showing the charm and youthfulness of the Squire, Chaucer also contrives to show us the charm, and we might almost add the youthfulness, of the popular romance. It is difficult to believe that the Squire's tale was left unfinished by chance. The manner in which it is cut short not only lights up the characters of the Squire and the Franklin in a manner eminently characteristic of Chaucer, but also gently satirizes the long-windedness and absurdity of the romance writers, and that Chaucer was keenly alive to their faults is shown by the rollicking burlesque of Certhipes. The Squire's tale forms, as it were, a halfway house between the serious treatment of romance in Troilus and Chrysid and the Knight's Tale, and the pure parody of Chaucer's own tale of mirth. Certhipes parodies not only the matter but the manner of the romance writers. It out-herds Herod in the intolerable jingle of its verse and the absurdity of its extra syllables, while the adventures of Certhipes and the Fairy Queen prove too much even for the pilgrims, ready as they are to be interested in a story of any kind. Sir Thapes wexa dotty swain, whyt was his face as pain demain, 54, his lips red as rose, his road, 55, is like scarlet in grain, and I you tell in good certain he had a seemly nose, drones the poet, and no wonder after bearing a couple of 100 lines, the host breaks in with, no more of this, for God's dignity times myn saken of thy drasty, 56, spesh, now switcher rym the divli by tesh. This may well be rym dodgeral quod he. Considerations of space make it impossible to take in detail Chaucer's treatment of all his various sources. Like Shakespeare, he rarely troubles to invent a plot for himself, and Professor Skeat's table shows but one of all the Canterbury Tales for which no original has yet been found. In the brief consideration of his treatment of romance as a whole, 2 points stand out conspicuously: in the first place his skill in simple narration, and in the second his interest in action as revealing character rather than for its own sake. In the Canterbury Tales he shows greater certainty in the delineation of character, greater readiness to trust to his readers' discrimination. Instead of describing characters at length, he gives us an occasional comment, or leaves us to see for ourselves the meaning of some significant action, and the consequence is that every addition or omission that he makes is worthy of careful attention. 3 typical instances may be taken as illustrating his method: the man of law's tale, the non-priest's tale, and the story of Count Hugo of Pisa in the monk's tale. The story of Constance is taken from the Anglo-Norman Chronicle of Nicholas Trivett. Trivett's version, which is in prose, is considerably longer than Chaucer's. It begins, undramatically, by speaking of the virtue and prosperity of Maurice, a very gracious youth, and wondrously strong for his age, and wise and sharp of wit. According to the history of the Saxons aforesaid, he was the son of Constance, the daughter of Tiberius, by a king of the Saxons, Al. 57, thus doing away with all suspense as to Constance's fate, and showing at the outset that the story is to have a happy ending. The chronicle then goes on to lay stress on the learning of the princess, who was instructed not only in the Christian faith but also in the 7 sciences, logic, physics, morals, astronomy, geometry, music, and perspective, 58, and in various tongues. When she was 13, there came to her father's court certain Saracen merchants, and Constance, hearing of the rich merchandise they had brought, went down to inspect it and to question them concerning their land and creed. Finding that they were heathen, she at once proceeded to convert them, and such was her eloquence that before returning to their own land, they were all baptized. Nor were they content with this, for on their arrival in Saracen land, they began to preach the new doctrine. The Sultan sent for them, that his wise men might rebuke them, but they refuted the arguments of the heathen, and then began to praise the maid Constance, who had converted and fully instructed them, for very high and noble wit and wisdom, and great marvelous beauty, and gentleness, and nobleness of blood. So deep an impression did they make on their lord that he was greatly overcome with love for the maiden and promptly dispatched these same merchants, and with them a heathen admiral, to demand her in marriage. Tiberius sent back the messengers with great honor, giving his consent if his prospective son-in-law on his part would agree to become a Christian. And the admiral, before the Sultan and all his council, vowed himself to the Christian faith, if the Sultan should consent. The impatient lover soon agreed, and Constance accordingly set sail for Saracen land under escort of a cardinal bishop, and a cardinal priest, with a great number of clergy, and a senator of Rome, with noble chivalry and great and rich array, and with a great number of Christians who went thither, some on pilgrimage, others to take possession of Jerusalem. The Sultan's mother, seeing her religion in danger, determined to rid the land of these invaders. Having made a covenant with 700 Saracens, who swore to aid her, she invited all the Christians to a great feast, professing that she herself desired to embrace their religion. At a given signal the 700 Saracens fell upon the unarmed guests, and of the whole number there escaped but 3 young men and Constance herself. The Sultan, the admiral, and the other converts were involved in the general massacre. The 3 young men fled to Rome, where they told the emperor that his daughter had perished with the rest. Constance, having refused to renounce her faith, for no fair promise of wealth or honor, nor for any threat of punishment or death, is set adrift in an open boat, with provision enough to last her for 3 years, and also with all the treasure which she had brought with her as a bride. For 3 whole years she drifts about on the great ocean. Then, in the 8th month of the 4th year, God, who steered the ship of the holy man Noah in the great flood, sent a favorable wind, and drove the ship to England, under a castle in the kingdom of Northumberland, near Humber. Elder, the warden of the castle, goes down to ask her of her condition. And she answered him in Saxon, as one who was learned in divers languages, as is aforesaid. The good warden receives her hospitably, and his wife Hermingild becomes so enamored of the maiden that nothing could happen to her that she would not do according to her will. Then follows the conversion of Hermingild and Elder, owing to a miracle wrought by Constance upon a blind man. Elder tells Earl, King of Northumberland, of the wonderful maiden at his castle, and Earl is about to visit her when dire distress falls upon the 3 friends. A felon knight, to whose suit Constance has turned a deaf ear, murders Hermingild and contrives that suspicion shall fall upon Constance. Elder cannot believe her capable of such treachery, whereupon the accuser swears upon the Gospels and upon his baptism, which he had already lately received, that Constance is the criminal. Scarcely had he ended the word, when a closed hand, like a man's fist, appeared before Elder and all who were present, and smote such a blow on the nape of the felon's neck, that both his eyes flew out of his head, and his teeth out of his mouth, and the felon fell smitten down to the earth. And thereupon a voice said in the hearing of all, Against Mother Church thou art laying a scandal, this hast thou done, and I have held my peace. On Earl's arrival the felon is condemned to death, and so struck is the king by what has passed that he is himself baptized, and then marries Constance. 6 months later he is called away by a border raid. During his absence the queen is delivered of a fair boy, and letters are sent to the king to tell him the good news. Once again, however, Constance is unfortunate enough to possess a mother-in-law who hates her, for she had great disdain that King Earl had, for the love of a strange woman whose lineage was unknown to him, forsaken his former religion. The messenger rests at her house at Nearispara, and the Queen Mother gives him an evil drink, and then alters his letters, telling King Earl that his wife is an evil spirit in the form of a woman, whereto witnesseth the child born of her, which resembles not a human form, but a cursed form hideous and doleful. With rare justice and self-restraint Earl writes back to his lords, bidding them take no steps against the Queen or her child until he himself can return and inquire into the matter. Again the foolish messenger stays the night at Nearispara, and again the Queen Mother tampers with the letters. Under the king's seal she writes to the lords and bids them set Constance and her child adrift in an open boat, that she may leave the land in like manner that she came to it. The king's word is obeyed, and amidst the lamentations and tears of all the people Constance is put on board a ship without sail or any device. The ship is driven to the coast of Spain, where a certain heathen admiral befriends her. His seneschal, a renegade knight named Thoulouse, persuades Constance that he wishes to repent of his sins and return to the Christian faith, and prays her to take him with her, that he may come to a land of Christians. Once alone with her, he reveals his true purpose. Constance begs him to look out and see if there is no land in sight, and then comes privily behind his back and thrusts him into the sea. Meanwhile Earl, having discovered his mother's treachery, puts her to death, and vows never to marry again. Constance is eventually rescued by mariners and brought to Rome. She learns that her father has avenged her supposed death upon the Saracens, but instead of revealing her identity she lives for 12 years with a noble couple called Arsenius and Helen. At the end of that time Earl visits Rome, and Constance's son, Maurice, is invited to be present at the feast in his honor. Constance bids the youth make a point of serving the King of England. Earl, struck by Maurice's likeness to Constance, inquires what his origin may be, and by this means recovers his wife and child. Tiberius proclaims Maurice his heir and companion in the empire. Constance returns to England with her husband, but 6 months later, hearing that her father is dying, she comes back to Rome, where she herself dies a year later. The story is worth telling in some detail because it shows how closely Chaucer keeps to his original when it suits his purpose. The man of law does not alter a single point of any importance. He makes no attempt to soften down the improbabilities of the story or reduce the miraculous element. After all, he is himself going on a pilgrimage to the wonder-working shrine of Saint Thomas à Becket, and shrewd man of the world as he is, there is nothing in the history of Constance to strain his credulity. But whereas in Trivit the characters are mere lay figures set up to illustrate the power of Christianity and the evil fate which befalls the opponents of Mother Church, In Chaucer they have an individuality of their own. Instead of alienating our sympathy at the outset by insisting on the learning and missionary enterprise of a child of 13, Chaucer omits all this and follows the more natural path of making the foreign chapmen so struck by the good report which they hear of the emperor's daughter, that having once seen her, and proved her beauty for themselves, when after their custom they go to tell the Soldan what wonders they have met with on their travels, they in turn inflame his imagination by their description. The brief dialogue between Constance and her father, when the marriage has been arranged, is Chaucer's own interpolation, and its note of despair prepares us for what is to follow. Alas! Unto the Barbara nation, 59, I most anon, sin that it is your will, but Christ, that staff, 60, for our redemption so yev me grace his hestes, 61, to fulfill, I, recchia woman, no force though I spill, 62, women are born to thraldom and penance, and to ben under man's governance. Here we have no priggish and self-righteous virgin setting forth with smug self-satisfaction to convert Saracen land, but a lonely, timid girl, whose heart misgives her at the thought of leaving her parents and going to meet an unknown husband. Equally vivid and effective is Chaucer's picture of the Soldan's wicked mother, who not only professes readiness to accept baptism herself but advises her fellow conspirators to do the same on the ground, cold water shall not grieve us but a light, 63, and adds with savage humor that by the time she has done with her son's wife, she shall have need to wash hoary the reed, thig she a fontful water with her lead. The marriage festivities are passed over lightly, and then comes a characteristic interpolation which Chaucer borrows from quite a different source, i.e. from innocent threesta miseria humani conditionis, o sodain woe. That ever art success hour to worldly bliss, sprained, 64, with bitterness, thnd of the joy of our worldly labor, woe occupieth the fyn of our gladness. 65, Herc this concile for thy sickness, upon thy glad day have in thy mind the unwa woe or harm that canth behindi. Then come a few brief words describing the massacre and Constance's unhappy fate, followed by the beautiful prayer of Constance when she finds herself alone on the salt sea of which no trace at all is to be found in Trivet. Here the poet breaks off to discuss the miraculous element in the story. Nothing is more characteristic of Chaucer than this habit of pausing to consider some abstract question raised by what he is relating. It is even more conspicuously evident in the non-priest's tale than it is here, where such a discussion is in keeping with the spirit of the poem, and where he shows himself content to take the simple explanation of religion. The episode of Elder and Hermingild is given very simply and shortly, Elder's name not being mentioned. Then comes the false accusation brought against Constance by the treacherous knight, and here we see Chaucer's power of painting a dramatic situation in a few words. He tells us how Constance is brought before the king and gives her brief prayer to the God that savedest Suzanne, and then with a sudden vivid simile drives home to us her agony of suspense. Have ye not seen som time a pale face among a priest, of him that'th be lad toward his death, whereas him gat no grace, and switch a colour in his face'th had, men might now his face, that was bestad, amongst all faces in that route, so stand Custance, and locketh her about. Her marriage with Earl, Chaucer dismisses even more hastily than her marriage with the Soldan. Me list not of the chaff nor of the stream-maken so long a tale as of the corn. What should I tellen of the royalty at marriage, or which cause goeth before and who bloweth in a tromp or in an horn? The fruit of every tale is for to see, they eat, and drink, and dance, and singe, and play. The mishap of the messenger causes him to break out into an invective against drunkenness, and then follows one of the most wonderful passages in the whole poem, that in which he describes Constance going down to the boat with deadly pale face, her baby weeping in her arms. Chaucer's love of children manifests itself again and again in his poems. The tenderness of the mother's peas lytel sown, I will do thee none harm, as she binds her kerchief round the child's eyes, is far more moving in its simplicity than the most harrowing description could be. And here again, as Constance lulls the baby in her arms, Chaucer puts into her mouth a beautifully simple and touching prayer to the Virgin Mother. Thou saw thy child why slain before thy yen, and yet now liveth my little child, parfait. Now, Lady bright, to whom el woeful crying, thou glory of womanhood, thou fair May, 66, thou haven of refute, bright stare of day rewhereon, 67, my child, that of thy gentilesse rewest on every reuful, 68, in distress. With these words on her lips she turns to elder and holding up the child cries, and if thou dost not saven him for blame, so kiss him once in his father's name. And without further complaint she blesseth her, and into ship she went. The whole passage has a breathing human passion in it of which Trevithick's chronicle knows nothing. We forget the absurdity of the story, the impossible repetition of an impossible situation, and see only a cruelly wronged wife and mother meeting her fate with simple dignity and faith. Trevithick gives us lurid details concerning the vengeance that falls on Al's mother. Chaucer, who never takes pleasure in horrors, remarks briefly that he is motor slow and hastens on to tell of Constance's adventures off the coast of Spain. Here again, we find a break in the narrative, as the author pauses to comment on the evils of self-indulgence, and to explain how God sends weak women the spirit of vigor that they may save themselves in time of need. The rest of the story follows Trevithick's chronicle very closely, though the description of Al's meeting with his wife is Chaucer's own. I trow 100 times been they kissed, and switch a bliss is there betwixt hem two that, save the joy that lasteth evermo, there is none like, that any creature hath sane or shall whyl that the world may dure. And he also adds a brief comment on the instability of human happiness. It will be seen that Chaucer tends to reduce descriptive passages pure and simple to a minimum, and so far to condense the actual narrative that it moves quickly and straightforwardly, while at the same time he expands any situation which affords opportunity for the display of character, adds dialogue and intensifies emotion, and also shows a disposition to comment on what he is describing. The non-priest's tale is based on Marie de France's fable of the cock and the fox, though it is possible that Chaucer's more immediate source was an enlargement of this, called the Romanda Renat. The Cock and the Fox consists of but 38 lines, and the Romanda Renat of 453, whereas the non-priest's tale consists of 626 lines, so that here we have a case in which Chaucer enlarges his original very considerably. In fact, he can hardly be said to have borrowed more than the bare outline of the story. In the first place, the whole description of the poor widow and her poultry yard is entirely Chaucer's. There is nothing in the French to correspond to the delightful picture of Chaucer strutting among the submissive hens, of which the fairest hoot on her throat was clept fair Demoiselle Petilote, or singing My leaf is fair and in lond, 69, in sweet accord with his love. Then the incident of the dream is entirely altered. The French author makes Dame Pint, the hen, expound the dream to her husband and warn him of the danger which lies before him. Chaucer draws inimitable portraits of the fussy, self-important cock, thoroughly frightened and yet too conceited to accept his wife's simple and prosaic suggestion that his terrors spring from indigestion, and of the sensible, practical hen with her scathing contempt for the husband who, though he has a beard, has yet no man's heart. And here follows a lengthy disquisition on dreams, the cock overwhelming his skeptical wife with examples of warnings which have been fulfilled, and illustrations drawn from the most varied sources. Having restored his self-esteem by reference to the histories of Joseph, Saint Kenelm, Croesus, Andromache and others, royal he was no more afeard. The advent of the fox gives Chaucer another opportunity to discuss foreknowledge, and suddenly, in the midst of this lightest and most amusing of skits, we find him gravely considering the question of predestination and free will. He comes to no conclusion, but after stating various learned opinions, shrugs his shoulders and turns aside with a dry, I will not hand to do of switch matter, my tale is of a cock, as ye may hear. The dialogue between the cock and the fox is much the same in both versions, though as Dr. Furnivale points out, Chaucer's originals and analogues, p. 112, Chaucer improves the story by omitting the spring made by the fox before he begins to flatter Chanticleer, but Pint shows none of the extremely proper feeling displayed by Petilote when she sees her husband carried off before her eyes, but sovereignly Dame Petilote shright full louder than died her Strubables wyf, one that her housebond had lost his lyf, and that the Romans had branded Carthage. The peculiar characteristic of the English version is its all-pervading sense of humor, the gravity with which we are led on step by step until we find ourselves accepting the most ridiculous situations, and the extraordinary skill with which the characters of Chanticleer and Petilote are drawn. In the Monk's Tale Chaucer draws his stories of the falls of illustrious men from all kinds of sources. The heroes range from Lucifer to Pedro the Cruel, and the worthy monk chooses his illustrations apparently at random, now from sacred history, now from the classics, now from contemporary life. No great dramatic skill is to be expected of the narrator, and for the most part the tragedies succeed one another with placid regularity, the occasional comments made by the monk himself showing no particular insight or intelligence. Having described the fall of Samson, for instance, no more inspiring reflection occurs to him than that no men tell her concile till her wives of switch thing as they wold han see cree fain, if that it tush her limbs or her lives. One tale, however, stands out conspicuously above the rest. In the Inferno, Canto XXXIII, Dante had told the story of Count Hugo of Pisa, who was locked up in a tower with his sons and starved to death. In a few grim words he describes the father's despair and the slow death of the wretched sons. When we came to the fourth day, then Hadow at my feet outstretched did fling him, crying, "Hast no help for me, my father?" There he died, and plainly as thou seest me, saw I the three fall one by one twixt the fifth day and sixth, whence I betook me, now grown blind, to grope over them all, and for 3 days aloud called on them who were dead. Then, fasting got the mastery of grief. Carey's translation. Chaucer takes this and uses it as the basis of one of his tragedies. In Dante the actual story occupies 59 lines, in Chaucer it occupies 56, so in this case there is little in the way either of condensation or expansion. The changes which Chaucer makes are, however, very significant. Dante simply says that the 3 sons of Count Hugo suffer with their father. Chaucer enhances the pathos by telling us that the eldest scarcely 5 year was of age. Alas, fortune! It was great cruelty switch brids for to put in switch a cage. When Dante's Count Hugo hears, at its outlet underneath locked up the horrible tower, he is so turned to stone that he can find no relief in tears. Chaucer's cries, "Alas, that I was wrought therewith the Terry's villain from his yen. 70, Chaucer gives us a moving picture of the little 3-year-old looking up and asking Fader, "Why do ye wep? When wall the gala bringe in our pottage, is there a no morsel breed that ye do kep? I am so hungry that I may not slep," and finally lying down in his father's lap, and kissing him, and dying. The stern horror of Dante's story is too terrible to admit of pathos such as this. Chaucer's version is infinitely touching, but it has nothing in it that chills our blood as does the picture of the father, grown blind with hunger, groping over the dead bodies of his children till fasting gets the mastery of grief. He can depict innocent suffering, he can arouse our sympathy and stir our pity, but he never strikes the note of real tragedy. It is not only that no one of his many heroes and heroines experiences any tragic conflict of soul, but in the simple presentation of suffering Chaucer shows little of that power of grim suggestion, of appeal to the imagination, which are among the most essential characteristics of the tragic poet. Cressida's hesitation has nothing grand or tragic about it. She is simply uncertain which course will bring her most happiness. And her repentance, if such it can be called, is no more than a momentary discomfort at the thought that she has caused Troilus pain and that unkind things are likely to be said of her. Troilus suffers, but, in Professor Bradley's phrase, it is suffering that merely befalls him. The whole tragedy is external, and his abandonment of passion has none of the dignity and restraint of a great emotion. Othello's cry of Desdemona, Desdemona dead, contains more poignancy of suffering than all the outbursts of Troilus put together. Constance, and Griselda, and Dorigen all know the meaning of sorrow, but their simple acceptance of their fate is pathetic rather than tragic, and in the cases of Constance and Griselda, as in the case of Count Hugo, the tragedy is further softened by the part played by the children. The monk's definition of tragedy, though it need not necessarily be Chaucer's own, sufficiently explains the medieval conception. Tragedy is to sain a certain story, as oldie books maken us memory, of him that stood in great prosperity and his wife fallen out of high degree into misery, and endeth wretchedly. To Chaucer the interest lies in the study of normal men and women, and in comparing his narratives with their originals nothing is more striking than the air of homeliness and naturalness with which he contrives to invest the most amazing incidents. Dorigen and her husband strike one as simple, natural folk whose nice sense of honor leads them to keep their word though it were to their own hindrance. We hardly notice the absurdity of the situation itself, and are little troubled by the magic arts which enable her persecutor to remove all rocks from the coast of Brittany. Constance is no tragedy queen, but a true-hearted, simple woman, and the fact that she lives in a world of miracles never obtrudes itself. We accept her adventures without a qualm since our interest lies in her personality, and the odd thing is that her personality, attractive as it is, strikes one as so little out of the common. Writers of the day, as a rule, desired either to point a moral or to thrill their readers by sheer force of adventure. Chaucer took the accepted conventions of his day, and pierced through them to the human nature underneath. Chapter 4 Chaucer's character drawing. Like every other young poet, Chaucer had to learn his trade, and in nothing is the development of his genius more clearly to be traced than in his treatment of character. The Book of the Duchess gives us a sort of map of the character of the good fair wight. In his choice of qualities and method of expression, Chaucer shows both observation and originality, but the plan of the poem precludes anything in the nature of dramatic self-revelation, and the whole description of Blanche is from the outside. The parlement of fowls and the whoos of fame afford little scope for character drawing. And though something more might be expected of the legend of good women, as we have seen, the moral purpose which inspires it leads to perfunctory and undramatic treatment of the legends. One only of Chaucer's earlier poems shows the true bent of his genius. The rough sketches which he afterwards worked up and used in the Canterbury Tales had given some evidence of his keen interest in human nature, but not until we come to Troilus and Chrysid do we find him giving full rein to his invention. The earlier part of Book I, which describes how Troilus first catches sight of Cressida in the temple and at once falls in love with her, is taken almost literally from Boccaccio, but the entrance of Pandarus strikes a new note. Troilus lies languishing in his chamber in the most approved manner, when Pandarus comes in and hearing him asks what is the matter. Han now thus sown Greeks Mardiaulin, 71, or hasto som remorse of conscience, and art now falle in som devotion. Troilus replies that he is the Rephus of every creature and that love has overcome him and brought him to despair. Pandarus heaves a sigh of relief and says if that is all he will soon put matters right, for though he knows nothing of such foolishness himself, he can easily arrange the affair. A whetstone is no carving instrument, and yet it maketh sharp carving. Tollis. 72. Troilus still refuses to be comforted and only casts up his eyes and sighs, whereupon Pandarus grows annoyed as well as anxious, and cried a wakeful wonderly and sharp, What? Slumberest thou as in a light argi? 73. Or art thou like an ass to the harp, that heareth sound, when men the strangers ply, but in his mind of that no melody may sinken, him to glade, for that he so dull is of his bestiality. Having at last succeeded in rousing the disconsolate lover and inducing him once more to take his part in the life of court and camp, Pandarus hurries off to interview his niece, whom he finds sitting with her maidens within a paved parlor reading the Jest of the Bees. The contrast between the shrewd, elderly man of the world and the lovesick youth has been admirably brought out in Book I. In Book II a different, but no less striking contrast is shown between the coarse humor and practical wisdom of the uncle and the daintiness and charm of the niece. Pandarus angles for Cressida and plays her as a skillful fisherman plays a trout. It is obvious that he regards the whole thing as a good-natured grown-up regards a children's game. It is deadly earnest to them, and since they take it so seriously he will do his best to help them, but all the while he considers it a piece of pretty and amusing childishness, though he takes pleasure in playing it adroitly. His idea of effective appeal is to poke his niece ever new, and his jests when he has succeeded in bringing the lovers together savor more of the camp than the court. When the tragedy occurs and Troilus and Cressida are parted forever, Pandarus has no better comfort to offer than the platitude, that all we friends may not been why fear. 74. And he evidently thinks that Troilus is making a most unnecessary fuss about it, though he is so sincerely distressed at Cressida's treachery that he offers, lightly enough, to hate her evermore. If I died aught that might liken thee, it is me leaf winking sad smiley. 75, and of this to son now, God woot, that it a sore well is un to me. And dreada less, for hurts ease of yow. 76, right fain wold I amend it, wist I how and fro this world, Almighty God I pray deliver her soon, I can no more see. At the same time he is a person of some energy and force. When Troilus rushes about his chamber beating his head against the wall, and of his dethroeth in complinage, Pandarus shows some impatience of such weakness and bids him pull himself together and manly set the world on 6 and 7, and if thou dear martyr, go to heaven. Excellently sound advice. Nowhere is attention ostentatiously called to him. We are never allowed to feel that he is being dragged in by way of comic relief, but his mere presence at once removes Troilus and Cressida from the category of conventional love romances, and the very fact that we are left to discover his significance for ourselves, without comment or explanation, shows Chaucer's confidence in his craftsmanship. But skillfully as Pandarus is drawn, the character of Cressida shows even greater subtlety of treatment. To the medieval mind, faithlessness in love was the one unforgivable crime. Nearly 100 years after Chaucer wrote his Troilus and Chrysid, Sir Thomas Malory tells us of Gniva. She was a good lover and therefore she made a good end, and again in the medieval romances proper we find the same thought insisted on. Chaucer had therefore no light task before him when he set out to draw a heroine at once lovable and fickle, and to enlist the sympathies of his readers on behalf of one whose name had become a byword for faithlessness in love. With consummate skill he insists from the outset on her gentleness and timidity. When Pandarus declares that the deaths both of Troilus and himself will lie at her door if she turns a deaf ear to his pleading, Cressida is simple enough to believe that he means it, and, well nigh starved for fear, 77, so as she was the fullest wight, 78, that might be. That she is no vulgar coquette is shown by her ignorance of Troilus's passion. Apparently he spends his whole time in the temple gazing at her, but there is no mistaking the sincerity of her unself-consciousness and surprise when Pandarus tells her of her lover's plight. Nor is she at first altogether pleased at having one of the handsomest and bravest of Priam's sons at her feet. Indeed, Chaucer is at some pains to explain that she does not suffer herself to be lightly won, for I say not that she so dainly yaf him her love, but that she gan encline to like him first, and I have told you why, and after that, his manhood and his pine, 79, made love within her for to min, 80, for which, by process and by good service he gat her love, and in no sodden wis. Altogether we get the impression of a simple, childlike being who wanders happily about her garden with Flexip and Thab and Antigone and other of her women, or sits poring over tales of chivalry, without a thought of marriage. She is woman enough to feel the force of Pandarus's hint that it is folly to live, I'll proud till crow's feet be grow under your ye, and to like the thought that the hero who rides blushing through the cheering crowd, is he which that myn uncle swareth he most be deed, but I on him have mercy and piety, but she is no Delilah spreading her snares for men. Her uncle, the only person whom she has to advise her, urges her to listen to Troilus. The prince himself has everything likely to attract a girl's fancy, and as she sagely remarks, I now also, and all day hear and see men love and women all this town about, be they the wes. Why nay, without any doubt. No wonder she finally yields to her lover's passionate wooing when Pandarus tricks her into coming to see him. But Nathiles, this warn I you, quod she, a king's son although ye be, why wis, ye shall no more have sovereignty of me in love, than right that Cass is, any I nil forb, if that ye do nay miss, to ra then, 81, yow, and whyl that ye me serve Carison, 82, yow right after ye deserve. And shortly, dear hurt and al my night, beth glad, and drawth yow to lustiness, and I shall truly, with al my might, your bitter turn al into sweetness, if I be she that may yow do gladness, for every woe ye shall reco for bliss, and him in arms took, and gan him kiss. There is no prettier confession of love in all literature. Then follows their brief period of rapture, with its mock quarrels and speedy reconciliations, before the dreadful day when Calchas sends for his daughter. The news that Cressida is to be delivered up to the Greeks fills the lovers with despair. Troilus flings himself on his bed railing against fortune and abusing Calchas as an oldie unwholesome and mislived man. Cressida with tears prepares for her journey. One of the most delightful pictures in the whole story is that of the worthy women who came to bid her farewell and take her tears as a delicate compliment to themselves, and thilke foals sitting her about wenden that she wept and sighed. 83. Sore by cause that she should out of that route depart, and never plea with him more. And they that had known her of yore see her so wep, and thought it kindness, and each of hem wept eke for her distress. Her sorrow is sincere, and her tears do not cease to flow when Troilus is out of sight. Shakespeare's Cresside, whose one idea is to ingratiate herself with her new friends, is a very different person from Chaucer's woebegone heroine. And yet in her very sorrow we see her weakness. When Pandarus first tried to move her pity she had yielded, not solely out of compassion but also because she was afraid of what might be said of her if any harm came to Troilus, and if this man slay here himself, alas! In my presence, it will be no solace. What men wold of hit dim I can not see, it needeth me full slyly for to plead. 84. The same strain of selfishness manifests itself now. Cressida is incapable of being swept away by a great passion. She has a cat-like softness and daintiness and charm, a cat's readiness to attach herself to the person she is with at the moment, and a cat's adaptability to circumstances. She is genuinely distressed at being parted from Troilus. She cries till her eyes have dark rings round them, and even Pandarus is moved at the sight, but she is incapable of exposing herself to any danger or inconvenience for her lover's sake. Like the lady in the statue and the bust, she hesitates at the thought of difficulty, and if that I me put in due part 85, to stle or by night, and it befall that I be caught, I shall behold a spy, or else, lo, this dread I most of all if in the haunts of som recture I falle, I am but lost, I'll be myn hurt true, now mighty God, thou on my sore weary where. Times, but nathils, betide what betide, I shall to more well at night, by east or west, out of the ost stle on som mainasid, and go with Troilus whereas him lest. This purpose will I hold, and this is best. No force of wicked tongues janglery. 86. Forever on love han wretches had envy. To such souls tomorrow never comes, and it is no surprise to find her before long yielding to Diomed's entreaties, as she had formerly yielded to those of Troilus. Borchiccio's heroine at once makes up her mind to flee from the Greek camp, and then is quickly turned from her high and great intent by the advent of a new lover. Chaucer with far greater subtlety prepares us for the change, and makes her very weakness her excuse, but truly, the story telleth us, that a maid never woman more woe than she, when that she falls Troilus. The reason for this excess of sorrow is characteristic. She said, alas, for now is clean ago my name of troth in love for evermo times alas, of me unto the world's end shall neither been why written nor why song no good word, for thy's box wall me shindy, 87, rolled shall I ben on many a tongue, 88, and equally characteristic her hasty excuse. I'll be I not the first that died amiss, and the sublime self-confidence with which in the act of jilting one lover she announces her unalterable fidelity to the next, and sin I see there is no better way, and that too late is now for me to re-wed, to Diomed algot I will be true. The whole character is drawn with extraordinary delicacy and insight, and with a tenderness which marks Chaucer's large-hearted tolerance. It is comparatively easy for an author to hold up a character to execration, but only the very greatest can show us the weaknesses of human nature without for one moment becoming cynical or contemptuous. In the Canterbury Tales, Chaucer's method of character delineation is more concise. In Troilus and Chrysid he has 5 books, containing over 8,000 lines, at his disposal, and the raptures and anguish of the lovers are described at considerable length. In the Canterbury Tales he has a far more complex task before him. He has to present the pilgrims themselves, in the various prologues and endlinks, to make each tale a dramatic revelation of the character of the teller, and to exhibit the characters of the personages who play a part in the various stories. The 560 lines of the prologue in themselves contain a far greater number and variety of characters than are to be found in the whole of Troilus and Chrysid, and if there is less subtlety of treatment the later prologues and endlinks soon atone for this. Nothing, for instance, would have been easier than to draw a conventional picture of the self-indulgent, pleasure-loving monk, and at first sight we might think that Chaucer had done little more, though even in the prologue we are conscious of a sharp distinction between the monk, who with all his faults is a gentleman, and such vulgar impostors as the pardoner and the somnor. But further acquaintance soon rectifies this conception. Self-indulgent and pleasure-loving the monk undoubtedly is, but he is no hypocrite or evil liver. The host makes one of his few mistakes in tact by treating him with breezy familiarity. "RYD forth," he cries, "RYD forth, myn own lord, break not our game, but, by my troth, I now not your name, where shall I call you my lord Dan John, or Dan Thomas, or else Dan Alban? Of what whose be ye, by your fader kin? I vow to God, thou'st a full fair skin, it is a gentle pasture there thou goosed, thou art not like a peenaunt, 89, or a goost." The monk knows better than to rebuke the somewhat coarse pleasantries that follow, but with quiet dignity he ignores the familiarity and offers to relate either the life of Saint Edward or else a series of tragedies, of which I have 100 in my cell. The choice of subjects in itself constitutes a delicate but unmistakable snub. The host expected some tale of hunting and merriment from him. Tragedy has little in common with his stout, jovial person, and frank delight in good living, instead of which the pilgrims are regaled with a series of moral discourses which would have been perfectly in place in the cloister, but seem strangely ill-suited to the present company. Indeed, The pilgrims grow restive under so much good advice. They evidently fear that the worthy monk means to inflict the whole 100 tragedies on them, and after listening, with growing impatience, to 17 tales of woe, the tender-hearted knight can bear no more. Ho, quod the knight, good sir, no more of this. That ye han said is right why enough, why wis, and mochel more, for little heaviness is right why enough to mochel folk, I guess. I see for me it is a great disease whereas men han been in great wealth and ease to han of her sodden fall, Allahs. But it is significant that it is the knight and not the host who breaks in, and that it is not until the knight has spoken that Harry Bailey informs the narrator of the obvious fact that his tale annoyeth all this company and courteously begs him to say somewhat of hunting. The monk refuses, and the turn passes to the nun's priest, but never again does the host venture to take a liberty with Dan Piers. The host's character is drawn with extraordinary skill, and without the aid of any such introductory description as the prologue gives us of the other pilgrims. The knowledge of human nature is part of his trade, and the success with which he manages the diverse company which chance has thrown in his way is proof enough that he is past master of his profession. Shrewd, worldly, and unimaginative, we should imagine that the coarser tales best please his taste, but it is his business to cater for people of all kinds, and he well understands how to ensure sufficient variety to suit all listeners. His rough good-humored air of authority is sufficient to keep the friar and the somnambule within bounds. He prevents the drunken cook from becoming an intolerable nuisance to the company. He keeps an eye on every individual pilgrim, and sees that no one is overlooked. His ready jests smooth over many little roughnesses and disagreeables, and the one thing that really takes him aback is when the poor parson rebukes him for the constant oaths which slip off his tongue so readily. He can only conclude that a person so extraordinary must be a lollard. And all the time that he is keeping the pilgrims in a good temper and preventing them from feeling the journey irksome, he has by no means lost sight of the fact that the reward of the best story is to be a supper at our à la cost given at the Tabard Inn. The money he expended on the pilgrimage was probably a good investment, not to mention the chance that his expenses might very possibly be reduced to nothing, since at the very beginning he had established it as a law that whoso will my judgment with thee shall payel that we spenden by the way a very practical person, Harry Bailey. Chaucer excels in drawing characters of this type. His young men are not unlike the heroes of Shakespearean comedy. They are real enough, but they have no very marked individuality. The squire is by far the best of them. In him we see the charm and freshness of youth, and it would be ungracious to ask more of so fair a promise. But Troilus, with his tearfulness and emotionalism, his readiness to procrastinate and to look to others to help him out of his difficulties, with something of Bassanio's gallantry and attractiveness, has also Bassanio's pliability. His is too slight a nature to form the center of a tragedy. Palamon and Arcite are as indistinguishable as Demetrius and Lysander. There are critics who profess to see subtle differences of character between them, but to the majority of readers they are mere types of chivalry. Dorigen's husband, Avragus, is little more than an embodiment of loyal truth, and Griselda's, were one to regard him as anything but the means of testing wifely patience, would be a monster of cruelty. Compare with these, the pardoner, the friar, the somnor, the canon's yeoman, the miller, and all the other commonplace, practical men whom Chaucer describes. Most of them strike us as elderly, certainly none of them have any of the freshness or idealism of youth. The remarkable thing about them is that they are so ordinary and yet so interesting. The fussy self-importance of Chanticleer, the garrulous vulgarity of Pandarus, the senile uxoriousness of January, are all drawn to the life, without one touch of bitterness or exaggeration. We listen to the jests and squabbles of the pilgrims on the road to Canterbury, or the story of some drama of everyday life, and we feel as if we had been made free of the alehouse and were listening to the village gossips of our own day. But if the best drawn of Chaucer's men are confined to one comparatively narrow class, his women show no such limitation. He draws no great tragedy queen, no Gneva or Vittoria Carombono, but with this great exception he depicts women of almost every type. Before going on to discuss his heroines in detail, however, it might, perhaps, be well to say a few words as to Chaucer's attitude towards women in general. It must be evident even to the most superficial observer, that Chaucer had an innate reverence for womanhood. The cult of the Virgin Mary, which had done so much to exalt women among all Christian nations, appealed to him strongly, and, as we have seen, he more than once goes out of his way to introduce some invocation to the flower of virgins al. His love of children no doubt inclined him to look with tenderness on the relation of mother and child, and among his most beautiful pictures are those of Constance, with her baby in her arms, and Griselda bidding farewell to her little young maid Colin, and in her balm, 90, this little child shielded with full sad face, and gan the child to kiss and lulled it, and after gan it bliss. 91. But he was far too shrewd and honest an observer of life to persuade himself that all women were angels, or to allow reverence to degenerate into sentimentality. His attitude towards marriage is characteristic. Reference has already been made to his acceptance of the comic convention of the shrewish wife, and certainly both the host and the merchant have but few illusions left concerning wives. The virago whom the host has married cannot as much as go to say her prayers without finding some cause of quarrel, and if that any near bower of min walnut in chick to my wyf enclin, 92, or be so hardy to her to trespass, when she canth whom, she rampeth in my face and crieth, false coward, reek, 93, thy wyf. The merchant's wife would overmatch the devil himself were he foolish enough to wed her. In the L'Envoi to the Clerk's Tale Chaucer warns modern husbands to look for no patient Griseldas among their wives, and gives much satiric advice to archives to stand no nonsense from their husbands. In the L'Envoi a Buckton he warns his friend of the sorrow and woe that is in marriage I walnut saying how that it is the Cheney, 94, of Sutheners, on which he noth ever, but I dar saying, were he out of his pain, as by his will, he wold be bound never. A fair proportion of the Canterbury Tales deal with the tricks by which a faithless wife imposes on her too credulous husband, and the bitterest of all the words which Chaucer utters on the subject are those which preface the Merchant's Tale of January and May, when with biting sarcasm he rebukes Theophrastus for daring to say that a good servant is of more value than a wife, and goes on to discuss at length the happiness of wedded life. How might a man han any adversity that hath a wife? Certes I can not see. The bliss which that is betwixt hem twather may no tongue tell, or hurt think. If he be poor, she helpeth him to swink winking sad smiley 95. She keepeth his good, and wasteth never a deal, al that her housebond lust, 96, her liketh wheel winking sad smiley 97, before relating the shame which a young wife brings upon her doting old husband. The shipman protests with brutal frankness that wives cost more than they are worth, and tells a tale to prove it. From all this we might imagine Chaucer a cross-grained misogynist, but a glance for one moment at the other side of the picture corrects this impression. He is as ready to say what will amuse his contemporaries as Shakespeare is to tickle the ears of the groundlings in his generation, but, like Shakespeare, he is too just to see anything from only one point of view. There certainly are women who abuse their husbands, and Chaucer's inferiority to Shakespeare is marked by the fact that he finds the situation amusing, and there are also shrews and termagants who make their husbands' lives a burden in other ways. But pecking is not confined to hens. Chaucer realizes that for woman marriage is even more of a lottery than for man, since she is necessarily so much at her husband's mercy. Lo, how a woman doth amiss, to love him that unknown is. For, by Christ, lo, thus it feth, it is not el gold that glareth. 98, for, also brook I well myn heed, 99. There may be under good lie heed kevered many a shrewd vice, therefore be no wight so nice to take a love only for chere, for spech, or for friendly mania, for this shall every woman find that som man, of his pure kind 100, wall shewen outward the fairest, till he have caught that what him lest, and then will he causes find and swear how that she is unkind or false, or privy, or double was. Who's of fame, BK. ILL. 269-85. Husband hunting is a sport which has roused the laughter of men from time immemorial. Chaucer is one of the few who has ever portrayed that fierce shrinking from the thought of matrimony which is no less common among women. Emily longing to be free to roam in the forest and not to be a wife, and Constance trembling at the thought of the strange man into whose hands she is being committed, are as true to life as the wife of Bath with her husband's 5 at the church door. And this poet, who sees so clearly the dangers and evils of matrimony, has left us one of the most perfect pictures of married life at its best. Dorigen and Avragus understand how to remain lovers all their lives. Here may men seen an humble wis accord. Thuseth she take her servant and her lord, servant in love, and lord in marriage. Then was he both in lordship and servage, servage. Nay, but in lordship above sith heeth both his lady and his love, his lady, certes, and his wife also, the which that law of love accordeth to. Frank Ellen's Tale, LL. 63-70, the passage immediately preceding this, with its beautiful picture of what love understands by freedom, is too long to quote in full, but it shows clearly enough Chaucer's conception of the relation of the sexes. To talk of mastery is absurd, one may streaketh, the god of love anon beateth his wings, and farewell. He is gone. True love learns to give and take and does not demand payment for every wrong, ire, seanness, or constellation. 101, win, woe, or change of complexion. 102, causeth full oft to do namis or speaken. On every wrong a man may not be reckon, and the great lesson of married life is patience and tender forbearance in such moments of weakness. The story illustrates the text. Avragus has no word of reproach for his wife when she tells him what she has done, and Dorigen, on her part, shows a simple confidence in her husband's honor which almost makes us forget the impossible absurdity of the situation. After all, it is in Chaucer's women themselves, rather than in what he says about women, that we see his attitude most clearly. In the character of Blanche the Duchess he portrays an ideal which differs in many ways from the conventional standard of the day. Instead of the typical heroine of romance, whose sole thought is of love and whose sole desire that her knight may prove the bravest in Christendom, Chaucer draws a lively, quick-witted girl, whose consciousness of her own power and simple delight in her own beauty never degenerate into selfish coquetry. The medieval heroine considered it a point of honor to set her lover impossible tasks to perform for her sake. Blanche used no such knackes small. She sees no sense in sending a man into warlake, 103, to Pruis and into Tartary, to Alessandra, into Turkey, and bid him fast, anew that he go hoodles to the dry sea, 104, and come home by the Carinair winking sad smiley 105, and telling him to be right where that I may of you hear saying, 106, worship, or that ye come again. Nor does she use any arts to enhance her beauty. She looks you straight in the face with those great grey eyes of hers, debonair, good, gladdy, and saddy, and offers a frank friendship to all good folk. She utters no half-truths, and takes no pleasure in deceit, nor was there ever, through her tongue man any woman greatly harmed. There is no touch of pettiness in her nature. One of the most delightful passages in the poem is that in which the Black Knight declares how ready she always was to forgive and forget. When I had wrong and she the right, she wold always so goodly forgive me so debonairly. In all my youth in all shones she took me in her governance. At the same time she loved so well her own name that she suffered no liberties to be taken with her, she wrong do wold to no wight, and no wight might do her no shame. Through the whole picture there breathes a spirit of vigor and freshness and gaiety. Once again Chaucer seems to foreshadow Shakespeare. Blanche might well take her place beside Rosalind and Portia and Beatrice, as a type of simple unspoiled girlhood. Her frank enjoyment of life, her keen wit, which knows no touch of malice, her combination of tender-heartedness and strength remind us more than once of Shakespeare's heroines, and like them she is no colourless model of propriety, but has all a true woman's charm and unexpectedness. No other of Chaucer's portraits is so detailed, but he recurs more than once to the same type. Emily is drawn with comparatively few strokes, but she gives us very much the same impression as Blanche. There is the same sense of the open air, the same simplicity and directness. Nothing better brings out the peculiar quality of Chaucer's heroine than a comparison between the Emily of the Knight's Tale and the Emily of Two Noble Kinsmen. The one walks alone in the garden, gathering flowers, and singing to herself for sheer lightness of heart. The other converses with her waiting woman, and her chief interest in nature lies in the hope that the maid may prove able to work such flowers in silk. There is no reason why the second Emily should not wish to have an embroidered gown, but its introduction here at once destroys the freshness and simplicity of the picture. Canis, too, delights in wandering in the forest in the early morning. She is so closely in sympathy with nature that it seems but natural that she should understand bird Latin, and her quick sympathy with the unhappy falcon is very characteristic of a Chaucerian heroine, for again and again he tells us that piety reneteth sown in gentle heart. It is a pretty picture which shows the king's daughter gently bandaging the wounded bird upon her lap, or doing her bisonis and all her might to gather herbs for salves. Constance, Griselda, Dorigen are maturer and more developed. They are women, not girls, and women who have lived and suffered, but they are just what we should expect Blanche, or Emily, or Canis to develop into. They have less gaiety and light-heartedness, less pretty willfulness than these younger sisters of theirs, but they have the same frankness and directness, the same honesty of mind. They meet their fate with grave serenity and simple courage. Griselda abandons herself to what she believes to be her duty. Constance and Dorigen, when confronted by danger, show perfect readiness to do what in them lies to defend their own honor. Constance throws the wicked steward into the sea. Dorigen, instead of indulging in hysterics, is quick-witted enough to hit on a way of escape which no natural means could have blocked. Through all three stories runs a vein of tenderness which stirs our sympathy. Griselda, who has borne so much in patience, gives vent to one passionate cry of reproach when she is bidden to make way for the new wife, a cry which has in it all a woman's fond clinging to the memory of a past happiness. O good God! How gentle and how kind ye seemed by your speech and your visage the day that maked was our marriage, and surely no direct accusation of cruelty could show with equal clearness how deeply she has suffered. They are great-hearted women, before whose innate nobility the persecutions and unjust accusations to which they are subjected drop into nothingness. When Chaucer deliberately sets out to draw a saint instead of a woman, he is less successful. Our sympathies are with Blanche, as she sings and dances so gaily, rather than with the preternaturally pious Virginia, who at the age of 12 often feigns sickness in order to fleen the company where likely was to treaten of folly, 107, as is at fests, revels, and at dances. Indeed, the whole of the Phycician's tale seems curiously cold and lifeless. There is a touch of nature at the end where the child, forgetting her piety, flings her arms round her father's neck, and asks if there is no remedy, and again where she begs him to smite softly, but these are not enough to atone for the perfunctoriness of the rest. The story is too essentially tragic for the barest narration of it not to make some appeal to us, but it is impossible not to feel that Chaucer was either hurried or working against the grain when he wrote his version. The second Enon's tale contains even less of human interest. Cecilia is neither more nor less than the mouthpiece of the Christian religion, and the miracles that she works and the sermons that she preaches leave the reader unmoved. The music of the verse has a charm of its own, and Chaucer's most left-handed work is yet the work of a genius, but a comparison of Cecilia with Constance soon shows the difference between a real woman and an embodied ideal. The miraculous element, which is subordinated to the human interest in the man of law's tale, dominates the whole of the second Enon's tale, and the inevitable sameness of the various conversions further detracts from its vividness. In Cressida, Chaucer had painted a woman of the butterfly type. In the Canterbury Tales he gives us a certain number of actually immoral women, such as Alisoun and May, but he paints no second picture of pretty helpless coquettishness. The heroines of the less savory tales are coarser in fibre and for the most part lower in the social scale than Calchas' daughter, and their stories are of mere sensuous self-indulgence with none of the charm and poetry which marks the tale of Troilus and Cressida. One character alone recalls Chaucer's earlier heroine. The prioress is very much what a 14th-century Cressida would have been if her friends had placed her in a convent instead of finding her a husband. She has the same daintiness and trimness, the same superficial tender-heartedness. It is difficult to imagine that her sympathy, like Canis's, would take the practical form of applying salves or binding up wounds, but she was so charitable and so piteous, she wold weep if that she saw a moose caught in a trap, if it were deed or bleedy. Her table manners are excellent, and she wears her veil with an air, full seemly her wimpel pinched was. Her silver brooch, with its amor vincit omnia, betrays a naive interest in her personal appearance. She is never brought into contact with the more passionate side of life as Cressida is, and her seclusion from the world has given her a touch of primness which combines oddly with her little affectations. The contrast between her worldliness and that of the monk is complete. He is gross, jovial, self-indulgent, she is delicate, mincing, conventional. Like Cressida, she would always follow the line of least resistance, though it would cause her genuine, if but momentary, distress to give pain to anyone. She is too well-bred ever to think for herself, and too innocent and simple-minded not to accept life as it is offered her. She tells her story with real tenderness and feeling, and it is evident that the atmosphere of the cloister in no wise irks her. It is impossible to regard her as a pattern nun, but equally impossible to judge her harshly. Both she and Cressida have something childlike about them, and it seems out of place to try them by the ordinary standards. Of a very different type are Chaucer's practical, bustling housewives, amongst whom the wife of Bath and Dame Petilote stand preeminent. The wife of Bath is a capable, active, pushing woman, with plenty of courage and plenty of self-confidence. She is well-to-do and has a fitting sense of her own dignity and importance, but she has no idea of letting dignity stand in the way of enjoyment, and is quite ready to take her part in the rough jests of the company. Comely of face and plump of person, she dresses well and is quite prepared to make the most of her attractions. The prologue to her tale shows that she has plenty of shrewd mother wit. Her view of matrimony is characteristic. She recognizes the great perfection of celibacy, but since all men and women are not suited to such a life, she is impatient of the idea that they should marry but once, and she quotes the scriptures most aptly for her purpose. Her present husband is her fifth, and when he dies she has every intention of marrying again. I nil envy no virginity, she cries, let him be breed of puredwood seed, and let us wives haten bulla breed. 108, for bulla bread is by no means to be despised. In fact she is the epitome of common sense, and her confidence in her own opinion enables her to bear contradiction good-humoredly enough. Her methods with her various husbands were simple: 3 she bullied and browbeat, 1 she paid back in his own coin. The 5th, who had the sense to beat her, was the only one for whom she had any respect, and even he had finally yielded her, the governance of whose and Lond and of his tongue and of his hond also. It is the picture of a violent, coarse, but not wholly ill-natured, woman, who despises bookishness and thoroughly enjoys good ale and good company. She has no morals and no ideals, though she loves to go to vigils and to processions, to preaching eke, and to these pilgrimages, to plays of miracles and mariages, but her genial good fellowship makes her a pleasant enough companion. Dame Petilote is drawn with even greater skill. The impatience with which she listens to Chaucer's account of his dream is just what we should expect of a sensible, unimaginative, middle-class woman, whose own nerves and digestion were in excellent order, if her husband came to her with a long story of a supernatural warning. Dreams, she says, are the natural consequence of overeating. The best thing he can do is to take some of the herbs she recommends, and when he has pecked these up, right as they grow and eat him in, he will find all his nervousness and depression disappear. Chaucer is furious at being treated with such scant respect and proceeds to overwhelm her with examples of dreams that have come true. His wise wife, who knows when to hold her tongue, makes no attempt to answer him back, but is evidently only too thankful when at last, being convinced that he has established his point, he suffers his attention to be distracted and turns to the pleasanter business of love-making. Petilote is in fact typical of the good wives of her class, as the wife of Bath is of the bad. She is no more a heroine than the wife of Bath is a villainess, but the one studies her husband's comforts and thoroughly understands how to make him happy, while the other cares for nothing but her own amusement. Petilote's lamentations when Chanticleer is born off are in the best taste. Restraint was considered no virtue in a medieval widow, and Petilote very properly screams loudly and persistently. Nor does wifely affection go unrewarded. The Saley widow and her daughters who own the hen-yard herd and these hens cry and maken woe, and out at doors stetten they anoon, with the result that Chanticleer is saved. It is this power of making characters at once typical and individual which marks true dramatic genius. Browning's men and women reveal their innermost souls to us. We see them with a passionate vividness which is almost startling in its brilliancy, but all the while we are conscious of the intensity of their individuality. The conspicuous thing about them is that which marks them out from the rest of the world. The commonplace novelist or dramatist, on the other hand, gives us mere types of vice and virtue. Mr. Jerome's gallery of Stageland characters, the hero, the heroine, the comic Irishman, the good old man, and the rest, is scarcely caricature. It is hardly necessary to give them names. The same types have been recurring again and again for many a long year, and are likely to continue to recur as long as there are cheap books and cheap theatres. But the great masters of character drawing contrive to show us the individual at once as a unit and as part of the whole. We see the peculiar idiosyncrasies of this or that person, and we are conscious, not only of a subtle bond between ourselves and them which enables us to see things from their point of view, but of their relation to human nature in general and to their own class in particular. Chapter v. Chaucer's humour. Critics may be divided in opinion as to Chaucer's right to be called the father of English poetry, but there can be no question that he is the first great English humorist. As far back as Henry III's reign fabliaux had been imported from France, but they took no real root in English soil, and though their coarse jests and indecent situations were fully appreciated by 13th and 14th century readers, they never rose above the level of collections of merry tales and made no pretensions to originality or literary style. The same stories were repeated again and again, with slight variations, and are often to be found in Indian or Arabian versions as well as in French and English. Chaucer alone showed that it was possible to see in them a revelation of human nature. The romances, as has been said, were far more French than English, and, even so, comparatively few of them show any flicker of humor. Aucassin and Nicolette stands out as a conspicuous exception, but this is pure French, and the more English romances, such as Guy of Warwick or Bevis of Hampton, take everything with intense seriousness. It is true that the continental animal epic had begun to make its influence felt in England, but it was still the continental epic. It belonged to the days of literary free trade before the national spirit made itself felt in literature. Satire, it is true, had long since made its appearance in England, but except for rude popular rhymes and an occasional poem of greater pretensions, such as The Land of Cocaine, it was in Latin, and had nothing distinctively English about it. In the miracle plays, it is true, we find that mixture of shrewd common sense and real feeling, of comedy and tragedy, which we are accustomed to regard as characteristically English, but though they had been popular in England for many years before Chaucer began to write, the best of them date from the 15th century, and the comic element in the earlier plays seems chiefly to have consisted in rough-and-tumble farce. It was left for Chaucer to show the true meaning and value of the comic point of view, and at the same time to embody the characteristics of a nation which had but recently awakened to the consciousness of its own individuality. To say that humor is the most subtle and elusive of qualities, is to utter a truism. Certain situations are in themselves necessarily and essentially tragic. The slaying of parent by child, or child by parent, a great shipwreck involving terrible loss of life, any sudden and overwhelming catastrophe must always bring with it a sense of horror. But comedy depends on point of view rather than on situation. An absurdity of dress or manner which would cause us to smile under normal circumstances, would cease to be amusing if it indicated dangerous insanity. A man falling off the roof of a house might go into the most ridiculous attitudes without in the least stirring the spectator's sense of humor. It is this which makes it difficult to accept Professor Bergson's most interesting and suggestive theory of the mechanical nature of comedy as wholly satisfactory. And again, while such tragic incidents as have been suggested appeal to every normal human being, what amuses one person may leave another absolutely untouched. We all know the blank sensation of having our best story received with stony politeness, and the despair of trying to explain a joke. Certain things, however, do appeal in greater or less degree to the majority of people, and among these is the element of unexpectedness. The whole point of the modern musical comedy consists in making the actor behave as no sane person ever dreamed of behaving in actual life. If it were the fashion to enter a room in a series of cartwheels, we should see nothing funny in it. The audience roars with laughter when the elderly gentleman sits on his hat, because hats are not intended to be used as cushions. Nor is this element of unexpectedness confined to mere farce. It constitutes more than half the point of a brilliant repartee or play upon words. The child's misuse of terms is amusing because it suggests something which would never have occurred to us. And it is this which underlies the assertion that humor consists in incongruity. True humor, however, contains far more than this. If comedy plays on the surface of life, its greatest exponents bring home to us the fact that that surface covers a depth. It is no accident that causes Shakespeare's comedies to deepen in tone until they become well nigh indistinguishable from tragedies, or that leads Chaucer to introduce a Pandarus into the tragedy of Troilus and Chrysid. Comedy has a double value. It is amusing, and it is also a bond which connects us with everyday life. It keeps tragedy from soaring into worlds peopled exclusively by heroes and heroines of almost superhuman greatness, and romance from dwelling wholly in a land of furore. Had the poets of the Restoration ever dared to view their heroes from the comic point of view, we should have been spared the bombastic grandiloquence of their Almanzors and Osmins. Had Rosalind no sense of humor, were Touchstone and Yarks non-existent, As You Like It might still be a charming forest idyll, but it would cease to have any hint of realism. Chaucer's comedy touches both extremes. It includes the most elementary, and the most subtle forms, and though he never rises to the height of the great Shakespearean dramas, he does reveal possibilities hitherto undreamed of in English literature. For the sake of clearness, it may be well to consider his comedy under four heads: farce, wit, satire, humor proper. 1. Farce. Farce may be defined as that form of comedy which makes least appeal to the intelligence, which is, in fact, almost wholly physical. An imbecile may be incapable of realizing that there is anything unusual in wearing straws in one's hair and therefore may not find the spectacle amusing. But it needs but a very low order of intelligence to appreciate such physical peculiarity, hence the popularity of costume songs, and pantomime generally, which call for no mental effort on the part of the audience. But while farce is undoubtedly the lowest form of comedy, it does not necessarily follow that it is to be despised. The greatest authors do not disdain to make use of it, only they keep it subordinate to other interests. Shakespeare contrives to blend farce with character study in a way that is truly marvelous. Falstaff's fatness is eminently farcical, and yet it is something more. A starveling Sir John would be a wholly different person. It is farce touched with humor. Dogberry and Verges are of a different species from the comic policemen of musical comedy. In Chaucer we find both forms of farce. The Saley Carpenter of the Miller's Tale provides plenty of incident well suited to tickle the most elementary sense of the comic. The picture of the unfortunate John victualling his tub in readiness for a second edition of Noah's Flood, and sitting in it, slung up to the ceiling, awaiting on the rain is irresistibly funny, and it is easy to fancy the delight of the audience when, thinking the flood has come, he cuts the cord and comes bumping onto the floor. For the truest farce of all is the practical joke which makes someone else ridiculous. All the coarser tales are full of such episodes. It would make no difference if the incidents were transferred from one tale to another. They have no subtle connection with the personality of those involved in them. The absurdity lies in the actual situation, and is exactly on a level with the rough-and-tumble fights between Noah and his wife, which proved so popular in the miracle plays, or the tossing of Muck in a blanket in the well-known Townley mystery. The portrait of the drunken cook contains farce of a somewhat higher order. He is a most unattractive person, and from any other point of view would be merely repulsive. But humor, while it cuts through false sentiment, not infrequently softens down the harsher lines in a character. There is no bitterness in true laughter. We cannot wholly despise what amuses us. In A Tract the Cook and the Wife of Bath, the Friar and the Pardoner, would serve as awful warnings. In the Canterbury Tales they show an extraordinary power of disarming criticism and worming themselves into our affections. The Cook of London, Whyl the Rev Spark, for joy him out, he clawed him on the back. He is a genial rascal after all, and we almost resent his having so unfortunately appropriate a name as Hog. When he falls asleep as he rides and rolls off his horse our sympathies are with him, though we fully appreciate the force of the Municipal's plea that he shall not be permitted to tell his tale. The picture of the rest of the pilgrims shoving him to and fro in their efforts to mount him again, is farce of the simplest and most primitive kind, but Roger himself is a live man, not a mere occasion of mirth in others. The WYF of Bath, again, is a foul-mouthed, coarse-grained woman, selfish and self-indulgent. Her prologue shows an amazing ignorance of the meaning of clean living, and her piety merely serves as an excuse for seeing the world. Yet such is the power of the comic point of view that it is quite impossible to judge her from the conventional moral standpoint. Comedy lays stress on her good humor and her sense, and, above all, on her power of amusing the company. Compare her for one moment with Mrs. Sinclair in Clarissa, or the old hag in Dombey and Son, and the effect produced by comic treatment at once becomes evident. It is not that it dulls our moral sense, but it gives us a peculiar tolerance of its own. Instead of judging all men from our own particular plane, we learn to see these illiterate and common folk as they see each other, and we find them extraordinarily human after all. 2. Wit. Wit is the intellectual counterpart of farce. Farce at its lowest is actually physical. The jester trips his victim up, Ari and Ariat exchange hats, and at its highest consists in physical absurdity. Wit appeals as much to a blind man as to one who can see. In neither case has the comic element any necessary connection with the characters of those concerned. Farce, as we have seen, may be combined with humor, and wit may gain an added keenness from our knowledge of the witty person, but in their simplest form neither depends on any such connection. A man chasing his hat is a funny sight, quite apart from our having any idea of who he is. Any additional element of humor which may be added by the fact that it is Mr. So-and-so, who prides himself on his dignified deportment, is not purely farcical. In like manner, a brilliant repartee is amusing, though we may have no notion who uttered it. In fact, not infrequently the same story is told, with equal effect, about two or more different men. At the same time a remark, witty in itself, often gains additional force from its context, and in certain cases the chief point depends on the setting. The wit traps so beloved by Restoration comedy writers, of which George Meredith speaks in his essay on comedy, are typical examples of pure wit. It does not matter in the least by whom the remark is made, the actual verbal sword-play is in itself amusing. Frequently such dialogue does nothing whatever to help on the plot. Its wit is in itself sufficient to justify its existence. Shakespeare, on the other hand, has extraordinarily few passages which can be detached from the play in which they occur, and quoted as essentially amusing. Falstaff's jests without Falstaff lose all their savour, and the wit of a Rosalind or a Beatrice is too intimate a part of her personality for the two to be divorced. Millement's brilliant jests are scintillating jewels of wit. The wit of Shakespeare's heroines is a facet of their character. Drama naturally affords more scope for the display of wit than does narrative poetry. That Chaucer is witty is undeniable, but his wit shows itself chiefly in sly comments and parentheses, or in the adroit use of an unexpected simile. his dry comment on the probable fate of Arcite's soul, the parenthesis which tells us how small is the number of those who having done well desire to hide their good deeds, the eagle's complaint, in the Who's of Fame, that the poet is noyous for to carry, Placebo's explanation of the reason why he has never yet quarrelled with any lord of high estate are good examples of the former method. Detached from their context, there is little or nothing in any of them to raise a smile. They contain no play upon words, nothing intrinsically amusing. But in their proper setting they cause that pleasant shock which breeds laughter, they give a sudden whimsical turn to the thought. The Non-Priest's Tale illustrates, not only Chaucer's comic use of simile, but, what is closely allied to this, the comic effect produced by speaking of one thing in terms of another. The mock-heroic effect produced by the learning of Chaucer and the weight of the illustrations which he adduces in support of his faith in dreams, is inimitable. This cock quotes Josephus and Macrobius and Cato with such pompous gravity that he almost persuades us to share his own sense of his importance. The grave disquisition on predestination and free will which prefaces the account of his untoward fate has an irresistibly comic effect. This is, however, not purely comic. It is characteristic of Chaucer that he should treat a matter which was evidently much in his thoughts, in this half-ironic manner. The comparison of the bereaved Petilote to Hasdrubal's wife, and her sister hens to the wives of the senators of Rome, one that Nero Brendi, 109, the Cite, is no less effective. The whole story indeed is treated consistently from the comic point of view, and while here again there is nothing inherently funny in detached passages, wit lights up the poem from end to end. 3. Satire. Satire differs from farce or wit in that it has a definite moral purpose. It is our purpose, crits, to correct and punish with our laughter, says Mercury in Cynthia's Revels. The satirist deliberately alienates our sympathies from those whom he describes, and as the true humorist is apt to pass from comedy to romance, and from romance to tragedy, so the satirist not infrequently ends by finding rage and disgust overpower his sense of the ridiculous. Ben Jonson passes from the comedy of every man in his humour to the bitterness of Volpone, Swift from the comparative lightness of Gulliver in Lilliput, to the savage brutality of the Houyhnhnms. Of satire pure and simple few examples are to be found in Chaucer. The Who's of Fame is indeed satiric in conception, and certain of the pictures it contains are decidedly effective. The 14th-century equivalent of the game of Russian scandal which it describes, has already been noticed. No less ironic is the account of the shipmen and pilgrims with scrips bretful of lozenges intermuddled with tidings, 110, whom the poet meets in the house of rumour. But the poem as a whole is so lengthy and so much of it is occupied with the description of symbols, references to classical mythology, and other equally serious matters, that the more witty portions stand out conspicuously, and the reader is apt to find some difficulty in seeing the various parts in their proper relation. Successful satire must ever keep its object in view. The whose of fame is too discursive to be really effective as a whole. The fact is that satire is not Chaucer's natural bent. He is too quick-witted not to see through sham and humbug, but his interest lies in portraiture rather than in exposure. His object is to paint life as he sees it, to hold up the mirror to nature, and, as has justly been said, a mirror has no tendency it reflects, but it does not, or should not, distort. In two cases only does Chaucer deliberately draw a one-sided picture, and both are topical skits, too slight to regard as satire proper. The Complaint of Mars, which is not specially witty or amusing in itself, is said to have been written at the expense of my Lady of York and the Earl of Huntingdon, but any savour which the jest may once have had, has long since passed away. The Rime of Sir Thapase has already been noticed as a good-natured parody of the conventional romance. But if Chaucer is too tolerant and genial, too little of a preacher and enthusiast, for a satirist, enough has already been said to show that his wit has often a satiric turn. The student of the Canterbury Tales is often reminded of the worth of another great English humorist. Chaucer and Fielding are alike in a certain air of rollicking good fellowship, a certain virility, a determination to paint men and women as they know them. Neither is particularly squeamish, both enjoy a rough jest, and have little patience with over-refinement. Both give one a sense of sturdy honesty and kindliness, and know how to combine tenderness with strength. Both, with all their tolerance, have a keen eye for hypocrisy or affectation and a sharp tongue wherewith to chastise and expose it. Chaucer hates no one, not even the pardoner, as wholeheartedly as Fielding hates Master Blifil, but the pardoner's tale affords the best instance of the satiric bent of the poet's humour when he is brought face to face with a scheming rogue. The host, who has been much moved by the piteous tale of Virginia, turns to the pardoner for something to remove its depressing influence, or "But I hear anon a merry tale," he cries, "myn hurt is lost for pity of this maid." "Thou Bellamy, 111, thou pardoner," he said, "tell us som mirth or japes." 112, right anon. The pardoner is ready enough to oblige, as soon as he has called at the inn they are passing and has eaten and drunk. But it is noteworthy that the pilgrims, who have listened to the miller's tale without a murmur, are nervous as to what the pardoner's idea of a merry tale may be. With one voice they protest, "Nay, let him tell us of no rebawdy winking sad smiley." 113, tell us some moral thing, that we may le. 114, som wit, and then will we gladly hear. To the pardoner it is all one. Practised speaker as he is, a comic story or a sermon comes equally readily to his lips, and he promises with ready good nature, though he begs for a moment for reflection. "I grant, why wis quod he, but I most think upon som honest thing, whyl that I drink." Of their insinuations as to the kind of tale he is likely to tell if left to himself, he takes not the slightest notice. His tongue loosened by the ale, he begins with a cynical confession of his methods as a popular preacher. "Laudings," quod he, in chickies when I preach I pain me to han and how tain, 115, spech, and ringe it out as round as goo the bell, for I can by rote that I tell. 116, my theme is always un, and ever was, radix malorum cupiditas. Having thus warned his hearers against the love of money, he proceeds to show his credentials, sprinkling a few Latin terms here and there in his speech, to saffron with my predication, 117, and for to stir men to devotion, and then shows his relics, the shoulder bone of an holy Jew's shep, a miraculous mitten which will cause the crops of the man who wears it to increase manifold. By this gaud have I won, year by year, 100 marks sith I was pardoner, a pillow-case, which he swears is Our Lady's veil, etc., etc. After this he preaches a vehement sermon against avarice, the object of which, he frankly explains, is, for to make hem free to yev her pens, and namely unto me. For my own tongue 'tis not but for to win, and no thing for correction of sin. I reck never, one that they ben buried, though that her soul's goone blackburied. 118, if anyone has offended him, he takes care so to point at him in what he says that the reference is unmistakable and the whole congregation understands who it is that is being denounced. Thus quit I folk that do us displeasances. In fact, the whole object of his preaching is neither more nor less than the amassing of money, the form my theme is yet, and ever was, radix malorum cupiditas. Times, for I wol preach and beg in sundry londs, I wol not do no labour with myn hons. Times, I wol have money, wol, chus, and would, I'll were it even of the poorest page, or of the poorest widow in a village. No wonder that up on a day he gat him more money than that the person, 119, gat in months tway. After this shameless confession, the pardoner offers to relate one of the moral tales which he has found most efficacious in cajoling money out of unwilling pockets. In Flanders whilom was a company of young folk, that haunted Foley, 120, thus he begins, and so moved is he with the thought of the folly of these young people that, with his own lips scarce dry from their last draught of corny ale, he proceeds to denounce gluttony and drunkenness in no measured terms. It is an admirable sermon, full of apt illustrations and appropriate references to the Bible. It enables us to see, at the outset, how the preacher succeeds in dominating his illiterate audiences when he speaks in the village churches. Having got well into his stride, the pardoner passes on to the promised tale. Among the riotous company are 3 young men. One day, as they sit drinking in a tavern, they hear the bell toll, and sending a servant to inquire the cause, they learn that death has carried away one of their companions. With valiant courage they declare their intention of seeking out and slaying this false traitor Death, and without more ado set forth on the quest. An old man, whom they meet by the way, tells them that Death is to be found in a neighbouring grove, under a tree, and everk of these rioters ran till he came to that tree, and there they found of florins fine of gold y coined round well and 8 bushels, as hemmed out. The sight effectually puts death out of their minds. They decide that the treasure must be hidden, and since it will be well to wait for darkness before venturing to remove it, they draw lots to determine which of them shall run to the town for meat and drink, while the other two keep guard. The lot falls on the youngest, but no sooner has he gone than the two who remain plot to murder him when he comes back, since there will be the more gold for them if he is out of the way. The youngest also thinks it a pity to divide such wealth by three, and having reached the town he goes to an apothecary and demands some poison, that he might his rats quell. 121. He then buys 3 bottles, puts poison in 2 and reserves the third for his own use. On his return he is slain by the other 2. And when that this was done, thus spake that one, now let us sit and drink, and make us merry, and afterward we will his body bury. Thus all 3 find death where they sought him. The story is told with considerable force. The action moves quickly, and there is enough grim suggestiveness to stir the hearer's imagination without the detail being in any way overloaded. The picture of the old man vainly seeking death as he strikes his staff upon the ground and cries, "Lev moder, let me in," the brief dialogue between the 2 roisterers in the wood, the description of the thoughts that chase each other through the mind of the third as he runs, all show a power of vivid dramatic presentation. It is not in the least such a tale as the pilgrims expect from the pardoner. The poor parson himself could point no better moral. And it ends with, of all things, an impassioned appeal against avarice. The pardoner has fallen unconsciously into his professional manner. Carried away by his own eloquence, he forgets that he began by explaining the trick of the whole thing. No doubt, as he himself had said, he has used the tale often enough as a means of extorting money, and with the most convincing fervor he begs the pilgrims, with his confession fresh in their minds, to beware of covetousness, and to press forward and make their offerings to his holy relics. So naturally have we been led on step by step, so easily has he passed from cynicism to sermon, and from sermon to application, that it is something of a shock when the host, instead of hastening to kiss the relics as he is bidden, responds to the invitation with a coarse jest. The anger of the pardoner at this indignity is explicable only on the ground that he was so consummate an actor that he had literally forgotten himself in his part. A hypocrite he undoubtedly is, but not the crude, deliberate hypocrite whom the later satirists of the Puritans delighted to draw, nor even the Pecksniffian hypocrite who, while he retains his mask, even in private, never loses consciousness of the fact that it is a mask. He has something of the artistic temperament, and his failure to impress the pilgrims gives him a real, though momentary, jar. The subtle irony with which the whole picture is drawn is perfect in its restraint. The vulgar rogue is sufficiently represented by the friar. The pardoner is of higher intelligence, and while we condemn him we recognize his ability. The suggestion that the various birds in the parliament of fowls represent courtiers of the day, has already been noticed. If it is true, the satire is of so genial and playful a kind that even the goose can scarcely have been hurt by it. More than once Chaucer draws an amusing picture of a gossiping, foolish crowd, but while it is evident that he has no very high opinion of the intelligence of people in the mass, there is no trace of bitterness in his descriptions. The well-meaning busybodies who come to comfort Chrysid are as helplessly incompetent as the goose, the cuckoo, and the doke, but though fussy and self-centered, they have too much real kindliness for it to be possible not to feel a certain affection for them. Perhaps the best of all Chaucer's crowds is that in the Squiere's tale which gathers to look at the horse of brass, and the other magic gifts, diverse folk diversely they dimmed, as many Hades, as many wits there have been. They murmured as doth a swarm of bean, 122, and madden skiles after her fantasies, 123, rehearsing of thy oldie poetries, and Sidon, it was like the Pegasus, the horse that had wings for to flee, or else it was the Greek's horse Sinon, 124, that brought Troy to destruction, as men may in thy oldie gestes read. Myn hurt quadoon, is evermore in dread, I trow som men of arms been therein, that shapen, 125, hem this city for to win. It were right good that else which thing were now. Another round, 126, to his feel or low, and Cid, he lieth, it is rather like an apparence why marred by som magic as jogelors plien at thys fests gret. Of sundry doubts thus they jangle and trit, as lewd, 127, people demeth commonly of things that been marred more subtly, than they can in whole lewdness comprehendi, they demon gladly to the badder endi. With equal learning they discuss the mirror and sword and ring, and having paraded their knowledge of sundry harding of metal furnace and glass and similar wonderful inventions, come to no conclusion. For, humour. If it is difficult to draw a hard and fast line round other elements of comedy, and detach wit from satire, or satire from farce, it is still harder to attempt to isolate humor and discuss it as a separate and distinct property. Humor is the sympathetic appreciation of the comic, the faculty which enables us to love while we laugh, and to love the better for our laughter. Something has already been said of the softening influence of comedy. It is humor which enables us to see the other person's point of view, to distinguish between crimes and misdemeanors, so that we no more wish to convert Sir Toby from the error of his ways than to reduce the fat boy's appetite. Above all, it is humor which points out those endearing peculiarities, those little foibles and harmless weaknesses which give Parson Adams and the Vicar of Wakefield so warm a place in our affections. There is no sting in such laughter, no conscious superiority, on the contrary, it contains an element of tenderness. Obviously humor is distinct from satire, but it can be distinguished from farce and wit only by insisting on the externals when speaking of them. Humor is indeed the soul of all comedy. Satire, being destructive, not constructive, is in a class apart, but even satire, as we have seen in Chaucer's picture of a crowd, may become so softened by humor that it loses the element of caricature and serves only to give a keener edge to wit. Chaucer's whole point of view is that of the humorist. To the tragic writer, things apparently trifling in themselves may be fraught with deep significance. A chance movement, a momentary impulse, may set fire to the train which brings about the catastrophe, or may reveal some subtle shade of character which it is essential that we should see. But the tragedian has no time to waste on trifles for their own sake. If Shakespeare shows us the sleepy porter unbarring the gate of Macbeth's castle, or the grave diggers of Elsinore singing at their work, it is not because he wants our thoughts to dwell on either the one or the other. They have their place as part of the tragedy, and it is the sense of tragedy, not the triviality of the incident, which is uppermost in our mind. But the comic poet saunters gaily through life, pausing to notice every trifle as he passes. He views the world as the unaccustomed traveller views a foreign country, the old women at their cottage doors, the peasants plodding behind their patient oxen in the field, the very names above the shops, all are interesting. There is no such thing as a dull person. The mere fashion in which a man walks or wears his clothes is worth recording, not because it throws any subtle light upon his character, but because it is unusual and therefore quaint, because, in fact, the unexpected is manifesting itself in these homely details. Chaucer possesses this faculty of amused observation in a preeminent degree. Again and again he contrives to invest some perfectly trifling and commonplace incident with an air of whimsicality, and by so doing to make it at once realistic and remote. We are never wholly absorbed by what amuses us, in the sense that we are absorbed by what appeals to our tragic emotions. Laughter implies a certain detachment, whereas in tragedy we feel with those concerned with an intensity which often causes us to lose all consciousness of our own individuality. We may be surprised to find the tears in our eyes, but we are always conscious of our laughter. This homely, whimsical point of view shows itself in 1,000-minute touches. Friar John, in the Somnour's tale, goes to call on friend Thomas, and fro the bench he drew for the cat, and laid down his potent, 128, and his hat, and eke his scrip, and set him softer down. The rout pursues Dan Russell the fox, and Crichton, out, Harrow, and Willory. Ha, ha, the fox, and after him they ran, and eke with staves many another man, ran our dog, and Talbot, and Jeland, and Mackin, with a distaff in her hand, ran cow and calf, and eke the very hogs, so were they furred for barking of the dogs and shouting of the men and women, eke they ron so, hemmed out her hurt breck. They yelleden as feeds doon in hell, the dogs, 129, Crichton as men wold hem queller winking sad smiley 130, the G's for fear flowen, 131, over the trees, out of the hive came the swarm of bees. There is nothing wildly farcical in any of this. Friar John does not sit on the cat, the men and dogs do not tumble over each other. The humor consists in the point of view which finds such incidents worth recording. It is not what he says, but the way he says it, not what he sees, but the way he sees it. As to the sympathetic quality of humor, that is even more obvious in all Chaucer's work. It is sympathy that lies at the bottom of a tolerance so wide that it hardly finds it necessary to forgive. When Chaucer needs a melodramatic villain or villainess such as Apius, or Al's mother, he can depict one, but except when it affords opportunity for comedy he usually touches an evil character but lightly. His heart lies in the pure poetry of such women as Constance and Dorigen, or in broadly comic effect. He has no desire to sound the depths of human nature or to dwell upon the darker and more terrible side of life. Shakespeare's comedy is often touched with a suggestion of something faintly tragic. Even Falstaff is by no means a wholly comic figure, and the wisdom of Yax, with all its affectation, contains a truth that goes beneath the surface. Chaucer seldom shows us the revealing power of comedy, but, like Shakespeare, he is not afraid to blend gaiety and gravity in the same person. From one point of view the Book of the Duchess is surely the most cheerful elegy ever written. Chaucer does not tell off certain low-class characters for comic effect. He allows even the noblest and best a sense of humor. When we think of the serious and lachrymose heroines of romance, we feel that Chaucer's women owe half their vitality to the fact that they are not afraid to laugh, that noble and high-minded as they are part and parcel of the ordinary stuff of human life. Chapter 6 Chaucer's descriptive power. From the earliest days of pre-conquest literature, English poetry has always shown a strong feeling for nature. Nature, in those early days, has something wild and terrible about her. Great forests, haunted by savage beasts and more savage men, stretch over the land. The seabirds utter their plaintive cries as they hover above the desolate salt marshes. Ice-cold waves break on the iron-bound coast. Yet the sons of the Sea Kings feel the call of the sea in their blood. They know the danger and the savagery of nature, but something in them responds to her relentless force, and the spell of the sea holds them. They may picture heaven as a place where there is neither hail nor frost, and look forward to still waters and green pastures hereafter, but on earth the welter of the waves, and the strange calm of the rime-bound trees, draw them in spite of themselves. In the charms and riddles a gentler note is sometimes sounded as the poet watches a cloud of gnats float o'er the forest heights or listens to the whir of the wild swan's wings. But on the whole the impression left upon our minds is one of force rather than of peace, of man putting forth his might to subdue the wild strength of nature, and winning a bride by capture. Often their descriptions of warfare gain an added force from the skillful use of some natural detail. The one raven circles above the conflicting hosts, waiting for his prey. The water snakes curve and curl in the seething waters into which Beowulf plunges to meet the monster. Here again, we have the same mingling of tragic imagination and fierce exultation. They delight in picturing actual battle, in describing the hiss of the javelins through the air, and the gleam of the flashing blade. But while they often speak of the beauty of curiously wrought armor, or of the wealth of a king's treasure, they show little power of presenting beauty for its own sake, and none at all of depicting the beauty of a woman. Their heroines are fair and gracious and bear the mead cup round the hall where the warriors feast, and unless they are in some way concerned with causing or avenging a quarrel, That is all there is to say about them. To the Anglo-Normans this wilder and sterner aspect of nature seems to have made little appeal. Nature forms a charming background to many of the love lyrics of the 12th, 13th and 14th centuries, but it is a far daintier and sunnier nature than that of the Old English poets. The time has come of the singing of birds, groweth said, and bloweth med, and springth the vood new, Syncoq, 132. In the romances certain definite conventions gradually establish themselves. It is always May morning when the hero rides into the green forest, and flowers, of uncertain species but gay colors, flaunt about his path. A description of a hunt, including minute details as to the proper method of dismembering the quarry, often finds a place. Tristram first wins King Mark's affections by teaching his huntsman the proper method of cutting up a stag. Detailed descriptions of elaborate banquets are also popular, but it is evident in these, as in the descriptions of hunting, that the author's interest lies rather in the actual etiquette than in any pictorial effect. Nevertheless, the romances show a growing delight in color and beauty. The hero and heroine must conform to a certain conventional standard, but the standard is by no means contemptible. Fair was he and slim and tall, so we read of Aucassin in Mr. Burdillon's translation, and well-fashioned in legs and feet and body arms. His hair was yellow and crisped small, and his eyes were grey and laughing, and his face was clear and shapely, and his nose high and well set, and so endued was he with good condition, that there was none bad in him, but good only. And the fact that the gardens in which these gracious beings wander conform to no natural laws, does not prevent them from having a charm of their own. What could be more dainty than the following picture of a dutiful daughter reading to her parents, from the Chevalier or Lion by Chrétien de Troyes, through the whole Sir Gawain Gas, 133, Until an orchard, play in passe winking sad smiley 134. His maiden with him leads he found a knyght under a tree, upon a cloth of gold he lay, before him sat a full fair May winking sad smiley 135, a lady sat with them in fear, 136, the maiden read, that they myght hear a real romance in that place. Only occasionally do we hear any echo of that deeper note which sounded through the older poets, and catch a glimpse of winter, when the leaves lancen from the linde, 137, and light, on the ground, and unblithe on bare twigs sings many a bird piteously piping for pain of the cold. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. The battles and tournaments, accounts of which fill so many pages of the romances, for the most part show considerable sameness of treatment. The hero is beaten to his knees by the giant, or is almost overpowered by the poisonous breath of the dragon, when with a supreme effort he recovers himself and pierces his adversary in whatever his one vital spot may happen to be. Now and then some flash of ingenuity lights up the story, as when the Soldan's daughter saves Roland and Oliver and their companions by flinging her father's plate to the besieging army, thus at once distracting the attention of the soldiers and making her avaricious father ready to consent to any compromise, or some touch of real feeling breaks through all conventions, as when Sir Tristram, as he turns to meet Maurs, kicks away his boat, since but one of them will need any means of leaving the isle, but for the most part the author follows the regular lines. Chaucer, while he shows definite traces of the conventions of his day, in description, as in other matters, follows his own bent. Description for its own sake has little interest for him. Again and again he cuts short some passage which his contemporaries would have elaborated. In the Skier's tale, for instance, a banquet occurs which affords admirable opportunity for that detailed account of ceremonial so dear to the hearts of medieval poets. Chaucer tells us that the steward ordered spices and wine, and then adds impatiently, "What needeth ya rehearsen her array?" 138, Eke man wot well, that at a king's feasteth plenty, to the most and to the least, and dainties mo than been in my knowing. The dinner given by Deiphobus in Troilus and Chrysid is passed over equally perfunctorily. Come eke Chrysid, al innocent of this, Antigone, her sister Tab also, but flee we now prolixity best is, for love of God, and let us fast go right to the effect, without tales mo, why all this folk assembled in this place, and let us of her saluinges pace. 139, even the hunt in the book of the Duchess is dismissed in little over a dozen lines. When we came to the forest sid every man died. Right anon, as to hunting fill to doen. 140, the meester hunt he anon, fought hoot. 141, with a gret horn blew 3 moot. 142, at the uncoupling of his hounds. Within a whyl the hurt, why, found he is, why haloed and rechased fast long time, and at the last this hurt roosed. 143, and still away fro all the hounds a privy way. And then the poet turns to the real subject of his poem. Wordsworth himself does not make hunting seem a tamer occupation. Nor are Chaucer's descriptions of fighting much more convincing. He tells us coldly that Troilus and Diomed met in battle, with bloody strokes and with words gret, and that Troilus often beat furiously upon the helmet of Diomed. But the stanza which follows this announcement puts the matter in a nutshell. And if I had taken for to rid the arms of this ilk worthy main, then wold I of his battles endite. But for that I to rid first began of his love, I have sid as that I can. His worthy deeds, whoso list hem here, read des, he can tell hem ly fear. 144, it is emotion, not action, which interests him most. In the Knight's Tale, Palamon and Arcite, Foinan, 145, eke at other wonder long, but Chaucer has no desire to follow the duel to its end. He remarks that they hew at each other till they are ankle deep in blood and then leaves them, still fighting, while he turns to Theseus. There is more vigor in the description of the tournament at the end. Here the clash of arms does echo through the verse, and the rapid narrative conveys a vivid sense of the heat and clamour of battle. The restumble steads strong, and down goth all. He rolleth underfoot as doth the bow. He foineth on his feet with his strong cown, and he him hurtleth with his hawser down. Possibly the poet was recalling his own fighting days in France. Certainly there is nothing stiff or conventional about this. But nowhere else does he give so lengthy and detailed a description of action, and even here it has a dramatic value, apart from its intrinsic interest, in that it enhances the suspense. Further, Chaucer, as we know, had himself probably superintended the erection of such lists, and the ceremonial of the tournament may well have had a special interest for him. His use of similes in describing action is worthy of note. He does not, like Spenser, constantly break the narrative by introducing some beautiful picture drawn from classical mythology, thus carrying the thoughts of the reader away from the actual situation at the moment. His similes are few, in this connection, and are so chosen that they add to the vividness of the whole impression. Palamon and Arcite fight like wild boars that frothen white as foam for firewood. Of Arcite we are told, there gnaws no tigre in the vale of Galgophe, one that her whelp is stole, when it is light, so cruel on the hunt he, as is Arcite. Such comparisons are very different from Spenser's, like as the sacred ox that careless stands with gilden horns and flowery garlands crowned proud of his dying honor and dearer bands, while altars fume with frankincense around, all suddenly, with mortal stroke astound, doth grovelling fall, and with his streaming gore disdains the pillars and the holy ground, and the fair floress that decked him afore. So fell proud Marinell upon the Proteus shore. To Chaucer the interest does not lie in the pomp and pageantry, nor even in the chivalry of it all, but in the human emotion, in Emily waiting to know which of the lovers will claim her hand, in the nights filled with the lust of battle, in the quondam friends who seek each other's life. Chivalry has, indeed, little glamour in Chaucer's eyes. Gower's story of Florent has a certain stateliness which is lacking in the tale of the Wyf of Bath. It has none of Chaucer's digressions, none of the homeliness of his version. A description of the elf queen and her jolly company dancing in the green meadows would perhaps be out of place in the mouth of the wife of Bath. But it is evident that Chaucer sacrifices the dainty grace of Mab and Puck without a pang in order to allow himself a sly hit at the limiters and other holy friars who have replaced them. The same principle underlies his description of people. In the book of the Duchess he gives us a detailed account of Blanche's charms. Probably he felt it incumbent on him to do so. She is fair, as a heroine should be, but even in this, the most conventional of all his descriptions, he contrives to give life and individuality to the conventional type, for every hair, up, on her head, sooth to sayne, hit was not reed, any now the yell, any brown hit nos. Methought most like gold hit was, and which eyeing my lady Hadow. Debonair, good, glade, and saddy, 146, simple, of good mochel, 147, not too wide, times, and yet moreover, thick although that ever lived were now alive, they, any should have found to describe in her face a wicked scene, for it was sad, simple, and benign. This is no stereotyped model of feminine beauty, but a picture of the good fair wight as she was when she lived. In describing Cressida, Chaucer keeps fairly close to his original. We realize her beauty rather from the effect it produces on others than from any particular details. She is tall, but so well made that there is nothing clumsy or mannish about her, and she dresses in black, as beseems a widow. This is practically all that we are told about her. The strong impression of sensuous beauty which she undoubtedly produces, is due to Chaucer's power of creating an atmosphere rather than to actual description. We hear the nightingale singing her to sleep, or watch her colour come and go as Troilus draws near, and our mind is so filled with an image of youth and beauty that we never stop to think if she is fair or dark. It is the same with Troilus. We get a gallant impression of him as he rides past Cressida's window, his eyes downcast, and a boyish shyness tinging his cheeks with red, but Chaucer thinks of his feelings rather than his looks. Later in the poem, as he rides towards the palace at the head of his men, the poet's impatience of mere description shows itself still more clearly. God woot if he sat on his horse aright, or goodly was besane, 148, that ilk day. God woot where he was like a manly knight. What should I dreesh, 149, or tell of his array? Chrysid, which that these things say, to tell in short, her liked fear his person, his array, his look, his chere. Troilus's looks are, in fact, of importance only because they win the heart of Cressida. But if Chaucer devotes little space to dilating upon mere beauty of person, he has a keen eye for anything in dress, manner, or appearance that is in the truest sense characteristic. The prologue to the Canterbury Tales shows clearly enough how trifles may reflect personality. The grey fur that edges the monk's sleeves, and the love knot of gold that fastens his hood, tell their tale, and a single glance at him gives us considerable insight into his character. His head was bald, that shone as any glass, and eke his face, as he had been anoint. He was a lord full fat and in good point winking sad smiley 150, his eyeing step, 151, and rollinge in his head, that stemmed as a foreign sigh of a lead winking sad smiley 152, his bots supple, his horse in great estat dot, 153, now certainly he was a fair prelate. The Christopher of silver that gleams on the yeoman's green coat, the threadbare raiment and lean horse of the clerk of Oxenford, the ruddy face and white beard of the franklin, all serve to illustrate the same point. The very spurs of the wife of Bath seem to have a subtle significance of their own. Once only does Chaucer go out of his way to give a detailed description of one of his heroines, and the passage is worth quoting in full because not only does it illustrate his careful observation of detail, but it shows also a dramatic fitness which is eminently characteristic. The miller is describing Alisoun, and there is not a simile, among the many used, which would not spring naturally to the lips of a peasant. Fair was this young wife, and the withal as any wizeel her body gent, 154, and small. A saint, 155, she would bard al of silk, a barakluth, 156, eke as whyt as morn milk up on her lens, full of many a gore. Whyt was her smock and browded al before and eke behindi, on her collar about, of coal-black silk, within and eke without. The tapes of her white volupia, 157, were of the same suit of her collar winking sad smiley 158, her fillet brood of silk, and set full high, and sickly she had a licorice ye dot, 159, full smile wipuled were her brows too, 160, and though were bent, and blake as any slough dot, 161, she was full more blissful on to see than is the new Periojonet, 162, tree, and softer than the wall is of a weather. And by her girdle hing a purse of lethia tasselled with silk, and pearled with laytown dot, 163, in all this world, to seeken up and down, there is no man so wis, that could thanch so gay a popelote, 164, or switch a wench. Full brighter was the shining of her hue than in the tour the noble wife forged new. But of her song, it was as loud and yown, 165, as any swall were sitting on a burn. Thereto she could skip and make game, as any kite or calf foal winch his dame. Her mouth was sweet as bragot, 166, or the meath, 167, or hoard of apples lit in hay or heath. Wincinge she was, as is a jolly colt, long as a mast, and upright as a bolt. A brooch she bar up on her low collar, as broad as is the bos of a buckler. The poet who wrote this had used his eyes to some purpose. In certain of his descriptions, notably that of Chanticleer with his scarlet comb, black bill, azure legs, white nails, and golden tail, we notice Chaucer's love of brilliant color, but this makes the comparative dullness and tameness of his marvelous palaces and enchanted castles all the more remarkable. He gives us a list of golden images, rich tabernacles and curious portraitures which stand in the temple of glass, but it is a mere auctioneer's catalogue of valuables which conveys no real impression of beauty or strangeness. We read of Venus flitting in a sec her head crowned with roses, and her comb to kemp her head, and feel as if we were looking up her attributes in a classical dictionary. The thrill of the Renaissance has not yet swept across Europe. The gods still sleep, before awakening to their strange sweet Indian summer of life. Classical mythology serves Chaucer as an additional storehouse of story and illustration, but it no more intoxicates him with rapture than does the Gesta Romanorum. Spenser's Temple of Venus, in which 100 altars round about were set, all flaming with their sacrifices fire, that with the stem thereof the temple sweat, which ruled in clouds to heaven did aspire, and in them bore true lovers' vows entire, and eke 100 brazen cauldrons bright to bath in joy and amorous desire, every of which was to a damsel bright, for all the priests were damsels in soft linen dight, glows with colour and warmth. Chaucer's perfunctory statement that the windows of his chamber were well glazed and unbroken, that to behold it were great joy, and that in the glazing was wrought, all the story of Troy, times of Hector and King Priamus, of Achilles and Laomedon, of Mede and of Jason, of Paris, Ellen, and Levin, leaves us untouched. But if Chaucer is ill at ease within four walls, and takes but scant pleasure in looking at tapestries and pictures, the moment he slips out of doors he becomes a different being. He is no Wordsworth noting each twig and leaf, or watching with mystic gaze the shadows fall on the silent hills. He is content to fill his garden with flowers of the regulation, white, blue, yellow, and reed, and cold well streams nothing dd, that swoman full of small fishes light with fins reed and scales silver bright, and it is probably just as well not to inquire too closely into the natural order of either blossoms or fish. Cressida's garden is distinguished by the neatness of its fences, and the fact that its paths have recently been gravelled and provided with nice new benches. But even in these trim and formal gardens the spirit of spring is abroad, and once in the wood, Chaucer abandons himself to the sheer joy of nature. He passes down a green glade full thick of grass, full soft and sweat, with flowers feel, fair under feet, times, for it was, on to behold as thick the earth envirold to be gayer than the heaven to have mo flowers, switch 7 as in the well considerers be. 168, hit had forget the poverty that winter, through his cold moor ways, had mad hit suffer, and his sore ways, al was forgotten, and that was sane. For al the woad was waxen green. Sweetness of dew had made it wax, and his heart keeps tune to the song of the birds. He has something of Milton's power of giving a general sense of freshness and sweetness, and, again like Milton, his scenery always strikes one as peculiarly English. He tells us that Kambinskon reigns in Syria, but his picture of the birds singing for joy of the lusty weather and the young green is that of a northern rather than an eastern spring. His best-loved flower, the daisy, springs in every English hedgerow. The description of May in the prologue to the Legend of Good Women is particularly charming. The poet declares that one thing, and one alone, has power to take him from his books. When May comes, one that I hear the small fowls singe and that the flowers gin for to springe, farewell my study, as lasting that season. Instead of poring over some ponderous tome, he wanders out into the meadows to watch the daisy open to the sun, and when the sun ginneth for to west, then closeth hit, and draweth hit to rest, so sore hit is afford of the night, till on the moor wet, that hit is day's light. All day long he roams till, closed was the flower and goon to rest, and then he speeds swiftly home, and in a light herb that I have, why benched new with turfs fresh why grave, I bade men should me my couch make, for dainty of the new summer's sake I bade hem strow flowers on my bed. But here again it is impression rather than actual description. True to the city-bred instinct, Chaucer sees winter rather as the king of intimate delights and fireside pleasures, than as having an especial beauty of his own. The Frankelin's Tale contains a picture of December which brings the comfort of inglenook and steaming cup vividly before us. The bitter frosts, with the sleet and rain, destroyeth the green in every yard. Janus sit by the fire, with double bird, and drinketh of his bugle horn the win. Before him stand brawn of the tusked swyn, and now crieth every lusty man. We almost feel the pleasant glow of the fire, and hear the great logs hiss and crackle. It is impossible to read Chaucer's descriptions of nature without being struck by his love of birds and animals, and especially of the smaller and more helpless kinds. Birds occupy a large place in his affections. He is perpetually pausing to call attention to them, and spring is to him preeminently the time when small fowls make an melody. Here again he shows little minute observation or discrimination. It is birds in general, rather than any bird in particular, that he loves. To praise the song of a nightingale can hardly be reckoned any proof of special bird lore, and except in the Parliament of Fowls, Chaucer scarcely mentions any other bird by name. The crow, who is the real hero of the Mornsepul's tale, and who distinguishes himself by singing, cuckow, 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 can no more be regarded as an ordinary, unsophisticated bird than can the eagle who acts as Jove's messenger in the Who's of Fame, or the princess disguised as a falcon who seeks Canis' aid. The Parliament of Fowls, it is true, shows that Chaucer knew the names of a considerable number of birds, but the epithets that he applies to each show no more real knowledge of their habits than the epithets which he, or rather, Boccaccio, applies to the various trees, in an earlier stanza, show any love of forestry. The oak is useful for building purposes, and the elm makes good coffins. In like manner, the owl forebodes death, and the swallow eats flies, or rather, if we are to believe Chaucer, bees. Regarded as individuals, the birds are delightfully convincing. Regarded as birds they are dismissed rather carelessly, though, since it is Chaucer who dismisses them, an occasional happy phrase redeems the passage from dullness and monotony. But it is not only in a love of birds, which, after all, is common to most poets, that Chaucer shows this side of his nature. Reference has already been made to the whelp and the squirrels which he introduces into the book of the Duchess. The little conies who hasten to their play in the garden of the Parliament of Fowls are due in the first place to Boccaccio, but the Italian merely tells us that they go hither and thither. His picture is dainty and pretty, but it lacks the half-amused tenderness of Chaucer's. Chaucer, it is evident, loves them all, bird and beast, sportive coney and timid roe, not forgetting the squirrels, and best smell of gentle kindy. The following stanza affords illustration of another point in Chaucer's descriptions. Master of melody as he is, he has not learned the subtle art of suiting sound to sense, and producing a definite sensuous impression by sheer music. It is impossible to read of these instruments of strangers in a chord which make so ravishing a sweetness, without finding one's thoughts involuntarily carried on to Spenser's enchanted garden, in which angelical soft trembling voices made to instruments divine respondents meet. Chaucer's little wind, unneth it might be less, which makes a soft noise in the green leaves, is too fresh ever to blow across the flowers of a crazier's garden, but the bower of bliss casts a spell over us of which Chaucer has not the secret. He is too frankly of this world to be at home in fairyland, and the note of sincerity which sounds throughout his verse would accord ill with such intoxicating sweetness. Lady Pride and her followers, Dame Cilia and her fair daughters, Fidelia, Speranza, and Carita, find a natural home in Spenser's world of wonders. But Chaucer's allegorical personages must needs either come to life and turn into actual human beings, like the birds in the Parlement of Fowls, or remain stiff abstractions, like Pleasance, and Dilly, and Gentleness, and the other symbolic inhabitants of the Garden of the Rose. Chapter 7 Some views of Chaucer's on men and things. The late 14th century was a time of social and political upheaval. The Church, over-rich and over-powerful for her own good, had become terribly corrupt. The fact that great offices of state were held by bishops meant, of necessity, that more and more of their purely ecclesiastical work was delegated to subordinates. In the 10 years between 1376 to 86, out of 25 bishops no fewer than 13 held secular offices of importance. William of Wykeham was appointed Chancellor of England and Bishop of the Great Diocese of Winchester in the same month. Spenser, Bishop of Norwich, led the English army in Flanders. No wonder that the power of the archdeacons, the oculi episcopi, increased tenfold. They frequently exercised authority in the bishop's court, and in those days the powers of ecclesiastical courts were considerable and their jurisdiction was wide. The sketch which prefaces the Frere's tale was probably drawn from the life. Whilom there was dwelling in my country an archdeacon, a man of high degree times for small tithes and for small offringe he made the people piteously to singe. For the bishop caught him with his hook, they weren in the archdeacon's book. Add to this the fact that 1 in 3 of the archdeacons holding office in England at this time were foreigners, and it is easy to see how much ill feeling was likely to be stirred up between them and the laity. Nor were the parish priests much better. The Black Death, which ravaged Europe from time to time, had swept across England with peculiar fury in 1348. Hundreds of the noblest and best of the clergy, who stayed gallantly by their flocks, had been swept away. There were not enough priests to administer the sacraments of the Church, and between this urgent necessity for ministers to bury the dead, to baptize and marry, and the fact that many of the richer livings had fallen into the hands of foreigners, who cared nothing for the peasants committed to their charge, or of the great abbeys, which were ready enough to appoint some illiterate boor, just able to stumble through his office, to act as their deputy at a nominal salary, it is small wonder that crying abuses came into existence. They have parish churches, writes Wycliffe, appropriate to worldly rich bishops and abbots that have many thousand marks more than enow. And yet they do not the office of curates, neither in teaching or preaching or giving of sacraments nor of receiving poor men in the parish, but set an idiot for vicar or parish priest that cannot and may not do the office of a good curate, and yet the poor parish findeth him. Chaucer finds it among the striking virtues of his poor parson that he set not his benefice to hire, and leat his sheep encumbered in the mire, and ran to London, to St. Paul's to seeken him a shown terry for souls, 169, or with a brother to been withhold, but dwelt at home, and kept well his fold. And that he does not attempt to wring their last penny from his unfortunate parishioners, full loath were him to curson for his tithes. 170. Matters were further complicated by the wandering friars who recognized no jurisdiction save that of the Pope himself, and who, having fallen far from the noble ideal of poverty, chastity, and obedience, set by their founders, took unscrupulous advantage of the ignorance and superstition of the people, and, like the pardoners, often undermined the authority of the parish priests. The custom of commuting penance for a payment in money was spreading, and naturally opened the door to abuses of all kinds. No wonder that Wycliffe arose to thunder against these malpractices, and that his poor preachers gained such a following. It was not, in the majority of cases, that people had any quarrel with the doctrines of the Church. The number of recantations and paucity of martyrs among the early Lollards show that it was not doctrine that they wished to reform, but injustice and oppression were inevitably arousing a widespread, smouldering discontent which broke into flame now at this point, now at that. As we read the history of the time, we marvel at the patience and good humor of the inhabitants of Merry England. How far Chaucer was in sympathy with the Lollards it is difficult to say. His works contain but the barest reference to their existence, and the fact that the host accuses the parson of Lollardy, and that the shipman expresses a pious horror of heresy, cannot be said to prove anything either way. It may be intended as a carefully concealed compliment to the influence of Wycliffe, or, as seems more probable, it may simply be a chance reference in keeping with the spirit of the times. That the shipman should be so terrified lest the saintly parson should springen cockle in our clean corn, 171, that he feels impelled to break into his threatened sermon with the story of the merchant's wife and the monk, is a subtle enough piece of satire, but whether Chaucer so intended it, or whether it is one of the happy accidents of genius, we have no means of knowing. The parson is a devout Catholic. The monk, with all his faults, is at worst but a forerunner of the fox-hunting squasson of later days, with all the geniality and good fellowship of his race. If Chaucer attacks the clergy, it is only for those things which the best churchmen of the day were denouncing with less wit but no less bitterness. Saints are rare at the best of times, and Chaucer, whose mission is to paint life as he finds it, gives good measure when he allows the parson and the ploughman to form two of his 29 pilgrims. Few things, indeed, are more striking in Chaucer than the manner in which he combines caustic observation of the weaknesses and hypocrisies of men, with innate reverence for all that is pure and noble. That the same man should enjoy the coarse humor of the friar and the rev, and yet treat womanhood and childhood with such tender reverence, is one of the mysteries of human nature. Professor Ten Brink, as has been said, believes that Chaucer passed through a phase of intense religious feeling. A worldling has to reproach himself with all sorts of things he writes, especially when he lives at a court like that of Edward III and is intimate with a John of Gaunt. Chaucer naturally seeks in religion the power for self-conquest and improvement. He was a faithful son of the Church, even though he had his own opinions about many things. He was specially attracted by the eternal womanly element in this system, which finds its purest realization in the person of the Virgin Mother Mary. In moments when life seemed hard and weary, and when he was unable to arouse and cheer himself with philosophy and poetry, he gladly turned for help and consolation to the Virgin Mother. Certainly his poetry is never sweeter or more dignified than when he is addressing this haven of refuge, this salvation of him that been in sorrow and in distress. Nothing better illustrates the simplicity and sincerity of Chaucer's religious feeling than the tale of Little Saint Hugh. The story of the Christian child decoyed away and murdered by the Jews was commonly believed in the Middle Ages. Indeed, it is said that more than one anti-Semitic outbreak in Russia during the past 40 years has been provoked by the relation of similar tales, and we have just seen the conclusion of a blood ritual case of the kind. The fierce racial and religious hatred which underlies belief in the possibility of such a thing, is in itself sufficiently terrible, and the story affords ample opportunity for the expression of animosity towards these cursed folk of herds alnu. But Chaucer's religion would appear to consist less in the denunciation of the Church's enemies, than in affection for her saints. Dramatic justice is meted out to the murderers, but the poet takes no delight in dwelling on their dying agonies, or heaping abuse upon their memory. The point of the tale lies, not in the wickedness of the Jews, but in the simple, childish innocence and piety of Hugh, and the manner in which Christ's mode deigns to honor the service of this little clergyman, 172, of 7 years of age. The opening invocation is one of the most beautiful of all Chaucer's addresses to the Virgin, Lady. Thy bounty, thy magnificence, thy virtue, and thy great humility there may no tongue express in no science, for som time, Lady, men pray to thee, thou goest beforehand, of thy benignity, and gettest us the light, third thy prayers, to guiden us to thy son so dear. From beginning to end the limpid simplicity of the poem is marred by no unnecessary word. The picture of the little boy doing his diligence to learn the Alma Redemptoris, although not wist he what this Latin was to see, for he so young and tender was of age, and going to his schoolfellow to have it explained, is absolutely natural. So is the schoolfellow's hasty summary of the hymn, ending with I can no more expound in this matter, I learn song, I can, 173, but small grammar. Chaucer does not, like so many hagiographies, forget the child in the saint. The prevailing note throughout is one of happy childhood. The tragedy is kept in the background. We catch a glimpse of the cruel steel as the Jews cut the boy's throat. We see the white-faced mother hastening from place to place in search of him. But our thoughts are with Saint Hugh and the gracious Queen of Heaven who comes to aid him, and in a tomb of marble stones clear enclosen they his little body sweat. There he is now, God leave us for to meet. 174. There is no tendency to over-elaborate the miracle or to explain it away. Chaucer accepts the fact quietly and without comment, as he accepts the miracles in the man of law's tale. In the story of Constance, indeed, It would seem as if some momentary doubt of its possibility flashed across his mind, for he goes out of his way to defend the miraculous element, but the defense itself is one of simple acceptance of facts related in the Bible, and shows none of that intellectual questioning which sometimes manifests itself in his poetry. Men might ask, and why she was not slain? Eke at the feast who might her body save? And I answer to that demande again, who saved Daniel in the horrible cave. There every wight save he, master and knave was with the lion fretter he asted. 175, no wight but God, that he bar in his hurt. Times now, sith she was not at the feast Wislaw, 176, who kept her fro drenching, 177, in the sea. Who kept Jonas in the fish's maw till he was spouted up at Nineveh. Times it is obvious that Catholicism appeals to his emotions, and that the shortcomings of unworthy priests no more affect his pleasure in the tender beauty of its point of view, than the moral errors of a Benvenuto Cellini affect our pleasure in his craftsmanship. The poet's soul responded to the poetry of worship, a poetry which underlies all forms and ceremonies, which no unworthiness on the part of the officiant can wholly obliterate, no superstition render wholly absurd. He recognizes and rebukes the hypocrisy of many who minister in the name of Holy Church, but he is quick to separate wanton friar and idle priest from the religion whose dignity they profane. The fact that religion lies in the spirit rather than the observance is very clearly stated in the Romaunt of the Rose, LL. 6225-94. As has been said, it is on the emotional side that Catholicism appeals to him. Intellectually he finds many difficulties, and more than once his poetry shows a tinge of skepticism which might well have brought him into serious difficulties had his patron been a man less powerful and less inclined to tolerate heretical sympathies than John of Gaunt. Again and again Chaucer comes to the edge of an abyss, and, after one glance into the depths, turns away with a shrug of the shoulders and a half-whimsical, half-satirical smile on his lips. Does God ordain man's life for him, from beginning to end, and has he no choice or freedom of action left him? Chaucer plays with the question, turns it over, makes it a trifle ridiculous by applying it to the death of a cock, and then, as we have seen, tosses it aside with I will not hand to do of switch mater. The long disquisition on the subject, chiefly taken from his favorite philosopher, Boethius, which he puts into the mouth of Troilus and Chrysid, Book 4, stanzas 137 to 154, proves nothing, except Chaucer's interest in the subject, which leads him to translate and insert so long a passage, and the natural inclination to fatalism of Troilus himself. The prologue to the legend of good women begins with a characteristic shelving of an important question. 1,000 times have I heard men tell, that there is joy in heaven and pain in hell, and I accord well that it is so, but nathiels, yet what I well also, that there is noon dwelling in this country, that either earth in heaven or hell why be, any may have hit none other ways whiten but as he hath heard said, or found it right and true, the poet goes on to protest the absurdity of refusing credence to everything that we cannot see with our own eyes, but involuntarily we find ourselves recalling his refusal to commit himself as to the probable fate of our sight's soul, and the fact that our sight, although a hero, was a heathen, does not seem entirely to account for it. This tendency to dwell upon insoluble problems manifests itself also in the strange attraction that dreams have for Chaucer. He is not content simply to use the conventional dream setting for his poems. He is continually harking back to the question, do dreams contain some mysterious warning by which men may escape a threatened fate? In the Nonce Prest's tale the subject is treated satirically. Petilote's arguments against belief in dreams are excellent, and most convincing. All sensible people must share her opinion that Chanticleer is probably suffering from indigestion. Yet, the dream comes true. Only the fact that the whole story takes place in the henyard makes it impossible to take it seriously. But in Troilus and Chrysid, Chaucer deliberately interpolates 3, quite unnecessary, stanzas in Book V, in which he discusses whence dreams spring, for prests of the temple tellen this, that dreams been the revelations of gods, and as well they tell, why wis, that they ben infernal illusions, and leches, 178, sane, that of complexions, 179, proceeden they, or fast, or glotony, 180, who woot in sooth thus what they signify. Again in the opening lines of the Who's of Fame he asks the same question, God turn us every dream to goad. For it is wonder, by the road, to my wit, what causeth swevens, 181, either on more ways, or on evens, and yth effect fulweth of some, and of some it shall never come. And again, characteristically, refuses to give any opinion on the matter, for I have noon opinion nil as now make mention. But if Chaucer is chary of committing himself on speculative matters such as these, with regard to practical morality he has no such hesitation. It was the fashion of the day to draw a moral from the most unlikely stories, and Chaucer, while he never forces an application after the manner of Gower or the compiler of the Gesta Romanorum, is sufficiently in sympathy with the spirit of his age to conform to the practice when opportunity occurs. The Somnor, who, by the way, has just had a violent quarrel with the friar, preaches an admirable homily against ire, illustrating it, after the most approved method, with an apt anecdote. The pardoner, as we have seen, inveighs against drunkenness, as does Chaucer himself in the Man of Law's tale. The simple statement of Avragus, "Suth is the highest thing that man may keep," is a sermon in itself, and the Maunciple ends his distinctly unmoral tale with some excellent advice of his dames, "My son, keep well thy tongue, and keep thy friend, a wicked tongue is worse than a friend." 182, "My son, God of his Endelese goodness walled a tongue with teeth and lips eke, for man should him avis what he speak." It would be possible to multiply instances almost indefinitely. Perhaps the most striking of all is the sudden, unexpected moral application which ends Troilus and Chrysid. We have followed the passion and sins of the lovers, we have wept with Troilus and forgiven Cressida in spite of ourselves, and all at once, while our minds are still tuned to the rapture and sweetness of a love story, Chaucer turns to bid us note the end of life and love, O young fresh folks, he or she, in which that love upgroweth with your age, repaireth whom from worldly vanity, and of your hurt upcasteth the visage to thilk God that after his image yow made, and thinketh illness. But a fairer this world, that passeth soon as flowers fairer, and loveth him, the which that write for love upon a cross, our souls for to bay first staff, and ruse, 183, and sit in heaven above, for he nil false and no white, daric, that wall his hurt el huli, 184, on himly. And sin he best to love is, and most meek, what needeth feigned loves for to seek. In politics, as in religion, Chaucer shows himself keenly alive to the evils and abuses of the day, and yet no partisan. The author of Piers Plowman has left us a picture of the bitter poverty of the peasant class. The complaint of peace against wrong, passes for, shows how he has carried off his wife and stolen both geese and grys, pigs. He mainteneth his men to mur their minhuan, 185, forestalleth my fires, 186, and fighteth in Meichpung, 187, and breaketh up my burns door, 188, and burieth o'er my wood times I am not hardy for hym uneth to loke winking sad smiley 189, and how completely the poor were at the mercy of the rich. When a peasant died, his lord had a right to his best possession, and if he owned not less than 3 cows, the parson of the parish took the next best, a condition of things against which we find Sir David Lindsay protesting, as late as 1560, in his satire of the Three Estates. John Ball, the mad priest of Kent, for 20 years combined the preaching of Lollardy with that of a kind of rough socialism, and the rude rhyme which contained the kernel of his teaching, when Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman, went the round of the Midlands and helped to fan the flame of discontent which finally broke into the widespread conflagration of the peasants' revolt. It was a time when new ideals were slowly struggling to find expression, and the old order of feudalism was passing away forever. But while the nobles were divided by factions among themselves, and the poor beat bleeding hands against the prison walls that hemmed them in, the middle class was steadily increasing in wealth and prosperity, and it is with this class that Chaucer chiefly concerns himself. The majority of the Canterbury pilgrims are prosperous, well-to-do tradesmen and artisans. Her knives were white-chapped, 190, not with brass but with silver, rigged full clean and well, her girdles and her pouches every deal. Well seemed eke of hem a fair burgess to sitten in a yeld hall, 191, on a day's dot, 192, Everk, for the wisdom that he can, was Shapley, 193, for to been an alderman. For Kate el Hadi they whine off and rant, and eke her wives wold it well assent, and else certain were they to blame. It is full fair to been yclept mar dame and goon to vigiles, 194, Albefore, and have a mantle royalish wybor. This is something very different from Langland's 195 picture of Dor the Dicaria dying of hunger, or the poor farmer dining on bean bread and bran. Even the ploughman seems fairly well off, his tithes paid he full fair and well, both of his proper swink, 196, and his catel, and the general impression is one of comfort, which even rises to a certain mild luxury. The pilgrims are well fed and well clothed, they have horses to ride, and can afford to call at the ale-house as they pass. They fill the air with the sound of laughter and song as they ride, and we can well understand the Lollard Thorpe's complaint, made more than 10 years after Chaucer wrote his Canterbury Tales, that, what with the noise of their singing, and with the sound of their piping, and with the jangling of their Canterbury bells, and with the barking out of dogs after them, they, i.e. pilgrims, make more noise than if the king came their way with all his clarions and many other minstrels. Wycliffe's Works, E.D. Arnold, I-83. Even in the tales themselves little hint is given of the darker side of the picture. We get a glimpse of the relation between lord and vassal, in the clerk's tale, but no comment is made on it. Griselda is carrying her water pot back from the well, when she hears the Marquis calling her, and she set down her water pot anoon beside the threshold, in an ox's stall, and down up on her knees she gan to fallay, and with sad countenance knelleth still till she had heard what was the Lord's will. Apparently there is nothing in this incident to attract the attention of a 14th-century poet. It is quite natural to kneel on the floor of the cowshed when your lord honors you by seeking you there and giving his commands in person. That Chaucer has no very high opinion of the intelligence or reliability of a mob is shown, not only by his sketches of crowds, but by such passages as that in the Clerk's Tale where he breaks off the story to apostrophize the people, O stormy people. Uncid, 197, and ever unto as undiscreet and shonging as a vain, delitting ever in rumbell that is new, for like the money wex ye and wane, a full of clapping, 198, dear wine offer Jane, 199, your doom is false, your constant civil priveth. 200, a full great fool is he that on you liveth. But at the same time he realizes that poverty has its rights. The earlier version of the prologue to the Legend of Good Women contains much excellent advice to King Richard, for he that king or lord is naturel, him ought not be tyrant or cruel, as is a firmer, 201. To do'n the harm he can. He most think it is his liege man, and that him oweth, of the raduety shewen his people plin benignity and well to hear her excusations, and her complaints and petitions. The l'envoy which ends the ballad of lack of steadfastness holds up a noble ideal of kingship, O Prince, desire to be honorable, cherish thy folk and hate extortion. Suffer no thing that may be reprovable to thyns dat, doon in thy region. Show forth thy sword of castigation, dread God, do law, love troth and worthiness, and wed thy folk agine to steadfastness. And in the Person's Tale the duties of the rich towards the poor are set forth in considerable detail. Superfluity of clothing and absurdly slashed and ornamented garments are to be avoided, because the more that cloth is wasted, the more it costeth to the people for the scantness, and over, if so be that they wold even such pounsend and dagged. 202. Clothing to the poor folk, it is not convenient to were for her estate, any sufficient to beat her necessity, to keep hem fro the distemperance of the firmament. Lords are bidden to take no pride in their position, and do no wrong to those dependent on them. I read thee, certes, that thou, Lord, work in switch with thy chils, that they rather love thee than dread. I woot well there is degree above degree, as reason is, and skyle it is that men do heard of whether as is due, but certes, extortions and despite of your underlings is damnable. Chaucer's inborn sense of justice will not allow him to condone oppression, and his speculative and inquiring mind is fully conscious of the artificiality of rank. From the parson we might expect a homily on the fact that we ben all of o fader and of o moda, and all we been of o nature rotten and corrupt, both rich and poor, but it is more surprising to find the wife of Bath holding forth in the same strain. Her tale describes the bitter feeling of Florent when he finds himself bound to a wife old, ugly, and of base degree. The bride answers with a disquisition on true nobility, but for ye speaken of switch gentilesse as is descended out of old riches, and that the foresholden ye be gentlemen, switch arrogance is not worth a hen. Look who that is most virtuous alway, privy and apart. 203, and most ontendeth to do the gentle deeds that he can, and take him for the greatest gentleman. Christ wall, we claim of him our gentilesse, not of our elders for her old riches. Forthag they give us all her heritage, for which we claim to been of high parage. 204, yet may they not bequeath, for no thing, to none of us her virtuous living, that made hem gentlemen why called be. Times here may ye see well, how that gentry is not annexed to possession. Read think, and read think boece, there shall ye seen express that it no dread is that he is gentle that doth gentle deadies. John Ball himself could hardly go further. Possibly Chaucer's personal experience of the occasional difficulty of making both ends meet, quickened his sympathy with poor men. It is true that Florent's wife, in the lines which follow those just quoted, goes on to defend poverty against riches on the ground that it is a full great bringer out of biceness. But though she calls cheerful poverty an honest thing, she is forced to own that at best it is hateful good. The man of law, in the prologue to his tale, speaks of it with undisguised bitterness. Hearken what is the sentence of the wis, bet is to die eng than have indigence, thyself near bower wall thee despise, if thou be poor, fair will thy reverence. If thou be poor, thy brother hateth thee, and all thy friends fleen fro thee, alas! O rich marchionts, full of well ben ye, O noble, O prudent folk as in this case. And Chaucer's lines to his empty purse show that he had no wish to share the pleasant security of those who are able, as Florent's wife says, to sing and play in the presence of thieves. In yet a third respect, Chaucer shows himself able to discriminate between the use and abuse of a thing. He can expose and denounce hypocrisy without losing his reverence for true religion. He can point out evils in social life, without siding wholly with nobles or people. He can laugh at the folly which allows itself to be deluded by charlatanism, without losing his respect for science. 200 years had yet to pass before Bacon should raise science, once and for all, above the level where it lay confused with magic and the black art. A generation to whom gunpowder was a novelty, and spectacles an almost miraculous aid to sight, found nothing strange in the sight of learned men seeking for the elixir of life, or the philosopher's stone. In a world which was but just becoming dimly conscious of the mighty forces which lie at man's command, limitations were unknown, and the boundary line between the possible and impossible was so uncertain as to be negligible. The populace which believed that every sage could summon legions of devils to his assistance, was not likely to criticize his pretensions too closely, and doubtless many a quack saw, and seized, the opportunity for imposing on the easy credulity of a greedy and wonder-loving people. Chaucer shows a real interest in such rudimentary science as he was able to pick up in the midst of his other avocations. Clocks of any kind were rare in the 14th century, and the practice of telling the time by astronomical observations was a common one. There is nothing peculiar in noting the season or the hour by such statements as that the yong sonneth in the ram his half-course wyron. Or, he wist it was the 8th day of April, that is messenger to May, and say well that the shadway of every tree was as the length the same quantity that was the body erect that caused it. And therefore by the shadway he took his wit that Phoebus, which that shone so clear and bright, degrees was 45 clom on height, and for that day, as in that latitude, it was 10 of the clock, he gan conclude. But Chaucer not only follows this method with an amount of detail and a persistency which show that he enjoyed it for its own sake, he also, as we have seen, writes a treatise on the use of the astrolabe, for the instruction of his little son. The modesty and sincerity shown in the introduction are worthy of a true scientist. After saying that he purposes to teach little Lewis a certain number of conclusions, Chaucer continues, I see a certain of conclusions, for 3 causes. The first cause is this, trust well that the conclusions that have been found or else possibly might'n be found in so noble an instrument as an astrolabe, ben un now perfectly to any mortal man in this region, as I suppose. Another cause is this, that soothly, in any treatise of the astrolabe that I have seen, there ben some conclusions that will not in all things performen her by Hestes, and some of them ben hard to thy tender age of 10 year to conceive. He then explains his reason for writing in English instead of Latin, and finally declares, I nam but a lewd compilator of the labor of all the astrologians, and have hit translated in myn English only for thy doctrine, and with this word shall I sleen envy. The whole prologue is well worth reading if only for the light it throws upon Chaucer's view of education and the power it displays of entering into a child's mind. Scattered references to astronomy, medicine, chemistry, and even astrology, are to be found throughout the Canterbury Tales. The Franklin shows himself well abreast of scientific discovery when he speaks of this wide world, which that men see is round. Chaucer himself in the prologue reels off a list of medicaments which might be expected to improve the somnour's complexion. Petilote shows a housewifely knowledge of the properties of herbs. One tale, indeed, turns on the pseudo-science of the day. After the second nun has finished her tale of Saint Cecilia, the pilgrims ride in silence for a while, till, close to Boughton under Blee, they are joined by a canon and his man. The canon's yeoman soon begins to boast of his master's marvellous powers, how that this ground on which we ben ridding, till that we come to Canterbury town, he could clean turn it up so down, and pave it of silver and of gold. Whereupon the host blesses himself, and asks, not unnaturally, why if the canon is of so high prudence he wears such poor and dirty clothes. The yeoman answers that, when a man hath overgreat a whitful oft him happeth to misusen it, so doth my lord, and is proceeding to dilate upon the hard share of the work that falls to himself, when the canon, who is nervous as to what he may be saying, with some sharpness bids him hold his tongue. The host, however, has no intention of allowing his authority to be overridden. Ye quod our host, tell on, what so betide, of his threating regnat omit. 205, in faith quod he, no more I do but light. On which the canon sets spurs to his horse and gallops off, leaving his character behind him, and the yeoman settles down to tell the story of the foolish priest and the charlatan. The false canon borrows a mark from the priest, promising to return it within 3 days, and at the 3rd day brooked his money, and to the priest he took his gold again, whereof this priest was wonder glad and fain. The canon protests that under no circumstances would he ever dream of breaking his word. There was never man yet ivla paid for gold any silver that he to me lent, and in token of friendship he offers, if the priest will send for some quicksilver, to show him a marvel. Sir, quod the priest, it shall be doen why wis. He bade his servant fetch in him this thing. The canon then orders a fire to be prepared, and with much parade makes ready a crucible. He carefully shuts the door and pretends to be most anxious lest any one should see what they are doing. Not till the servant has gone out, and he and the priest are alone, does he solemnly cast various powders onto the blazing coals, to blindy with the priest. Finally, while his unfortunate victim is busy blowing the fire and making himself generally useful, the false canon so manipulates things that an ingot of silver appears in the crucible. He repeats the trick 3 times, and so impresses this sot priest that the poor dupe the somni of £40 anon of nobles fet, 206, and took hem ever ich on to this shanown, for this ilk receipt. After which, needless to say, the canon disappears. The whole story teems with technical terms, with decensories, and sublimatories, and cucurbites, with bolharmonic and orpiment, and the like. It shows an intimate knowledge of the laboratory work of the day, of vessels and retorts, of chemicals and minerals and their various properties. At the same time, it proves that Chaucer was well aware of the ease with which a very little knowledge combined with a great deal of assurance would enable a quack to impose on the absolute ignorance of the uninitiated. The charlatan who tried to impose upon the author of the Chanoun's Yeman's tale would soon have found out his mistake. And yet, with all his shrewdness, Chaucer was not wholly exempt from the superstition of his age. Such vulgar trickery as that just described would never have imposed on him, but he is too truly 14th century in his point of view always to distinguish between astronomy and astrology. The thought that a man's destiny may be written in the stars appealed to this lover of dreams. In the Man of Law's tale he breaks away from his original, to speculate on this subject, paraventure in thilk large book which that men clep the heaven, why writen was with stirrers, when that he, i.e. the Soldan, his birth took that he for love shuld han his death, alas. For in the stirrers, cleared than is glass, is writen, God wot, who so cold it read, the death of every man, without end dread. And again, after describing the grief of Constance at parting from her parents, he vehemently exclaims against the unfortunate conjunction of constellations which wrought such havoc, and asks if there were no philosopher to advise the emperor to consult some astrologer as to which was the auspicious time for him to marry. Certain aspects of Chaucer's character stand out with unmistakable clearness in his works. The most careless reader could hardly fail to be struck by his wide sympathies, ready humor, keen observation, and honesty of mind. His idealism, his poetic sensitiveness to the more imaginative side of life, are perhaps less often insisted upon, but are no less real. He is no visionary, afraid to face the facts of life, dwelling in a world of beauty and delight which has no counterpart on earth, but a poet who takes no shame in human nature, whose eyes see so clearly that they are not blinded by evil, who dares to say, with his Creator, that the world is good. In the Book of the Duchess is a passage which explains much of Chaucer's so-called worldliness. He is speaking of Blanche's innocent kindliness, and how he never knew one less harmful than she was in doing, and he adds, in words as bold as Milton's own, I say not that she any had knowing what was harm, or else she had could. 207, no good, so thinketh me. He has little respect for a fugitive and cloistered virtue. But if he is, perhaps, over-ready to plunge into the dust and din of ordinary life, he never forgets the wonder and mystery that lie behind the commonplace. Chapter 8 Chaucer's influence. Few poets have received more immediate and widespread recognition than Chaucer. 15th century poetry almost wholly dominated by his influence, and one united chorus of praise and admiration rises from the lips of his successors. Shirley, who edited The Knight's Tale, amongst other works of Chaucer's, in the first half of the 15th century, speaks of him as the laurel and most famous poet that ever was to for him as in th embellishing of our rude modern English tongue. Lygate and Occleve, the most noted poets of the period, invariably refer to him as their master. As has already been mentioned, a large number of poems were written in close imitation of his style, and echoes of his verse are to be heard on every side. It is usual to divide his followers into two groups, English Chaucerians and Scottish Chaucerians. The English Chaucerians, with all their admiration for their master, show but scant understanding of his real greatness. Having little ear for rhythm themselves, they only mangle his verse when they try to imitate it, and while they fully recognize the debt which English versification owes him, it is but rarely that their own lines show any hint of his sweetness and melody. Lydgate is by far the greatest of them, and of him Professor Saintsbury justly remarks, "It is enough to say that, even in rhyme royal, his lines wander from 7 to 14 syllables, without the possibility of allowing monosyllabic or trisyllabic feet in any fashion that shall restore the rhythm, and that his couplets, as in the story of the bees itself, seem often to be unaware whether they are themselves octosyllabic or decasyllabic, four-footed, or five-footed." Instead of the suppleness and endless variety of Chaucer's verse, we have a treatment of metre which at its best is apt to be dull and stiff, and at its worst is intolerably slipshod. Only by some rare chance does a momentary gleam of beauty flicker across these pages, and a flash of poetic feeling raise the trite and conventional language to such a level as, "O thoughtful hurt, plonged in distress, with slumber of slough this long winter's night, out of the sleep of mortal heaviness awaken on, and look upon the light of thilke star." Lydgate, Life of Our Lady. Nor is the matter much more inspiring than the form that clothes it. The English Chaucerians are worthy men, who spend their time in bewailing the errors of their youth and offering good advice to whoso will accept it. Of Chaucer's humour and realism they have no conception, nor do they realize the force of his digressions. The allegorical form of his earlier poems appeals to them, and, disregarding the movement and life of the Canterbury Tales, they ramble along the paths marked out in the Whos of Fame without attending to their master's excellent advice to flee prolixity. Lydgate, it is true, does show some narrative power. His Troy book is obviously inspired by Troilus and Cazid, and his story of the bees by the Knight's Tale, but he has neither the conciseness of Gower nor the dramatic insight of Chaucer. Among the 114 works attributed to him, it is only natural that some variety should be shown, and occasionally, as in the London Lick Penny, a skit on contemporary life in the city, he shows some trace of humour. The Temple of Glass is a close imitation of the Whos of Fame, but it lacks the shrewd sense, the original comments on life, the subtle humour of its model. Lydgate is most poetical when his religious feeling is touched, as in his Life of Our Lady, and most human when he becomes frankly autobiographical. The stiffness of the Temple of Glass is redeemed by such passages as that in which the author, who entered a monastery at 15, describes the lamentations of those that were constrained in her tender youth and in childhood, as it is oft cuth, 208, yented were into religion, 209, or they had years of discussion, that her life cannot but complain in wide copes perfection to feign. Occleve, who has even less poetic genius than Lydgate, is remembered chiefly because the manuscript of his Gouvernail of Princes, a poem of good advice, addressed to Prince Hal, contains the only authentic portrait of Chaucer, a sketch drawn in the margin by the author himself. The lines which accompany the portrait sufficiently illustrate the estimation in which Chaucer was held. Their modesty and simple affection disarm criticism. Simple is my ghost, and scarce my letter. 210, unto your excellence for to write my inward love, and yet in a venture while I me put, thig I can but light, my dear master, God his soul quit. 211, and Fader, Chaucer, fain wold have me taught, but I was dull, and learned light or naught. Alas, my worthy master honourable, this lon's verata sore and riches, death by thy deatheth harm irreparable unto us done, her vengeable duress. 212, despoiledeth this lond of the sweetness of Retherike, for unto Tullius was never man so like amenges us. Times she myght have tarried her vengeance a while, till some man had eagle to thee be, nay, let be that, she well knew that this you'll, 213, may never man forth bringe like to thee, and her office needs do must she, God bade her so, I trust as for the best, O maester, God thy soul rest. His consciousness of the superiority of his master did not, however, prevent him from venturing to make use of the same material, and in the chaste spouse of the Emperor Drelaus he retells the story of Constance. A number of minor poets make up the list. Benedict Burrough, the shadow of Chaucer's shadow, completed the Secrets of the Philosophers, a peculiarly dull poem which Lygate left unfinished at his death. Side by side with him worked George Ashby, clerk of the signet to Queen Margaret, and a little later comes Henry Bradshaw, a monk of St. Werburgh's Abbey at Chester. They are all worthy, honest men, who utter moral platitudes with an air of conviction, painstaking but unskillful apprentices in the workshop of poetry, who conscientiously blunt their tools and cut their fingers in a vain effort to do the work of master craftsmen. One curious little development is, however, worth noticing. In the latter half of the 15th century two poets, Sir George Ripley and Thomas Norton, wrote treatises on alchemy, in verse. Ripley's The Compound of Alchemy, or the 12 Gates, and Norton's Ordinal of Alchemy, owe their interest in the first place to the proof they afford that verse at the time was a natural means of instruction rather than an end in itself, and in the second to their adventitious connection with the Shannon's Yeman's tale. Norton endeavours to copy the Chaucerian couplet, and Professor Saintsbury suggests that he is probably the Th. Norton who Muscombe, in his Scholemaster, classes with Chaucer, Surrey, Wyatt and Fear, as having vainly attempted to replace accent by rhyme. Stephen Hawes falls into a class somewhat apart. Writing at the close of the 15th and beginning of the 16th century, he stands at the parting of the ways, and while his poetry shows signs of the new influences that were at work, his heart is evidently with the old conventions which are beginning to pass away. His chief poem, The Pastime of Pleasure, or the History of Grande Amour and La Belle Pucelle, containing the knowledge of the 7 sciences and the course of man's life in this world, is sufficiently described by its title. It stands, as it were, halfway between Chaucer and Spenser, at one moment clearly recalling the love scenes of Troilus and Chrysid, at another reminding us equally forcibly of the elaborate and ingenious allegory of the Fairy Queen. The combination of chivalry and allegory was something new, and though Hawes himself proved incapable of making the most of its possibilities, English literature owes him a real debt. He never rises to any great height. Mr. Murison, in his chapter on Hawes in Volume 2 of the Cambridge History of Literature, draws attention to certain verbal resemblances between the pastime of pleasure and the Fairy Queen, but the passages quoted serve only to show how far removed the music of Spenser is from the speech of ordinary men. At his worst Hawes sinks beneath the lowest level of what can possibly be allowed to pass as verse. The dialogue between Grande d'Amour and Dame Grammar defies parody, Madam quod I, for as much as there be 8 parties of spech, I would now write fain, what a noun substantive is in his degree, and wherefore it is so called certain. To whom she answered right gentelly gainsaying alway that a noun substantive might stand without help of an adjective. That the stanza of Troilus and Chrysid should be used for such stuff as this is unbearable. The Scottish Chaucerians are of far more intrinsic importance. The love allegory of the Kingisque shows the influence of Chaucer not only in its use of the Chaucerian stanza, henceforth to be known as the Rhyme Royal, but in the evidence it affords of its author's acquaintance with the English version of the Romance of the Rose. Moreover, in it may be noticed that sympathy with the freshness and joy of nature which forms so strong a bond between Chaucer and his Scottish disciples, and is so conspicuous by its absence in the work of the English Chaucerians. Emily herself might well walk in the garden where, on the small green twistus, 214, sat the little sweet nightingale, and song so loud and clear, the hymns consecrate of love's use, now soft now loud among, that all the God-e-nes and the walls wrong ryght of their song, and on the copple, 215, next of their sweet harmony, and lo the text, worship, ye that lovers be, this May, for of your bliss the calendies are begone, and sing with us, away winter, away, come summer, come, the sweet season and son, awake, forscome. That have your heavens won, and amorously lift up your heads all, thank love that list you to his messy call, and the picture of Joan Beaufort, the fairest or the friskest young flower that ever I saw, methouged, before that hour, has something of Chaucer's daintiness and grace. The Scottish poets have, also, far more sense of form than the English. Henryson's Testament of Cressid, written to satisfy its author's thirst for poetic justice and to show Cressida paying the penalty of her misdeeds, with all its conventional morality, for sincerity of feeling and felicity of style will bear comparison with its great original. His fables show a quick sense of humor, a combination of tenderness and realism which recall Chaucer again and again. The feast spread by the Burgess mouse for the Uplandis mouse is delightful. After when they disposed were to dine, without engrace they washed and went to meat, with all the courses that cooks could define, mutton and beef laid out in slices great, and lordis fare thus could they counterfeit, except one thing: they drank the water clear instead of wine, but yet they made good cheer. Gawain Douglas, Bishop of Dunkeld, was perhaps most nearly akin to the English Chaucerians. A scholar and a man of distinguished position, he has none of the lightness of Henryson. He takes poetry seriously, and inclines to trace a moral purpose even in the Aeneid. His Palace of Honour well illustrates the manner in which Chaucer's successors made free with the framework of his poems, while at the same time it shows the growing delight in picturesque effect which was one day to break into the Elizabethan glow of colour. The poet finds himself wandering in a dreary wilderness and breaks out in complaint against fortune, who has led him there. As he laments, he sees approaching him a rout of ladies fair and goodly men amidst whom borne in a golden chair o'erfret with pearl and stones most preclair. 216. That draw, was by Hackney's all milk white was set a queen, as lily sweet of swear. 217. In purple robe, hemmed with gems each gear. 218. Which gemmed clasps closed all perfect. 219. A diadem, most pleasantly polite, set on the tresses of her golden hair. The original form, which illustrates the comparatively modernness of the language used by Chaucer, is as follows: amidst home, born in ein golden chair our fret with pale and stannies maist preclare that drawing was by Hackney's all milk height, was set a cune, as lily swite of swear in purple rob hemmet with gold ilk gear, hilk gemmet claspis close it all perfect. A diadem maist pleasantly polite, set on the tresses of her gilt-in hair, and in her hand a sceptre of delight. This is Dame Sapience, and with her come Diana, Jephthah's daughter, Palamon, Arcite and Emily, Troilus and Cressida, David and Bathsheba, Delilah, Cleopatra, Jacob and Rachel, Venus, whose hair as gold or topacis was Hewitt, and a number more famous lovers of antiquity. A ballet of inconstant love follows. This offends Venus, and the poet is brought before her to answer for his lack of respect. Poetry, the Muses, and the poets from Homer to Chaucer and Dunbar, form a court. Calliope pleads for him, and he is allowed to atone for his misdeed by composing a ballet for Venus' pleasure which so delights the company that he is invited to join the cavalcade. After traveling through Germany, France, Italy, and other countries, they reach the Fountain of the Muses. Here they alight, our horses pastured in ein pleasant plain, low at the foot of ein fair green mountain, amid ein mead shadowed with cedar trees, where burial streamis renandu stainery gress. 220, made sober noise, the shore dindagen for birdies song and sounding of the bees. 221. In the midst of the field Douglas finds a gorgeous pavilion in which knights and ladies are feasting, while a poet relates the brave deeds of those who in the past proved most worthy of ter handis. After listening to these heroic tales the company once more sets out. Beyond Damascus they reach their journey's end. The poet is guided by a nymph to the foot of a steep mountain, at the summit of which stands the Palace of Honor. As he climbs he sees before him a dreadful abyss out of which proceed flames. His ears are filled with the sound of terrible cries, on either side lie dead bodies. These beings in torment are they who set out to pursue honor, but fell on youthful sleep and so were drowned in the loch of care. It has been suggested by critics bent on finding an original for the Pilgrim's Progress, that Bunyan found in this the idea of his byway to hell. At last he reaches the palace, where he is shown many treasures, including Venus' mirror, which reflects the deities and fates of Eury earthly wit. Prince Honor is attended by all the virtues, and the poem ends by contrasting worldly and heavenly honor and commending virtue. The gracious figure of Sapience, her dress gleaming with jewels, her head crowned with a diadem, is very different from any being of Ligeate's or Occleve's creation. Already the first rays of Renaissance light are showing above the horizon, and the cold grey mists of 15th century poetry are dispersing before its warmth and brilliance. But the radiance that heralds the new era is that of sunrise, flushing the world with a wonder of color, rather than of that light of common day in which Chaucer is content to walk. In the great age to come, the Elizabethans are to show how the rapture and intoxication of beauty may be combined with the sternest realism, but in the early 16th century the children of the new birth walk with uncertain steps towards the dawn. The poet who most clearly shows the growing love of beauty, and at the same time is most truly in sympathy with Chaucer, is William Dunbar. No other poet of the period has such skill in versification, such freshness and vigor, or such variety. His humor is as all-pervading as Chaucer's. Now he addresses a daring poem to King James, slyly laughing at one of his numerous love affairs. Now he writes the story of the two friars of Berwick, or the treatise of the two married women and the widow, broadly comic fabliaux which might well have found a place among the Canterbury Tales. One of the wittiest of his poems is the Visitation of Saint Francis, in which the poet describes how his patron saint appeared to him in a dream, bidding him wear the habit of a friar. Dunbar answers slyly that he has noticed more bishops than friars are among the saints, so perhaps it will be as well if Saint Francis, to make all sure, provides him with a bishop's robes instead, and then he is sure to go to heaven. Whereupon his visitant reveals himself in his true character and vanishes in a cloud of brimstone. Two little lyrics on James Dog, keeper of the Queen's wardrobe, are very characteristic. In the first, one that he had offended him, each verse ends with the refrain, "Madam, ye have a dangerous dog." In the second, when the quarrel had been made up, the refrain runs, "He is now a dog, he is a lamb." As Mr. Gregory Smith points out, Dunbar is unlike Henryson in lacking the gentler and more intimate fun of their master. He is a satirist in the stronger sense, more boisterous in his fun, and showing, in his wildest frolics, an imaginative range which has no counterpart in the Southern poet, but his sincerity and virility, his boyish sense of fun, remind us of Chaucer again and again. The Rev would thoroughly have enjoyed telling the story of the flying friar of Tungland who courted disaster by using hen's feathers. Chaucerian, too, in the truest sense, is Dunbar's power of combining this keen sense of the ridiculous with a no less keen appreciation of beauty. The charm of his verse is incontestable, and his skill in making effective use of burdens and refrains shows an ear sensitive to music. The Thistle and the Rose, written in honor of the marriage of James IV and Margaret Tudor, borrows its idea from the Parlement of Fowls, and has something of Chaucer's tenderness and charm. Dame Nature commands all birds, beasts, and flowers to appear before her, and after some debate proceeds to crown the thistle with rubies, while the birds unite in singing the praises of the fresh rose of color red and white. The Golden Targe, an allegorical poem of the conventional type, in which the shield of reason proves no defense against the arrows of beauty, contains a description of spring which Chaucer himself never equalled. Full angel-like the birds sang their hours within their curtains green, into their bowers apparelled white and red with blossoms sweet. Enamelled was the field with all colours, the pearly drops shook in silver showers, while all in balm did branch and leaves fleet. 222. To part. From Phoebus did Aurora weep, her crystal tears I saw hang on the flowers which he for love all drank up with his heat. Times for mirth of May with skips and with hops the birds sang upon the tender crops. 223, with curious notes as Venus chapel clerks, the rose young, new spreading of her knops. 224, war powdered bright with heavenly burial. 225, drops through beams red, burning as ruby sparks the skies rang for shouting of the larks. And in addition to all these, Dunbar writes serious religious poetry on such subjects as love, earthly and divine, draws a by no means unimpressive picture of the dance of the seven deadly sins, and in his lament for the Makeress, poets, with its haunting refrain, Time mortis conturbat me, shows a sense of the transitoriness of all earthly pleasure. Enough has already been said to show that the influences that moulded 16th-century literature in England were not such as to lead its poets to model themselves on Chaucer. In the Golden Targe, Dunbar gives expression to the popular view of Chaucer in his day. O Reverend Chaucer, Rose of Rethoris, 226, all, as in our tongue a flower imperial, that rose in Britain ever, who readeth right, thou bearest tea, of makers. 227, the triumph royal. Thy fresh enamelled terms celestial this matter could illumined have full bright, would thou not of our English all the light, surmounting every tongue terrestrial as far as May's morrow doth midnight. And here again, as in Occleve, we see that it is for his language rather than for his invention that the poet is praised. But the 16th century saw the change from Middle English to modern, a change which, for the time being, lost men the key to Chaucer's verse. Old inflections had gradually dropped off, the accented E which ends so many of Chaucer's words had become mute, and the result was that the poets of the New Age found Chaucer's lines impossible to scan. A generation whose taste was formed on classical and Italian models, whose precisians urged the necessity of discarding bald and beggarly rhyming in favor of the classical system of accent, had not patience enough to rediscover the laws that governed Chaucer's verse. It says much for the insight and genuine poetic taste of Elizabethan critics that they one and all speak of Chaucer with admiration and respect. Fresh editions of his works continued to appear at frequent intervals throughout the century, and frequent references to his name show that they were well known to the poets of the period. To Spenser he is the god of shepherds: who taught me homely, as I can, to make. He, whilst he lived, was the sovereign head of shepherds all, that been with Louis take, and he goes on to protest that, all his passing skill with him is fleddy, the fame whereof doth daily greater grow. The famous reference in the Faerie Queene to Dan Chaucer, well of English undefiled, on fame's eternal bedroll worthy to be filled, has become part of the Chaucerian critic's stock in trade, and is as apt and as well known as Dryden's phrase which speaks of Chaucer as a perpetual fountain of good sense. Book 3, Canto XXV of the Faerie Queene contains a paraphrase of some of the lines on true love in the Franklin's Tale, and Book 4 boldly promises to continue the story of courageous Cambil, and stout Triamond, with Canacee and Cambine linked in lovely bond. Whether the Spenserian stanza is a modification of the rhyme royal or of the stanza used by Boccaccio and Ariosto it is impossible to say. All three are obviously related to each other, but in view of Spenser's admiration for Chaucer, and his deliberate attempt to use Chaucerisms, it is at least probable that in this respect the Faerie Queene owes a debt to Troilus and Chrysid. In Mother Hubbard's Tale and Colin Clout's Come Home Again, Spenser is frankly, though unsuccessfully, imitating Chaucer's style. William Browne, the poet of Tavistock, also showed his admiration for Chaucer by an attempt to imitate him in his Shepherd's Pipe, a series of eclogues modelled partly on the Shepherd's Calendar and partly on the Canterbury Tales. In the concluding lines of the first eclogue, which contains the story of Jonadhas, Browne confesses his indebtedness to Occleve, scholar unto Tityrus the bravest swain ever lived on plain, thus using for Chaucer the name bestowed on him by Spenser. During the 17th century Chaucer's fame seems to have suffered a temporary eclipse. Between 1602 and 1687 not a single edition of his works appeared, and the edition of 1687 is in reality no more than a reissue of Spets. The poets hardly mention his name. Milton does indeed make a reference to the Squiere's Tale, but his works show no trace of Chaucer's influence. Towards the end of the century, however, there was a revival of interest. Dryden tells us that Mr. Cowley declared he had no taste of him, but my Lord of Leicester, on the other hand, was so warm an admirer of the Canterbury Tales that he thought it little less than profanation and sacrilege to modernize their language, and not until his death did Dryden venture to turn into modern English the tales of the Knight, the Nun's Priest, and the Wife of Bath, and the character of the poor parson in the prologue. The wigs and ruffles of the 17th century, however, suit but ill the sturdy figure of the 14th century poet. We stand aghast before Dryden's Arcite, who, in the throes of death, exclaims, "No language can express the smallest part of what I feel, and suffer in my heart, times how I have loved, excuse my faltering tongue, my spirit's feeble, and my pains are strong. This I may say, I only grieve to die, because I lose my charming Emily. It is an excellent specimen of the poetry of 1699, but it is not Chaucer. Dryden is, indeed, far more 18th than 17th century in feeling, and while the authors of the 18th century are too really great not to appreciate true poetry wherever they see it, their own taste leads them to the erection of neat modern buildings rather than to the admiration of an ancient majestic piece of Gothic architecture, and all attempts to combine the two must necessarily be foredoomed to failure. Pope paraphrases the Whos of fame. Prior writes two imitations of Chaucer, viz. Susanna and the Two Elders, and Earl Robert Smyce. Gay writes a comedy on the Wife of Bath, with Chaucer himself for hero, the Reverend Thomas Wharton, who, as professor of poetry at Oxford, ought to have known better, writes an elegy on the death of Pope in an extraordinary jargon which he apparently considers Chaucerian English. See Miss Spurgeon's Chaucer Devant la Critique, pp. 62–75. But while these, and numerous other works of the same kind, prove that Chaucer was widely read at the time, they afford no evidence at all of his having any direct influence upon the general development of 18th-century poetry. His place as an English classic is firmly established, but centuries have passed since he wrote, and the point of view of the men of the New Age differs too widely from that of their forefathers for any imitation to be possible, except by way of a conscious experiment. The most amazing of all modernizations was that of 1841. Richard Hengist Horne, inspired, if we may believe his own words, by no less a person than Wordsworth, hit on the most unfortunate idea of issuing Chaucer's poems in 2 volumes done into modern English by a sort of joint stock company of contemporary poets. Wordsworth himself, Leigh Hunt, Miss Barrett, Robert Browning, Alfred Tennyson, Bulwer-Lytton and the Cowden Clarks, were to be among the contributors. Landor showed his usual common sense by refusing to take any part in it, and his letter to Horne on the subject is worth quoting. Indeed, I do admire him, Chaucer, or rather, love him. Pardon me if I say that I would rather see Chaucer quite alone, in the dew of his sunny morning, than with 20 clever gentlefolks about him, arranging his shoestrings and buttoning his doublet. I like even his language. I will have no hand in breaking his done but rich painted glass to put in, if clearer, much thinner panes. It is comforting to reflect that the first volume proved a failure, and the second never saw the light. Fortunately, the labors of such scholars as Professor Skeat and Dr. Furnivall have saved us from all fear of being left in future to the tender mercies of the modernizer. However great may be the changes that are to pass over our language, however strange the tongue of 14th century England may sound in the ears of our descendants, Chaucer's English has been preserved once for all, and never again can we lose the key to his world of harmony and delight. In Chaucer I am sped, his tales I have read, his matter is delectable, solacious and commendable, his English well allowed, so as it enprode. 228, for as it is employed there is no English void, at those days mock commended, and now men wold how amended his English whereat they bark, and mar all they walk. Chaucer, that famous clerk his terms were not dark, but pleasant, easy, and plain, no word he wrote in vain. Skelton, Introductory Lines to the Book of Philipsborough, 1507. Bibliography. Skeat. Chaucer, Text and Notes, 7 volumes, Clarendon Press, 1894. W. P. Kerr. English Literature, Medieval. Home University Library, Williams and Norgate, 1913. 10 Brink. History of English Literature, Volume 2, pp. 33 to 199, translated by W. Clark Robinson, Ph.D., George Bell and Sons, 1901. 10 Brink. Language and Metre of Chaucer, translated by M. Bentinck Smith, Macmillan and Company, 1901. Lounsbury. Studies in Chaucer, His Life and Writings, James R. Osgood McIlvaine and Company, 1892. G. C. Cotton. Chaucer and His England, Methuen, 2nd ed. 1909. Dryden. Preface to the Fables. Essays of John Dryden, ed. W. P. Kerr, Volume 2, pp. 246 to 273, Clarendon Press, 1900. Transactions of the Chaucer Society, Kegan Paul, Trench, and Company. A. W. Ward. Chaucer. English Men of Letters. Cambridge History of Literature, Volume 2, Cambridge University Press, 1908. Schofield. English Literature from the Norman Conquest to Chaucer, Macmillan and Company, 1906. G. E. and W. H. Hadow. Oxford Treasury of English Literature, Volume I, Clarendon Press, 1905. German and French Works 10 Brink. Chaucer Studien, Trubner, 1870. Lega U. Geoffroy Chaucer, Blauditsy, 1910, Eng.Tr. Le Lavoie. Dent, 1912. Spurgeon. Chaucer devant la critique, Hackett-Itsy, 1911. Index ABC, Chaucer's, 42, 48 Against Women Unconstant, 41 An Elida and Arcite, 46 An Amorous Complaint, 41, 46 Ashby George, 234 Boccaccio, 19, 20, 39, 49, 51, 63, 69, 73, 76, 77, 248 Boethius's Consolations of Philosophy, 47, 50 Book of the Duchess, the 12, 16, 40, 43 to 6, 47, 49, 50, 62, 64, 106, 130 to 2, 171, 179, 183, 190, 194, 227 Bradshaw, Henry, 234 Brown, William, 249 Burrough, Benedict, 234 Cambridge History of Literature, the 42, 237 Canterbury Tales, the 46, 49, 62, 67, 83, 107. 117 to 29, 136 to 41, 150, 157, 185, 213, 214, 222 to 3, 231 Shannon's Yeman's Tale, 223 to 6 Chaucer, Agnes, 13, Apocrypha, 67 to 8, Elizabeth, 18, Geoffrey, Birth, 7, Education, 9 to 14, Marriage, 15 to 18, Public Life, 18 to 30, Death, 31, John, 8, 13, 23, Lewis, 17, 67 Chaucer's Originals and Analogues, 84, 99 Chaucer, Philippa, 15 to 17, Thomas, 17, 18 Clarence, Lionel, Duke of, 13 Clark's Tale, 16, 19, 46, 125, 133, 134, 215 Complaint of Mars, 50, 156 Complaint to his Lady, 40 Complaint unto Pite, 40, 46 Cotton, G.C., Chaucer and his England, 18, 20 Court of Love, the 10 Dante, 19, 20, 48, 50, 54, 101, 102, 103 de Guillevel, Guillaume de, 42, 44 Douglas, Garwin, 12, Influence of Chaucer on, 238 to 42 Dunbar, 242 to 6 Dryden, John, 248, 249, 250 Fielding, 157 Frankelin's Tale, 128, 129, 134, 192, 210, 248 Frere's Tale, 197, 210 Fernivale, Dr. 99, 252 Gascoigne, 17 Gaunt, John of, 15, 18, 21, 25, 43, 50, 201, 206 Gower, John, 22, 37, 209 Hawes, Stephen, 235 to 6 Hendying, Proverbs of, 35, 36. Henryson, 238 to 9, 244 House of Fame, the 16, 21, 53 to 62, 128, 153, 155, 156, 188, 209, 232, 251 Johnson, Ben, 155 Kerr, W.P., 32, 40 Kingisquo, the 236 to 7 Knight's Tale, 46, 73 to 6, 83, 128, 132, 180, 181, 182, 229 Lack of steadfastness, 216 Lander, Walter Savage, 252 Lyman, 32, 36 Legend of Good Women, the 11, 21, 25, 42, 62, 63-7, 106, 191, 206, 216 Leland, 10, 14 Lenvoy Skogan, 24 Lenvoy de Chaucer Buckton, 16, 125 Lounsbury, 10 Ligate, Portrait of Medieval Schoolboy, 9, Versification. 47, 54, Temple of Glass, 62, Influence of Chaucer on, 229-32, 242 Lyf of Saint Cecil, 46, 48, 64 Machault, Guillaume de, 39, 67 Man of Law's Tale, 47, 85-97, 136, 205, 210, 219, 226 Marchant's Tale, 15, 126 Maunseple's Tale, 198, 210 Mercil's Butte, 40 Miller's Tale, 148, 149, 186-7 Milton, 249 Monk's Tale, 48, 100-2 Non-Priest's Tale, 84, 94, 97-100, 140, 141, 153, 154, 170, 187-8, 208 Norton, Thomas, 234 Occleve, 229-34, 242, 249 of the wretched engendering of mankind, 46, 48, 93 Palamon and Arcite, 46, 49, 64 Pardoner's Tale, 8, 9, 157-65 Parlement of Fowls, the 16, 17, 40, 49, 50-3, 62, 64, 69, 106, 165, 189, 193, 194, 195, 244 Person's Tale, 217 Petrarch, 19, 20, 49 Physiциan's Tale, 135 Piers Plowman, 33, 38, 211-12 Pope, Alexander, 251 Prioress's Tale, 202-4 Retters, 14 Ripley, Sir George, 234 Roll, Richard, 33 Romance of the Rose, the 41, 63, 70, 206, 237 Romances, English Metrical, 34, 70-2, 148, 175 Saintsbury, 42, 232 Enon's Tale, 46, 48, 135 Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, 78, Othello, 104, 122, 127, 132, 146, 147, 148, 152 Surthapes, 82-3, 156 Skeet, Introductory Note, 6, 24, 30, 38, 48, 54, 83, 252 Skelton, quotation from 253 Snell, Age of Chaucer, 8 Somnour's Tale, 170, 210 Spett, 10, 249 Spencer, 181, 182, 188-9, 195, 235-6, 247, 248, 249 Skier's Tale, 79-82, 133, 165, 178, 191 Swift, 155 10 Brink, History of English Literature, 30, 40, 43, 49, 201 The Tale of the Wyf of Bath, 138-9, 182, 218 to Rosemoundy, 41 Treatise on the Astrolabe, 67. 221 to 2 Trivet, Nicholas, 84, Note, 85, 96, 97 Troilus and Chrysid, 20, 41, 47, 49, 62, 65, 76-9, 82, 103, 106-17, 118, 136, 137, 165, 179, 184, 185, 196, 207, 208-9, 211, 231, 236 Truth, Ballad of 31 Richard Clay and Sons, Limited, London and Bungay. The Home University Library of Modern Knowledge, a comprehensive series of new and specially written books. Editors, Professor Gilbert Murray, D. Lit, LL.D, FBA Herbert Fisher, LL.D, FBA Professor J. Arthur Thompson, MA Professor W.M. T. Brewster, MA 1/net in cloth 256 pages 2/6 net in leather History and Geography 3. The French Revolution by Hilaire Belloc, MA, with maps. It is colored with all the militancy of the author's temperament. Daily News. 4 History of War and Peace by G. H. Perris. The Right Honourable James Bryce writes, I have read it with much interest and pleasure, admiring the skill with which you have managed to compress so many facts and views into so small a volume. 8 Polar Exploration by Dr. W. S. Bruce, FRSE, leader of the Scotia expedition. With maps. A very freshly written and interesting narrative. The Times. 12 The Opening Up of Africa by Sir H. H. Johnston, GCMG, FZS, with maps. The Home University Library is much enriched by this excellent work. Daily Mail. 13 Medieval Europe by H. W. C. Davis, M.A., with maps. One more illustration of the fact that it takes a complete master of the subject to write briefly upon it. Manchester Guardian. 14. The Papacy and Modern Times, 1303 to 1870, by William Barry. D.D. Dr. Barry has a wide range of knowledge and an artist's power of selection. Manchester Guardian. 23. History of Our Time, 1885 to 1911, by G. P. Gooch, M.A. Mr. Gooch contrives to breathe vitality into his story, and to give us the flesh as well as the bones of recent happenings. Observer. 25. The Civilization of China by H. Giles, LL.D., Professor of Chinese at Cambridge. In all the mass of facts, Professor Giles never becomes dull. He is always ready with a ghost story or a street adventure for the reader's recreation. Spectator. 29. The Dawn of History by J. L. Myers, M.A., F.S.A., Wickham Professor of Ancient History, Oxford. There is not a page in it that is not suggestive. Manchester Guardian. 33. The History of England, a Study in Political Evolution by Professor F. Pollard, M.A., with a chronological table. It takes its place at once among the authoritative works on English history. Observer. 34. Canada by A. G. Bradley. The volume makes an immediate appeal to the man who wants to know something vivid and true about Canada. Canadian Gazette. 37. Peoples and Problems of India by Sir T. W. Holderness, KCSI, Permanent Under-Secretary of State of the India Office. Just the book which newspaper readers require today, and a marvel of comprehensiveness. Pall Mall Gazette. 42. Rome by W. Ward Fowler, Emma, a masterly sketch of Roman character and of what it did for the world. The Spectator. 48. The American Civil War by F. L. Parkson, Professor of American History, Wisconsin University. With maps. A stirring study. The Guardian. 51. Warfare in Britain by Hilaire Belloc, Emma, rich in suggestion for the historical student. Edinburgh Evening News. 55. Master Mariners by J. R. Spears. A continuous story of shipping progress and adventure. It reads like a romance. Glasgow Herald. 61. Napoleon by Herbert Fisher, LL.D., FBA, Vice-Chancellor of Sheffield University. With maps. The story of the great Bonaparte's youth, his career, and his downfall, with some sayings of Napoleon, a genealogy, and a bibliography. 66. The Navy and Sea Power by David Hannaey. The author traces the growth of naval power from early times, and discusses its principles and effects upon the history of the Western world. 71. Germany of Today by Charles Tower. It would be difficult to name any better summary. Daily News. 82. Prehistoric Britain by Robert Munro, M.A., M.D., LL.D., FRSE, Illustrated. Literature and Art 2. Shakespeare by John Masefield. The book is a joy. We have had half a dozen more learned books on Shakespeare in the last few years, but not one so wise. Manchester Guardian. 27 English Literature, Modern by G. H. Mayer, M.A. Altogether a fresh and individual book. Observer. 35 Landmarks in French Literature by G. L. Strachey. It is difficult to imagine how a better account of French literature could be given in 250 small pages. The Times. 39 Architecture by Professor W. R. Lethaby. Over 40 illustrations. Popular guidebooks to architecture are, as a rule, not worth much. This volume is a welcome exception. Building News. Delightfully bright reading. Christian World. 43 English Literature, Medieval by Professor W. P. Kerr, M.A. Professor Kerr, one of the soundest scholars in English we have, is the very man to put an outline of English medieval literature before the uninstructed public. His knowledge and taste are unimpeachable, and his style is effective, simple, yet never dry. The Athenaeum. 45 The English Language by L. Pearsall Smith, M.A. A wholly fascinating study of the different streams that went to the making of the great river of the English speech. Daily News. 52 Great Writers of America by Professor J. Erskine and Professor W. P. Trent. An admirable summary, from Franklin to Mark Twain, enlivened by a dry humor. Athenaeum. 63 Painters and Painting by Sir Frederick Wedmore. With 16 half-tone illustrations. From the Primitives to the Impressionists. 64 D.R. Johnson and His Circle by John Bailey, M.A. A most delightful essay. Christian World. 65 The Literature of Germany by Professor J. G. Robertson, M.A., Ph.D. Under the author's skillful treatment the subject shows life and continuity. Athenaeum. 70 The Victorian Age in Literature by G. K. Chesterton. The book is everywhere immensely alive, and no one will put it down without a sense of having taken a tonic or received a series of electric shocks. The Times. 73 The Writing of English. By W. T. Brewster, A.M., Professor of English in Columbia University. Sensible in its teaching, and not over-rigidly conventional in its manner. Manchester Guardian. 75 Ancient Art and Ritual. By Jane E. Harrison, LL.D., D.Lit. Charming in style and learned in manner. Daily News. 76 Euripides and His Age by Gilbert Murray, D.Lit., LL.D., FBA. Regius Professor of Greek at Oxford. A beautiful piece of work. Just in the fullness of time, and exactly in the right place. Euripides has come into his own. The Nation. Science 7. Modern Geography by Dr. Marion Newbegin. Illustrated. Geography. Again, what a dull, tedious study that was wont to be. But Miss Marion Newbegin invests its dry bones with the flesh and blood of romantic interest. Daily Telegraph. 9 The Evolution of Plants by Dr. D. H. Scott, M.A., F.R.S., late Honorable Keeper of the Jardrell Laboratory, Kew, fully illustrated. The information is as trustworthy as first-hand knowledge can make it. Dr. Scott's candid and familiar style makes the difficult subject both fascinating and easy. Gardener's Chronicle. 17 Health and Disease by W. Leslie Mackenzie, M.D., Local Government Board, Edinburgh. Dr. Mackenzie adds to a thorough grasp of the problems an illuminating style, and an arresting manner of treating a subject often dull and sometimes unsavory. Economist. 18 Introduction to Mathematics by A. N. Whitehead, SC.D, FRS, with diagrams. Mr. Whitehead has discharged with conspicuous success the task he is so exceptionally qualified to undertake. For he is one of our great authorities upon the foundations of the science. Westminster Gazette. 19 The Animal World by Professor F. W. Gamble, D.Sc., FRS. With introduction by Sir Oliver Lodge. Many illustrations. A delightful and instructive epitome of animal and vegetable life. A fascinating and suggestive survey. Morning Post. 20 Evolution by Professor J. Arthur Thomson and Professor Patrick Geddes. A many-colored and romantic panorama, opening up, like no other book we know, a rational vision of world development. Belfast Newsletter. 22 Crime and Insanity by Dr. Sia Messiah. Furnishes much valuable information from one occupying the highest position among medico-legal psychologists. Asylum News. 28 Psychical Research by Sir W. F. Barrett, FRS, Professor of Physics, Royal College of Science, Dublin, 1873–1910. What he has to say on thought reading, hypnotism, telepathy, crystal vision, spiritualism, divinings, and so on, will be read with avidity. Dundee Courier. 31 Astronomy by R. Hinks, M.A., Chief Assistant, Cambridge Observatory. Original in thought, eclectic in substance, and critical in treatment. No better little book is available. School World. 32 Introduction to Science by J. Arthur Thomson, M.A., Regius Professor of Natural History, Aberdeen University. Professor Thomson's delightful literary style is well known, and here he discourses freshly and easily on the methods of science and its relations with philosophy, art, religion, and practical life. Aberdeen Journal. 36 Climate and Weather by Professor H. N. Dixon, D.Sc. Oxon, M.A., FRSE, President of the Royal Meteorological Society. With diagrams. The author has succeeded in presenting in a very lucid and agreeable manner the causes of the movements of the atmosphere and of the more stable winds. Manchester Guardian. 41 Anthropology by R. Meret, M.A., Reader in Social Anthropology in Oxford University. An absolutely perfect handbook, so clear that a child could understand it, so fascinating and human that it beats fiction to a frazzle. Morning Leader. 44 The Principles of Physiology by Professor J. G. McKendrick, M.D. It is a delightful and wonderfully comprehensive handling of a subject which, while of importance to all, does not readily lend itself to untechnical explanation. Upon every page of it is stamped the impress of a creative imagination. Glasgow Herald. 46 Matter and Energy by F. Soddy, M.A., FRS. Professor Soddy has successfully accomplished the very difficult task of making physics of absorbing interest on popular lines. Nature. 49 Psychology, the Study of Behavior by Professor W. McDougall, FRS. M.B. A happy example of the non-technical handling of an unwieldy science, suggesting rather than dogmatizing. It should whet appetites for deeper study. Christian World. 53 The Making of the Earth by Professor J. W. Gregory, FRS, with 38 maps and figures. A fascinating little volume. Among the many good things contained in the series, this takes a high place. The Athenaeum. 57 The Human Body by Keith, M.D., LL.D., Conservator of Museum and Hunterian Professor, Royal College of Surgeons. Illustrated. It literally makes the dry bones to live. It will certainly take a high place among the classics of popular science. Manchester Guardian. 58 Electricity by Gisbert Kapp, D.Eng., Professor of Electrical Engineering in the University of Birmingham. Illustrated. It will be appreciated greatly by learners and by the great number of amateurs who are interested in what is one of the most fascinating of scientific studies. Glasgow Herald. 62 The Origin and Nature of Life by Dr. Benjamin Moore, Professor of Biochemistry, University College, Liverpool. Stimulating, learned, elucid. Liverpool Courier. 67 Chemistry by Raphael Meldola, FRS, Professor of Chemistry in Finsbury Technical College, London. Presents clearly, without the detail demanded by the expert, the way in which chemical science has developed, and the stage it has reached. 72 Plant Life by Professor J. B. Farmer, D.Sc., FRS, Illustrated. Professor Farmer has contrived to convey all the most vital facts of plant physiology, and also to present a good many of the chief problems which confront investigators today in the realms of morphology and of heredity. Morning Post. 78 The Ocean, a General Account of the Science of the Sea. By Sir John Murray, KCB, FRS, Illus. A life's experience is crowded into this volume. A very useful feature is the 10 pages of illustrations and colored maps at the end. Gloucester Journal. 79 Nerves by Professor D. Fraser Harris, M.D., D.Sc., Illustrated. A description, in non-technical language, of the nervous system, its intricate mechanism and the strange phenomena of energy and fatigue, with some practical reflections. Philosophy and Religion 15. Mohammedanism by Professor D. S. Margoliouth, M.A., D.Lit. This generous shilling's worth of wisdom. A delicate, humorous, and most responsible tractate by an illuminative professor. Daily Mail. 40 The Problems of Philosophy by the Honourable Bertrand Russell, FRS a book that the man in the street will recognize at once to be a boon. Consistently lucid and non-technical throughout. Christian World. 47 Buddhism by Mrs. Rhys Davids, M.A. The author presents very attractively as well as very learnedly the philosophy of Buddhism as the greatest scholars of the day interpret it. Daily News. 50 Nonconformity, Its Origin and Progress by Principal W. B. Selby, M.A. The historical part is brilliant in its insight, clarity, and proportion, and in the later chapters Dr. Selby proves himself to be an ideal exponent of sound and moderate views. Christian World. 54 Ethics by G. E. Moore, M.A., lecturer in moral science in Cambridge University. A very lucid though closely reasoned outline of the logic of good conduct. Christian World. 56 The Making of the New Testament by Professor B. W. Bacon, LL.D. D.D. Professor Bacon has boldly, and wisely, taken his own line, and has produced, as a result, an extraordinarily vivid, stimulating, and lucid book. Manchester Guardian. 60 Missions, Their Rise and Development by Mrs. Creighton. Very interestingly done. Its style is simple, direct, unhackneyed, and should find appreciation where a more fervently pious style of writing repels. Methodist Recorder. 68 Comparative Religion by Professor J. S. Lynn Carpenter, D. Lit. Principal of Manchester College, Oxford. Puts into the reader's hand a wealth of learning and independent thought. Christian World. 74 A History of Freedom of Thought by J. B. Berry, Lit.D, LL.D, Regius Professor of Modern History at Cambridge. A little masterpiece, which every thinking man will enjoy. The Observer. 84 Literature of the Old Testament by Professor George Moore, D.D., LL.D., of Harvard. A detailed examination of the books of the Old Testament in the light of the most recent research. Social Science 1. Parliament, Its History, Constitution, and Practice. By Sir Courtney P. Ilbert, G.C.B., K.C.S.I., Clerk of the House of Commons. The best book on the history and practice of the House of Commons since Bajo's Constitution. Yorkshire Post. 5 The Stock Exchange by F. W. Hurst, editor of The Economist. To an unfinancial mind must be a revelation. The book is as clear, vigorous, and sane as Bajo's Lombard Street, than which there is no higher compliment. Morning Leader. 6 Irish Nationality by Mrs. J. R. Green. As glowing as it is learned. No book could be more timely. Daily News. 10 The Socialist Movement by J. Ramsay MacDonald, MP, admirably adapted for the purpose of exposition. The Times. 11 Conservatism by Lord Hugh Cecil, M.A., MP, one of those great little books which seldom appear more than once in a generation. Morning Post. 16 The Science of Wealth by J. A. Hobson, M.A. Mr. J. A. Hobson holds an unique position among living economists. Original, reasonable, and illuminating. The Nation. 21 Liberalism by L. T. Hoibhouse, M.A., Professor of Sociology in the University of London. A book of rare quality. We have nothing but praise for the rapid and masterly summaries of the arguments from first principles which form a large part of this book. Westminster Gazette. 24 The Evolution of Industry by D. H. McGregor, M.A., Professor of Political Economy in the University of Leeds. A volume so dispassionate in terms may be read with profit by all interested in the present state of unrest. Aberdeen Journal. 26 Agriculture by Professor W. Somerville, FLS. It makes the results of laboratory work at the university accessible to the practical farmer. Athenaeum. 30 Elements of English Law by W. M. Geldert, M.A., B.C.L., Vinerian Professor of English Law at Oxford. Contains a very clear account of the elementary principles underlying the rules of English law. Scott's Law Times. 38 The School, An Introduction to the Study of Education. By J. J. Findlay, M.A., Ph.D., Professor of Education in Manchester University. An amazingly comprehensive volume. It is a remarkable performance, distinguished in its crisp, striking phraseology as well as its inclusiveness of subject matter. Morning Post. 59 Elements of Political Economy by S. J. Chapman, M.A., Professor of Political Economy in Manchester University. Its importance is not to be measured by its price. Probably the best recent critical exposition of the analytical method in economic science. Glasgow Herald. 69 The Newspaper by G. Binney Dubberley, M.A., Illustrated. The best account extant of the organization of the newspaper press, at home and abroad. 77 Shelley, Godwin, and Their Circle by H. N. Brailsford, M.A. Mr. Brailsford sketches vividly the influence of the French Revolution on Shelley's and Godwin's England, and the charm and strength of his style make his book an authentic contribution to literature. The Bookman. 80 Co-Partnership and Profit Sharing by Aneurin Williams, M. A judicious but enthusiastic history, with much interesting speculation on the future of co-partnership. Christian World. 81 Problems of Village Life by E. N. Bennett, M.A. discusses the leading aspects of the British land problem, including housing, small holdings, rural credit, and the minimum wage. 83 Common Sense in Law by Professor P. Vinogradov, DCL 85. Unemployment by Professor A. C. Pigger, M.A. In Preparation Ancient Egypt. By F. L. L. Griffith, M.A. The Ancient East. By D. G. Hogarth, M.A., F.B.A. A Short History of Europe. By Herbert Fisher, LL.D. The Byzantine Empire. By Norman H. Baines. The Reformation. By President Lindsay, LL.D. A Short History of Russia. By Professor Millie Alcoff. Modern Turkey. By D. G. Hogarth, M.A. France of Today. By Albert Thomas. History of Scotland. By Professor R. S. Raitt, M.A. Latin America. by Professor W. R. Shepherd. History and Literature of Spain, by J. Fitzmaurice, F.B.A., Lit.D. Latin Literature, by Professor J. S. Phillimore. The Renaissance, by Miss Edith Sichel. Italian Art of the Renaissance, by Roger E. Fry. Literary Taste, by Thomas Secombe. Chaucer and His Time, by Miss G. E. Hadow. William Morris and His Circle, by A. Clutton Brock. Scandinavian History and Literature, by T. C. Snow. The Mineral World, by Sir T. H. Holland, KCIE, D.Sc. Sex, by Professor J. A. Thompson and Professor Patrick Geddes. The Growth of Europe, by Professor Grenville Cole. Between the Old and New Testaments, by Canon R. H. Charles, D.D. A History of Philosophy, by Clement Webb, M.A. Political Thought in England, From Bacon to Locke, by G. P. Gooch, M.A. Political Thought in England, From Bentham to J. S. Mill, by Professor W. L. Davidson. Political Thought in England, From Herbert Spencer to Today, by Ernest Barker, M.A. The Criminal and the Community, by Viscount St. Cyrès. The Civil Service, by Graham Wallers, M.A. The Social Settlement, by Jane Addams and Ara Woods. Great Inventions, by Professor J. L. Myers, M.A., FSA Town Planning, by Raymond Unwin. London, Williams and Norgate and of all bookshops and bookstalls. Footnotes: 1. So that I gained but little. 2. Chidden by. 3. Faults. 4. There are but 3 histories to which any man will listen, of France, and of Britain and of Rome the Great. 5. And had the corpse, i.e. Antony's, embalmed. 6. And forth she fetched this dead corpse, and shut it in the shrine. 7. Stood, sprang. 8. God knows. 9. Contradicted. 10. Knows. 11. Or else something similar. 12. Fools. 13. I had the thing I did not want. 14. How he pays folk what he owes them. 15. No pike ever so wallowed in a galantine as I wallow and am entangled in love. 16. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, this clerk was called, whose rhetoric sweet illumined all Italy with poetry. 17. Till fully dazed is thy look. 18. The box in which dead bodies are put. 19. Suitable for pipes. 20. Evergreen oak. 21. Tall fir. 22. Cypress which mourns for death, i.e. is often found in churchyards. 23. Yew tree, of which boughs are made. 24. Aspen, suitable for making arrows. 25. With cheerfulness. 26. Here is no home. 27. Keep to the highway, and let thy spirit lead thee. 28. And there is no fear but that truth shall deliver thee. 29. Scarcely. 30, thus. 31, head. 32, death. The passage is taken from Richard Rolle of Hampole's Prick of Conscience, Morris and Skeat, Specimens of Early English, Part 2, p. 108. 33. For a comparison of the French with the English romances, see Professor Kerr's volume on medieval literature in this series, pp. 66–74, 34, like me. 35. Obtained aught. 36. He was pale as a stone ball, in a palsy he seemed, and clothed in rough cloth, I do not know how to describe it, in an underjacket and short coat, and a knife by his side, the sleeves were like those of a friar's habit. Piers Plowman, v. 78–81. 37. A pity. 38. Meadow. 39. i.e. companion to another. 40. Of the most graceful shape. 41. Plowed. 42. Thou art hard to carry. 43. Ignorant. 44. Tellers of tales or jestess. 45. Trumpet. 46. Journeys. 47. Delay. 48. Before he uttered a sound. 49. Many an hymn for your holidays. 50. Will make fire dim. 51. Curled locks. 52. Embroidered. 53. Playing the flute. 54. Fine flower. 55. Complexion. 56. Worthless. 57. The translations are taken from Chaucer's originals and analogues, published by the Chaucer Society. 58. This unusual list of the 7 sciences is that given by Trivet. 59. Barbarous nation. 60. Died. 61. Commands. 62. No matter if I am lost. 63. Grieve us but a little. 64. Sprinkled. 65. All our joy ends in woe. 66. Made. 67. Have pity on. 68. Rueful being. 69. My love has gone away. 70. Eyes. 71. Have the Greeks thus soon made you thin? 72. Carving tools. 73. Slumberest thou as if in a lethargy? 74. Friends cannot always be together. 75. I am glad, lit it is dear to me. 76. And without doubt, to ease your heart. 77. Almost died for fear. 78. The most timid person. 79. Pain. 80. Mine. 81. Be wroth with. 82. Cherish. 83. Side. 84. I.e. I must act cautiously. 85. Jeopardy. 86. No matter for the jangling of wicked tongues. 87. Blame. 88. I.e. my name will be in everyone's mouth. 89. Penitent. 90. Lap. 91. Bless. 92. Do reverence, bow. 93. Wreak, avenge. 94. Chain. 95. Toil. 96. Desires. 97. Seems good to her. 98. Glitters. 99. I.e. as my brains tell me. 100. Simply by nature. 101. I.e. an unpropitious conjunction of planets. 102. I.e. change of disposition. 103. Wallacea. 104. Possibly this refers to the sea of sand and pebbles mentioned by Sir John Mandeville in his travels. To go bareheaded was considered a great hardship. 105. Probably the dangerous Gulf of Quarnero in the Adriatic. 106. Hear tell. 107. Where there was likely to be foolish behavior. 108. Let them be bred of pure wheat flour, and let us wives be called barley bread. 109. Burned. 110. With scrips cramful of lies intermixed with news. 111. Bellamy, fair friend. 112. Jests. 113. Ribaldry. 114. Learn. 115. Take trouble to speak loudly. 116. I.e. I have all my sermon by heart. 117. Wherewith to colour my sermon. 118. If their souls go blackberrying, i.e. I do not care where they go. 119. I.e. curate of the parish. 120. Practised folly. 121. Kill. 122. Bees. 123. And made guesses according to their fancy. 124. The horse of Sinon the Greek. 125. Plot. 126. Whispered. 127. Ignorant. 128. Staff. 129. Ducks. 130. Kill. 131. Flew. 132. Groweth seed and bloweth mead and springeth the wood now, sing cuckoo. 133. Goes. 134. Steady pace. 135. Made. 136. Together. 137. Fall quickly from the linden tree. 138. What need is there to tell of their array? 139. I.e. let us pay no attention to their greetings. 140. Fell to hunting. 141. Hot foot. 142. Notes on the horn. 143. Roused itself. 144. Together. 145. Thrust. 146. Grave. 147. Size. 148. or looked well. 149. Why should I be tedious? 150. Condition. 151. Bright. 152. That steamed like a furnace of lead. 153. Condition. 154. Slim. 155. Girdle. 156. Apron. 157. Strings of her white cap. 158. Matched her collar. 159. Enticing eye. 160. Her eyebrows were fine. 161. And they were arched, and black as any sloe. 162. A kind of early pear. 163. Studded with brass. 164. Puppet. 165. Brisk. 166. A sweet drink. 167. Mead. 168. To have more flowers than the 7 stars in the sky. 169. This refers to the common practice of paying a poor and often illiterate priest to take charge of a parish while the vicar went to London and earned a handsome and easy livelihood by saying masses for the repose of the souls of those who had left rich relatives. 170. He was loath to excommunicate those whose tithe was in arrears. 171. I.e. sow tares in our wheat. 172. Chorister. 173. No. 174. God grant that we may meet. 175. Was eaten by the lion ere he could escape. 176. Slain. 177. Drowning. 178. Doctors. 179. Temperament. 180. Gluttony. 181. Dreamers. 182. Fiend. 183. Died and rose. 184. Holy. 185. Servants. 186. Fez. 187. Market. 188. Breaketh down my barn door. 189. I scarcely dare look round, on account of him. 190. Tipped. 191. Guildhall. 192. Dais. 193. Suitable. 194. Service held on the vigils of saints' days. 195. The name Langland is used for convenience sake, to denote the author, or authors of Piers Plowman. 196. His own labour. 197. Unstable. 198. Chatter. 199. Dear at a Jane, i.e. a small Genos coin. 200. Your judgment is false, your constancy proves evil. 201, i.e. one who farms taxes. 202, pierced and cut into points. 203, in secret and openly. 204, birth. 205, do not care a farthing. 206, fetched. 207, known. 208, known. 209, entered were into religion, i.e. were placed in a monastery. 210, simple is my mind, and little my learning. 211, repay. 212, revengeful cruelty. 213, isle. 214, twigs. 215, stanza. 216, precious. 217, neck. 218, gore. 219, perfect. 220, grey stones. 221, bees. 222, float. 223, tree tops. 224, buds. 225, drops clear as beryl. 226, flower of all rhetoricians. 227, poets. 228, proved. Transcriber's notes, punctuation has been corrected without note. Other than the corrections noted by Hover information, inconsistencies in spelling and hyphenation have been retained from the original. Asterisk 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 end of the Project Gutenberg ebook Chaucer and His Times asterisk 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 updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, You must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and c. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116. 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, We know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.